Yichen was also broken by himself? Seeing this system prompt, Qin Tian couldn't help being stunned. Lost the qualification of the Son of Luck? This obviously means that Yichen is no longer the protagonist now, but seeing his current villain value, Qin Tian was immediately relieved. It turns out that Yichen's surplus value is almost squeezed by himself. When Wang Yi went to Wang Ling, Qin Tian also gained 1,000 villain points. In addition, the kidneys of the two protagonists were abolished, and the 4 key figures of the Yi family were just abolished. Adding up, Qin Tian's villain now has a total of 12,000 points. With so many villains, plus what was used before, it is indeed a lot more than Lin Feng before. Hehe, Qingcheng, let your people come out and wash the floor. Qin Tian arranged for the bar staff to drive guests and hold meetings before. After leaving the 4 members of the Yi family, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Tian asked Gu Qingcheng to push the staff to the backstage, and the bodyguards arranged by Qin Tian cooperated with Manager Li to take care of them. In other words, these workers only heard the sound of fighting outside. I don't know what happened outside. After getting the order that they could come out, everyone saw the blood stains on the ground and 4 men lying on the ground. They were so scared that they couldn't speak. President Gu, what's going on? My God, how intense is the fight? The bar is broken. Awesome. Sister Gu, do you need to call the police? No, we have already reported to the police. Oh, so it is. You clean up the other places first, and the lobby will be cleaned after the police arrive. Gu Qingcheng commanded everyone, come, all move. For those who stay tonight, 200 yuan per person for overtime pay. Xiao Wang, please register your name and go directly to the finance and receive the money tomorrow morning. Okay, Mr. Gu. Yeah, long live Sister Gu. Mr. Gu, that's great. Sister Gu is magnificent. The bar staff talked about Gu Qingcheng's generosity, and Qin Tian, seeing these employees feel ecstatic because of overtime pay of 200 yuan, he couldn't help feeling a little. I remember that I was such a small person in my previous life, but now, he and them are completely people in 2 worlds. As time passed, the police arrived soon. This time Lu Ruashi did not come, but these police officers were already impressed by Qin Tian. So after simply inquiring about the situation, the 4 members of the Yi family were sent to the hospital. As for Qin Tian, they don't dare to catch randomly now, they can only let Qin Tian go back. I'm going to do some transcripts the next day. Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. In this way, the 4 masters of the Yi family were admitted to the hospital. Qin Tian took Gu Qingcheng back to his villa. As for Yi Wuya, in the past 2 days, he had been in conflict with Wang Ling, and his mood was extremely unbeautiful. After hearing that his brothers were all beaten into the hospital by Qin Tian in the middle of the night, he was dumbfounded. How so? It turns out that the master around Qin Tian is just a scum? The real master is actually Qin Tian himself? Qin Tian is actually the Grandmaster realm? CK. Should you be so outrageous? Yi Wuya didn't have time to think too much, so he booked a flight to Tumen overnight. Early the next morning, he took Wang Ling and Yi Chun, who had also received the same news, on the plane to Tumen. Although Wang Ling was still in conflict with Yi Wuya, she didn't want to come to Tumen again. But the 4 cultivators of the Yi family may be related to the future fate of the Yi family, so she had to temporarily put the relationship between the 2 of them behind. And Yi Chun? He didn't even want to come to Tumen, but he also knew the seriousness of this problem. So I had to follow his parents to return to this sad place again. Tumen City Hospital. Looking at the Yi Wuya 4 who were lying on the hospital bed, and Yi Wuya who came here with his wife and children, he held his fist tightly. Boss Third, what is going on? How can Qin Tian be a grandmaster? I want to know too. Yi Wuqian replied feebly. After all, the 4 are cultivators, and their physiques are different from ordinary people. So after one night, they have all woke up. Just because the meridians were abolished, it seemed a little weak at this time. As a businessman, Qin Tian actually has the realm of a master? This is not in line with common sense at all. Yi Wuhai also opened his mouth. Yes, Grandmaster realm. Even if it is the hidden Sejong sect, it is difficult to find such a master. Asshole. Yi Wuya gritted his teeth. Then what should I do now? Could it be that we can't repay our grudges? Revenge? Looking at the calming down elder brother, Yi Wuyan sneered. Second, you are still thinking about revenge? Do you know what the Grandmaster realm means? We can get a life back this time. All because Qin Tian is a businessman, and he still has some scruples in doing things. Otherwise, according to the rules of survival in the cultivation world, we would have died long ago. What? Hearing this, Yichen couldn't understand. Uncle, is there such an exaggeration? There is something more exaggerated than this. What else? Yi Wuya also frowned. Yi Wuqian said solemnly, I suspect now that there is a hidden Sejong gate behind Qin Tian. Moreover, it is still an extremely powerful hidden Sejong sect. Otherwise, in Qin Tian's situation, let alone the Grandmaster, even the congenital peak would not be possible. Big brother is right, I also have this doubt. No. Yi Wuya was also surprised at this time. Yi Wuqian said solemnly. Second, I listened to my eldest brother's advice. If you still want to keep Ye's family, you'd better talk to Qin Tian, otherwise Yi Jiawei. Is it so serious? Believe it or not, call. Just so. Yi Wuqian looked tired and let out a long sigh. Second, I'm a little tired. You let me take a break. Yi Wuya hesitated, then looked at Yi Wuhai, the 3rd child. Listen to big brother. I want to keep Ye's family at the moment. There is only one way to go. Yi Wuhai also looked tired. Yi Wuya was really dumbfounded this time when the boss and the youngest said so, and Wang Ling thought of something more. It's no wonder that Qin Tian is so unscrupulous in doing things. It's no wonder that an innate pinnacle master will become his subordinate. What do you mean? Although Yi Wuya didn't wait to see Wang Ling now, he didn't have time to care about it at this time. I mean, your boss, the 3rd child is right. Qin Tian may really have a powerful hidden Sejong sect behind it. Otherwise, Qin Tian's style of acting can't be so arrogant. Our Yi family is regarded as the innate pinnacle master of the guests, and it won't be just a subordinate to Qin Tian. Hearing this, Yi Wuya was stunned. At the same time, I'm aware of the seriousness of the problem. A Grandmaster realm might not be able to affect the roots of the Yi family, but there is a powerful hidden Sejong sect behind it, and this problem can be serious. And Yi Chun heard the conversation of everyone. Seeing the expressions of his parents again, his whole brain is blank. No way, no way, no way. Does the Yi family really want to surrender to the Qin family? How can this be? My wife has been ked by others. As a result, not only can I not take revenge, but I have to sacrifice my niece? I have to say that Yi Chun, who has lost the protagonist's aura, has completely become a waste. He wants revenge on Qin Tian. Even the Yi family, whom he relied on the most, didn't dare to mention revenge anymore. What can he do with a waste? Therefore, as far as the current situation is concerned, he can only follow the trend in his own family. The other side, the office of the Qin group. Qin Tian didn't know that Yi family would have such a weird idea, because he is currently under investigation and has no time to care what the Yi family thinks. It was the old acquaintance who came to investigate him, Lu Ruashi. It seems that Qin Tian has an exclusive police officer who is responsible for handling his business even if something goes wrong because of his identity problem. Lu Ruashi is his exclusive police officer. She brought a male colleague named Gao Yugong over today. He is tall and handsome and looks good at it. When she came to Qin Tian's office and understood what happened, she knew it in her heart. Mr. Qin, according to your description, we have a basic understanding of the situation. But is it a bit too defensive? Lu Ruashi was a little embarrassed. Although it was indeed the opponent who attacked Qin Tian first, this result, Qin Tian didn't have any injuries at all, and the other 4 people all entered the hospital. Judging from the injuries of the 4 Yi family members, it is estimated that they will not be able to get out of bed for a month or two. Too much defense? Qin Tian sitting on the office chair couldn't help but feel a little funny. What you said is light. Do you know how powerful they are? A police officer like you, they can stand up and beat you 100 easily. If I don't abolish them, what should they do next time they come to assassinate me? You don't know many things now. When you know, you will definitely not say that you were too defensive. Of course, if you have any objections to my statement, you can send 2 knowledgeable people to talk to me, and I will be investigated at any time. That's it, I understand. Lu Ruashi stood up. Sorry, Mr. Qin, I disturbed you today. It's okay. To cooperate with your work, I should do it. Then let's go first. Go slow, don't send it. Lu Ruashi hadn't settled the matter of Jin San's industry last time. So after she and Qin Tian learned about the course of the matter, she left the Qin building with her colleagues directly. And Qin Tian didn't bother anymore, and began to study the system. Now the villain is worth 12,000. After hesitating again and again, he decided to buy a Zhenqi pill first. He thought about it last night that he should still focus on improving his strength. Read more at Hotmail Novel XYZ. Because only if you are strong enough can you be invincible. He asked about the system. Grandmaster Realm wants to be promoted to Great Master Realm. It needs enough Zhenqi to do it. His physical strength is basically enough now. So what he needs to do most now is to improve his true aura. Although the lottery is drawn, it can be drawn for 10 years. But the lottery is not what you want, it will come. Therefore, it is most appropriate to buy Zhenqi pills directly. Zhenqi 1, 2,000 villain value. Bought it. Successful purchase. I wish you a happy use of Dan. A pill with light blue luster appeared in Qin Tian's hands. Zhenqi pill, a reusable item. One can increase the user's Zhenqi for 10 years. Although there are no side effects, it takes 7 days to absorb the medicine. That is, the interval between each use is at least 7 days. Note, the upper limit of the true qi that the human body can withstand is 100 years. Please use the host with caution. At most 100 years of skill? Seeing this description and remarks, Qin Tian immediately understood the effect of this thing. Because it is a real pill, it takes 7 days to absorb the power of the medicine. Compared with the direct draw, the improvement is slower, and a person can have 100 years of true energy at most. In other words, the current self can use up to 8 Zhenqi pills? Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully and didn't care. Anyway, this thing can improve one's own strength. As for the 7-day usage interval, 7 days is 7 days. It is better than to draw a lottery by face. Now that I have enough skills, if I take 2 abilities that I can't use, it's better to wait 7 days. So Qin Tian swallowed the Zhenqi pill decisively. The use of pill, Qin Tian is familiar with the road. Since this thing is chronic, there are no special symptoms. But, since there is a 7-day interval in between, then buy another innate master? Anyway, there are still 10,000 villains. Even if you buy a subordinate, you still have time to earn more villains? Well, the more I think about it, the more reasonable it makes. Just do it. Qin Tian didn't hesitate too much. Find the interface of the purchase department and click directly to buy. Ding, congratulations to the host's G-Luck against the sky. The alchemist Dan Chenzi, for help. Ding, the alchemist Dan Chenzi will contact you within 72 hours. Please ensure that the mobile phone is unblocked. Qin Tian. What does F***CK mean? The profession of pharmacist, still need to be able to buy it? Seeing this system prompt, Qin Tian suddenly looked forward to this alchemist. Dan Chenzi? The name is very high-end. Similar to the names of the masters in the cultivation novels, I think it is a more powerful existence. Mr. Qin, my classmate will get married tomorrow. Shall we go? When Qin Tian was studying the system, Deng Yuqing suddenly sent such a message. Participating in the wedding, they had long negotiated. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile after seeing the news. These days I've been either calculating or calculating, and it's time to relax. Thinking of this, Qin Tian typed quickly. Go. I happen to have time recently. My classmate's wedding was held at Juju Farmhouse outside the city east. Where shall I wait for you tomorrow morning or? No, you can stay with me tonight. Huh? Is this okay? What can't it? Qin Tian replied casually. By the way, it seems that I haven't bought you something for a long time. Do you have time today? I will take you shopping. Yes, of course. Deng Yuqing quickly replied. Having been with Qin Tian for such a long time, she knew that Qin Tian didn't like roundabouts, so she answered very directly. Since the first time Qin Tian bought her something and gave her some money. After several times with Qin Tian again, Qin Tian has nothing to express. Now Qin Tian asks her to go shopping, even if she doesn't have time. She has to say she has time. Well, 1 hour later, the city square will wait for me. The villain has 2,000 points left. Now Qin Tian has strength and subordinates, plus the cultivator who solved the Yi family. So he was in a good mood and decided to take advantage of this time to relax himself. After sending this message to Deng Yuqing, he explained the work of the last 2 days to Mu Dai of the company, and then he began to dress and prepare to go out. Because Zhouwen wants to train his subordinates, Wang Yi can't drive. So if it's not a special situation, it's Lao Li who drove for Qin Tian, followed by 4 ordinary bodyguards driving Mercedes-Benz. An hour later, the central square was on the roadside. President Qin. Seeing Qin Tian's Rolls-Royce coming over, Deng Yuqing cheered and waved to Qin Tian. It is the end of June, and the weather is already very hot. Therefore, Deng Yuqing's dress today is very cool and fashionable. Large waves of light yellow hair dangled casually. A pair of sunglasses hung overhead. Black tight-fitting sleeveless t-shirt on the upper body and black close-fitting short shorts on the lower body. There is a black leg loop that girls like to tie on their long legs, but they don't know what it is. On the feet are a pair of high-heeled sandals. After getting on the bus, Qin Tian didn't talk nonsense and took the other party to have a big meal first. Then he told Lao Li to drive to the LV store. Since Qin Tian is in a very good mood, his shots are also very generous. Just buy. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Ms. Qin, isn't it a bad idea for me to be like this? Enter Rolls-Royce. Looking at the luxury goods in large and small bags, even if Qin Tian agreed, Deng Yuqing did not dare to buy it again. Because the price of these things together, they are almost 1 million. 1 million is nothing to Qin Tian, but to her, it is an astronomical number. Why? I don't want to buy it anymore? I think it's almost done, right? That's fine. By the way, are you still renting? Oldly, go to our real estate in Shandong. Okay, President Qin. Upon hearing Qin Tian's instructions to Lao Li, Deng Yuqing was stunned. Until Lao Li drove the car to the sales department of East House Palace. Deng Yuqing reacted now. Mr. Qin, you shouldn't be. Qin Tian hooked her white chin playfully. I said, being my woman won't let you suffer. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, I will be a cow and a horse for you in my life. Deng Yuqing's moved tears filled her eyes. Read more at Hotful Novel XYZ. I have sold a house for so long, and the money I made is not even enough for the down payment. Now that she can finally have a set of her own, how can she not be excited? No doubt, Dongfang Palace is also one of the real estate projects Qin participated in the development. Although here, Qin is only one of the developers. But the price here is no less than the Blue City, developed by Qin himself. You don't need to be a cow or a horse, just do your best. During the casual chat, Qin Tian has taken her to the sales department. Welcome, sir. Come to see the house? The sales lady said very enthusiastically. Okay. Qin Tian nodded slightly. After entering, he said to Deng Yuqing, you can choose by yourself. You can choose any size. I will go there for a meeting, and you will tell me when you have chosen. Then President Qin, should I choose first? Go. Qin Tian waved his hand at will. The average house size is only 2 or 3 million yuan. For the current Qin Tian, it is drizzle at all. Isn't this Yuqing? By the way, aren't you at work today? What are you doing here? Qin Tian just separated from Deng Yuqing. As I was about to sit in the rest area, I heard a woman Yin and Yang say such a weird sentence. Hearing this, he suddenly became ill. Meet an acquaintance when buying a house? A familiar bridge? Plus this familiar way of speaking. Is it about to have a bloody plot that pretends to be slapped in the face? Qin Tian has some doubts. But after thinking about it, this is not right. You are a villain. Even if you have this kind of bloody plot, you should be taunting others and then getting beaten in the face, right? The more Qin Tian thought about it, the more it was wrong, and quickly looked towards Deng Yuqing. There are 2 girls opposite, both very young. One shawl with long hair, the other with short hair. The length of the 2 is slightly worse than Deng Yuqing, but the figure is also good. It's a pretty girl if you dress up at will. It was the long-haired girl who just spoke. Hearing the girl's words, Deng Yuqing did not rush, but smiled. I was going to work today, but my boyfriend suddenly said that he would give me a surprise, and then he took me here. Boyfriend? My God, do you really have a boyfriend? Where is it? Quickly, show us quickly. The 2 girls looked excited too. So it was just a joke between your girlfriends? Seeing this scene, Qin Tian knew that he was thinking too much. Sure enough, he is a villain, and things like pretending to be slapped in the face won't happen to him. Seeing the other person looking towards him, he had no choice but to nod his head politely at the 2 of them. He has no shortage of women, and he has no idea of making close friends with Deng Yuqing's friends. So after he greeted Deng Yuqing's 2 friends casually, he walked to the rest area on his own. Wow, your boyfriend is so handsome. Yeah, so charming. How did you find such a handsome boyfriend? Yuqing, can you give me your boyfriend? I'll trade our Lu Min for you. F***ku. You little Neezy will get married tomorrow, and you want to change boyfriends with me? Even if I do, is your boyfriend willing? Deng Yuqing didn't have a good air. Yes, the long-haired woman is named Xiao Yali. It is the classmate Deng Yuqing will get married tomorrow. The short-haired woman named Zhou Yin, 1 year younger than the 2, is Xiao Yali's best friend. You are so beautiful, he must be willing. You girl, what are you talking about? Oh, don't make trouble, don't make trouble. What are you talking about so happy? The 3 women just talked here, and a man in a suit and shoes appeared in the sight of everyone. The man is about 30 years old, with a hint of arrogance between his brows. It looks a bit like a successful person. It's nothing, just talking. Xiaoqing's boyfriend is very handsome. Yeah, it looks handsome, and looks better than a star. Handsome? Hearing the 2 women praise that the other man is handsome, the man in the suit felt a little upset. What's the use of being handsome these days? If you can't make money, it's not a waste. Lu Min, what do you mean? Yuqing was a good friend of mine when I was in school. Why do you say that? I'm not wrong again. The man named Lu Min was justified. You? Okay. Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel, Deng Yuqing hurriedly fought a round of battle. You are going to get married tomorrow. It would not be good if you quarrel because of this kind of thing. Ali, this is your husband, right? Yes, his name is Lu Min, my husband. Because of what happened just now, Xiao Yali didn't show much expression to Lu Min, and didn't even introduce Deng Yuqing to her husband. Deng Yuqing didn't take it seriously. Actually, your husband said it was pretty good. These days, if you can't make money, you will really be looked down upon. Look, what am I talking about? Lu Min never expected that Deng Yuqing would speak for herself, and quickly showed off in front of Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali gave him a white glance. I don't want to talk to him at all. Why doesn't she know the importance of money? Just because of the relationship with Deng Yuqing, I was afraid that these words would hurt Deng Yuqing's boyfriend. At this time, listening to Deng Yuqing's words, she was a little curious. Yuqing, don't be familiar with him. Hehe, it's okay. By the way, Yuqing, Lu Min and I will get married tomorrow. Today we are here to buy a house. We have looked at the house for a long time and decided to pay a down payment first. What about you? You said that your boyfriend wants to surprise you. Did you come here to buy a house today? Yes. Are you getting married too? Married? No. Deng Yuqing was stunned. Why ask? If you are not getting married, why are you buying a house? The house here is very expensive. If it weren't for Lu Min's good job, we couldn't even pay the down payment. If you don't plan to get married, there is no need to buy a house together to pay off the mortgage. This one, Deng Yuqing was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for a while. Can she say that she is maintained by others? Why is she embarrassed to say such things? Does this still need to be asked? It must be Yuqing's boyfriend who is very rich and doesn't need Yuqing to pay the mortgage. Am I right? Yuqing? Next to him, Zhou Yan smiled and said to clear the encirclement. That's it. Deng Yuqing borrowed the donkey from the slope and nodded quickly. Seeing Deng Yuqing's appearance, Xiao Yali couldn't help being a little envious. My god. You mean that your boyfriend pays all the down payment alone and the mortgage is also repaid by him? The down payment here is about 1 million yuan, and the monthly payment is more than 10,000 yuan. What does your boyfriend do? Can you make so much money? He started a company. Deng Yuqing didn't know what to say anymore. Qin Tian asked him to choose a house at will. Shouldn't it be more than just a down payment? Read more at Hotpul Novel, XYZ. Starting a company? Awesome, Xiaoqing. No wonder you dare to come here to buy a house, because your boyfriend started a company? What's great? Those who start a company must make money? Lu Min refused to accept. There are too many companies on the market that lose money, and it is not certain whether he brought you to buy a house today. Lu Min, can you just shut up if you can't speak? I'm not worried about your good friend being cheated. So, Beauty, you tell me who your boyfriend is? I'll help you explore the truth. I have been a manager for so many years, and I have seen countless people. Whether the other party is really rich or fake, I only need to look at it and just chat to know the truth. This isn't it good? Deng Yuqing gave Lu Min a weird look. You believe me? Lu Min patted his chest and glanced confidently at the rest area. Is that the one who lowered his head to play with the phone? Lu Min, don't mess around. Xiao Yali quickly said. I won't mess around, just talk to him. After finishing talking, before Deng Yuqing stopped, he already walked towards Qin Tian. Hey buddy. Yi Xian was imprisoned, and Yi Chan was no longer the protagonist. Therefore, Qin Tian at this time is chatting with Xiao Hong, preparing to abuse Wang Hao. Buddy. Hearing someone walking up to him to speak, he looked up with a puzzled look. Are you calling me? After seeing Qin Tian raising his head and seeing Qin Tian's appearance clearly, Lu Min couldn't help but froze. Are you Deng Yuqing's boyfriend? You can think so? But why do I feel so familiar? I seem to have seen you somewhere. Shit, you are, Qin? Thinking of Lu Min and Qin Tian's status, the whole person was dumbfounded. President of Qin Group? Deng Yuqing's boyfriend? What a shame. You know me? Qin Tian asked back. Acknowledge, no. Lu Min nodded quickly, looking embarrassed. But Qin should not know me. I'm just a little manager of the Su family. Oh, I got it. Qin Tian nodded slightly. It's not surprising that people from the Su family know themselves. Are you looking for me? No. It's okay. Mr. Qin, you are busy. You were a little naive just now. I'm going to disturb you. I'm leaving now. Lu Min quickly nodded and bowed and left the rest area. At this moment, he couldn't tell what it felt like. Originally I wanted to come over and pretend to be forced, but I didn't expect. This F***CK, for woolen yarn. Lousy was almost scared to death. Okay, Qin Tian doesn't know what Lu Min is thinking. Seeing that the other party didn't bother him anymore, he didn't bother to bother, bowed his head and chatted with Xiao Hong again. Xiao Hong, have a chance to help me ask Fatty Chun what book Wang Hao is writing now. Okay, President Qin, promised to complete the task. After sending this message, Qin Tian didn't play mobile phones anymore. A man leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes for a sleep. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little bored. Wang Hao is just a copywriter. There is no fighting power, and there is really no passion to abuse him. Maybe I should harvest Yichen first? Well, it seems to make sense. Oh, isn't this Yali's ex-boyfriend Xiaoqin? The food delivered here? Qin Tian closed his eyes for about 5 minutes, and the mocking voice of Lu Min in the distance reached his ears. As soon as Lu Min's voice fell, a young man's cold voice rang. I'm here to buy a house. Buying a house? What are you kidding about? The house here can be bought by a stinky delivery seller. Hearing this conversation, Qin Tian immediately smelled a scent of dog blood. It turns out that it is not that the plot is not terrible, but that the plot of terrible blood came relatively late. Qin Tian quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a young man in a yellow takeaway uniform standing at the model of the real estate, looking at the real estate here. Come to Dongfang Palace to buy a house? His name is Xiaoqin? Xiao. It seems that is another protagonist. Lu Min is the manager of the personnel department of the Suzhou branch. The salary is not particularly high, only 10,000 to 20,000 a month, but Shang is stable at work and the Su family's welfare benefits are good. So he still has some spare money in his hands. By chance, he met Xiao Yali who came to the company to apply. He fell in love with Xiao Yali at first sight, so he took advantage of his work and slowly approached her. After getting acquainted with Xiao Yali, he knew that Xiao Yali had a boyfriend. But this boyfriend is just a takeaway. Therefore, who was barely considered a successful person, he began to use the power of position and money to pursue Xiao Yali. Xiao Chun is 1 year older than Xiao Yali, and they both graduated from the same third-rate university. After Xiao Yali graduated, the two established a romantic relationship. They are not afraid of hardship, they have done all kinds of work, and they have been working hard together in the society. It's just because their abilities are limited, no matter how hard they work, the money they make is only enough to make a living by themselves. There is no hope for the future. In this case, how can Xiao Yali, who lives in a cheap rental house and is destitute, can stop Lu Min from chasing after him? So a year ago, she broke up with Xiao Chun in order to be with Lu Min. Now Lu Min and Xiao Yali are getting married after a year of love, and they need a house. Once the two of them got together, they decided to come to the Dongfang Palace to choose one. The houses here are very expensive, and most people can't afford it. Therefore, Lu Min has a great sense of superiority. This is also the reason why he was a little unconvinced when he heard that Deng Yuqing's boyfriend was very capable. Women like to compare, but men are the same. It's just that the comparison is different. Xiao Yali and Deng Yuqing are good friends, and now Deng Yuqing's boyfriend brings her to buy a house unless she gets married. Doesn't it mean that you are not as good as Deng Yuqing's boyfriend? So, with a sense of superiority, he wanted to compare with each other. More capable than anyone else. It's just that he didn't expect that Deng Yuqing's boyfriend was actually the big boss of the Qin group. This F***CK is more than a request. Comparing with Qin Tian, even 100 selves, it is not enough for the other party to stuff their teeth. So after he came back, Xiao Yali asked him how he was, but he did not answer. Just tell Xiao Yali not to ask, go back and tell her. But who knows? Just when Xiao Yali helped Deng Yuqing refer to which house to choose, the bastard Xiao Chun also came. This he couldn't bear it. Xiao Chun is Xiao Yali's ex-boyfriend. When Xiao Yali broke up with Xiao Chun beat him Lu Min twice because he was out of anger. So Lu Min is now holding a grudge. As soon as he saw Xiao Chun coming in wearing a yellow takeaway suit, he couldn't help but mock. Takeaway boy, do you still want to buy a house here? You buy a woolen thread. Hearing Lu Min's words, Xiao Chun didn't bother to talk to him at all, and said directly to the sales lady, I'm here to buy a house. Which is the most expensive house here? Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. The most expensive? The sales beauty was taken aback when she heard the words, and then she glanced at her eyebrows. However, the professionalism made her remind, Sir, the most expensive villa here is the villa, and now the smallest one is 260 square meters. It's okay, take me to see it. Xiao Chun said casually. Having money on him is so hard-spirited. Beauty, don't listen to him. Lu Min interrupted directly. This kid is a takeaway. How can he buy a villa? That's right, you took him there. You must be wasting your time. The average house here is 2 to 3,001 square, but the villa is not 4 or 5,000? Yeah, I can't even afford the villas here. How can a delivery company buy it? When Xiao Chun said that he wanted to buy the most expensive one, everyone at Xiao Yali was talking about it. Even Zhou Yin rarely helped Lu Min say a word. She is Xiao Yali's best friend. When Xiao Yali was with Xiao Chun, she persuaded Xiao Yali. It was said that Xiao Chun was fine except for looks, but other places were really not good. But Xiao Yali refused to listen and insisted on staying with Xiao Chun. So Xiao Chun has always been upset about her, and she has always been uncomfortable with Xiao Chun. After hearing a few people's words, the sales beauty obviously hesitated. They pay attention to performance in the sales industry. If you want to improve your performance, you need to learn to distinguish between valid customers and ineffective customers. Now Xiao Chun is wearing a yellow takeaway uniform, really unlike someone who can buy a house here. It was also when everyone was contemptuous. The saleswoman hesitated, and Xiao Chun was about to call the manager. A voice suddenly rang. Beauty, I think you should take him. The most taboo thing in the sales industry is to judge people by their appearance. I think this little brother has an extraordinary temperament. Maybe he can really buy it? Who is talking nonsense? Qin, President Qin. Lu Min was very upset when he heard someone help Xiao Chun speak. But when he saw that the speaker was Qin Tian who came over, Lu Min immediately persuaded. He offends no one and dare not offend this great god. Qin Tian glanced at Lu Min. You too, you are all the managers. Do you still want me to teach you this kind of truth? Lu Min was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly said, Excuse me, President Qin, I was just... You don't have to apologize to me. You can figure it out by yourself. Qin Tian waved his hand at will, then looked at Deng Yuqing. Have you chosen? Yet? Not yet. Then you hurry up, there is still something to do when you go back. Oh, okay. Deng Yuqing nodded quickly. The saleswoman is just a small person, and obviously doesn't know Qin Tian. But seeing Qin Tian's full aura and Lu Min's extremely respectful attitude, she also knew that Qin Tian was no ordinary person. So she didn't dare to neglect Xiao Chun anymore, and quickly took him to see the villa. Xiao Yali and Zhou Yin, who heard the conversation between the two, were dumbfounded. Seeing that Qin Tian had returned to the rest area, they hurriedly said to Deng Yuqing, Yuqing, how does your boyfriend use this command tone when talking to you? Yes, and looking at you. I don't seem to dare to talk back and make a tantrum. This is not like you at all. Nonsense. Lu Minbai gave his wife and Zhou Yin a glance. It is already an honor to be a woman of President Qin. If he talks to you, would you dare to talk back and make a tantrum? Unless you are sick, you can't do this kind of brain-dead thing. Can you speak? I'm telling the truth. No, Zhao. Ren, you asked your beautiful friend, is this true? Deng Yuqing said embarrassingly, your husband, that's right. Xiao Yali. Ding, destroy the protagonist, Xiao Chun, gambling contract to force success. Get the villain value plus 500. Sit back to the rest area of the sales department. Seeing this system prompt, Qin Tian raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Xiao Chun is indeed the protagonist. The reason why Qin Tian passed by was to perceive this, and wanted to collect information with the eyes of the villain in the past. Unexpectedly, he was not only the protagonist, but also found 500 villains along the way. Simply beautiful. Take a look at Xiao Chun's information. Name, Xiao Chun. Age, 26 years old. Height, 179. Weight, 137. Occupation, Takeaway brother. Luck value, 2136. The son of luck confirms. Takeaway boy. Buying a house is forced to slap your face? Chin Tian fell into contemplation. Does this protagonist have a system? A takeaway boy suddenly had money, then came here to buy a house and slap her face? This bloody plot is obviously another story of a Diaosi counterattack. I just don't know what golden finger was used to rise up this dick. Chin Tian has the eyes of a villain, can see the other party's personal details, but can't see the other party's golden finger. To see cheats, you need to buy background information. However, Chin Tian didn't want to waste villain value when dealing with such a low-risk protagonist. So he analyzed the wave himself. Based on his experience and Xiao Qin's professional judgment, it is most likely that Xiao Qin's golden finger is nothing more than these two. One is the Shunhao system, and the other is the takeaway system. Although Xiao Qun himself is a takeaway brother, many of the hosts of Shunhao systems are also takeaway brothers. So Chin Tian thinks Xiao Qun may have a system, but he is not sure which system it is. As for the breach of the gambling contract prompted by the system just now, this does not seem to require explanation. To break the gambling agreement between Xiao Qian and whom? Obviously it was Xiao Qian and Lu Min. According to this system prompt, Chin Tian has every reason to doubt. If he didn't show up just now, Xiao Qian would definitely bet Lu Min. The content of the bet is nothing more than, if I can buy a villa, you kneel down and call me grandpa 3 times. Or, if I can buy a house in full, you climb out of here or something. Chin Tian is tired of seeing these routines. There is nothing new. This protagonist does not seem to be challenging. Thinking of Xiao Qin's pretense just now, Chin Tian couldn't help but muttered a few words. The protagonist of Diaosi is like this. Once I have money, I like to spend money everywhere to pretend to be slapped. Whether it's buying jewelry, watches, cars, or houses, as long as it's shopping, even if it's just buying mobile phones to buy clothes, they all want to be forced. Are you irritating or not? Just like just now, you want to buy the most expensive house? It's so full of prettiest breath. There is no wood, or there is it. My God, did he really buy it? Almost 20 million well-decorated villas, the full price. Chin Tian thought, the exclamation of several salesgirls coming from the hall. It seems very incredible that a little brother in the uniform of a takeaway can buy such an expensive villa. In fact, it is indeed incredible. How much money can I earn by delivering food in a month? It would earn more than 10,000 a month if he died. Moreover, with just over 10,000, the delivery staff had to work hard, snatch the road, and run the red light. At the end of a year, 200,000 yuan can be saved. Want to buy a 20 million villa? It would take at least 100 years. Hearing the exclamation of the salesgirls, Xiao Qian came out of the sales hall with a smile on his mouth. When he met Lu Min before, he originally wanted to hit Lu Min hard in the face. Who knows what Mr. Qin destroyed? But now, seeing Xiao Yali's surprised eyes, he somewhat made up for some regrets in his heart. Brother, can I add your WeChat? A salesgirl hurriedly stepped forward. The ability to buy a 20 million level villa is enough to prove that this person is not easy. Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. If you can go to WeChat, you will be able to reach the peak of success. Just who is Xiao Qin? How is it possible to look at the average vulgar fan? Sorry, I don't have the habit of adding strangers to WeChat. Xiao Qin said something very pretentiously. After speaking, he ignored the expressions of the people and walked directly out of the sales hall of the Dongfang Palace. Old Li just now came out a takeaway in a yellow uniform, about the same height as me. You send 2 people to stare at him, don't disturb him, report all his whereabouts to me. Seeing Xiao Qin walking in the lobby of the sales building, Chin Tian directly sent a message to Lao Li. This Xiao Qin is also a counterattack. Not much better than Wang Hao. Deal with the protagonist of this kind of cock. Chin Tian feels that with his current level, he can play with him by playing with any means. So he didn't stop Xiao Qin from buying a house. Investigating whereabouts is also handed over to his hands. Obtaining the boss's order, Lao Li looked sideways and immediately spotted Xiao Qin who had come out to ride a little e-donkey. Okay, President Qin. Lao Li agreed and quickly called the bodyguard behind him. Damn, I didn't expect to meet Xiao Yali here. Xiao Qin, who left the sales hall on a small electric stove, couldn't help but mutter. He was a takeaway boy. After breaking up with Xiao Yali, she also delivered takeaways every day, played games, and lived a very hard life. However, half a month ago, his mobile phone suddenly added an app called Super Takeaway. In this special app, some very special orders can be received. As long as these orders are completed, there will be corresponding monetary rewards. As little as 100,000, as many as 10 million. As long as the customer gives 5-star praise, and after collecting a certain 5-star praise, he can still get some random extra rewards. There are company shares, luxury houses, luxury cars, and some special capabilities. Originally, he thought it was just a rogue software, so he didn't ask about it at first. But after he finished the day's takeaway that day, I reported the attitude of giving it a try and used this app once. So he got 100,000 yuan. Seeing that his bank account is indeed more than 100,000, he was excited all over. Now that 15 days have passed, his bank account has nearly 1 billion in cash. There is a supercar, 2 sets of 3 bedrooms, and 1 living room, and a villa that he just bought. Forget it, it's just a woman who worships gold. It's not worth worrying about. Xiao Qian said to himself. Take out his mobile phone and take a look. There are still 10 5-star reviews, so I can get extra rewards, so I'd better go for the food delivery first. Let me see, the next one is Su Group Office? Su Yanran? She sounds like a beautiful woman by her name. Xiao Qian couldn't help muttering, but he didn't think too much, and hurriedly rode a small e-donkey to the designated place to get takeaway. This is a 5-star hotel, and the food ordered is a bit too much, filling his entire food box. It was done 3 times, 5 times out of 2, and he rode an electric bike towards the Su Group. The Su family is an electrical tycoon. Various departments have complete facilities. The headquarters is also very luxurious. Carrying large and small bags of takeaway, Xiao Qin waited for the elevator to go upstairs and quickly found Su Yanran's office. It was impossible for the takeaway staff to meet Su Yanran. But because Su Yanran is taking over the Su family's industry, there are a lot of documents that need to be corrected. So today most people are off work. After she ordered the takeaway, she also greeted the security guard downstairs. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, your takeaway. Oh, the door is open. Come in, Su Yanran said without raising her head. Xiaochen pushed in. Just put it on the opposite table. Okay. Xiaochen nodded and put all the packed meals on a dining table in the corner of the office. Soon, the packed meals are ready. After doing all this, Xiaochen habitually glanced at the talking woman in the office. But it was this look that made him dumbfounded. Oh my god, isn't this woman too beautiful? In this world, there is such a beautiful woman? It seems to be aware of Xiaochen's gaze. Su Yanran slowly raised her head. What? Are you still okay? No. It's okay, please give me a 5-star praise. Xiaochen came back to his senses and said quickly. Oh. Su Yanran raised her eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. 5-star praise is fine. But, can you answer me a question? What is the problem? Do you think I'm pretty? Su Yanran stopped her work and looked at Xiaochen seriously. Her look is also very calm. When Xiaochen heard this, he was a little uncomfortable. A female president who looks like a stunning beauty in the world, holding a pin in one hand and a white chin in the other. Then he asked himself seriously, is she pretty? What's the situation with this F***CK? Could it be that your own enchanting eye has taken effect? Not right. Although I did use the eye of enchantment just now, this thing just makes women increase the degree of goodwill towards them. The effect is accumulated over time. How can it be so fast? Pretty. Xiaochen didn't have time to think too much. After swallowing, he honestly replied, I have never seen someone as beautiful as you. Is it? Su Yanran's expression was calm. She didn't know why, so she suddenly wanted to ask the takeaway boy what she thought. She took out a framed photo from the drawer and placed it gently on the table. Then you think, who is more prettier than me? Hearing this, Xiaochen subconsciously glanced at the photo on the table. His eyesight is very good. Even if several meters away, he can clearly see things in the photo. In the photo is a woman in a cheongsam. The graceful figure, the face of the country and the city. On top of the curled hair, there is a bamboo fan with an unusually delicate palm size. Sexy, enchanting, charming. Xiaochen took a breath. This woman is so superb. Xiaochen was surprised for a moment and quickly said, you are all beautiful. There is no doubt that the woman in the photo is Gu Qingqing. So he didn't lie. Su Yanran and Gu Qingqing are basically at the peak of their respective fields. One is noble and glamorous, the other is sexy and charming. Then what if you must choose one? Huh? Xiaochen looked embarrassed. This F***CK. Children do multiple choice questions. Adults want everything, okay? Moreover, the styles of the two are different. How can they compare? Seeing Gu Qingqing's photos clearly, he originally wanted to flatter Su Yanran. But his conscience is overwhelming. Seeing Xiaochen's embarrassed appearance, Su Yanran sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it. You go out. Xiaochen was a little puzzled. But now he hasn't grown to the point where he can do whatever he wants. So I had to walk out of Su Yanran's office obediently, and then close the office door. Su Yanran picked up the picture of Gu Qingqing on the table and looked at it again. All the people who saw you and me at the same time either chose me flatteringly, or they just looked embarrassed like this takeaway boy. In other words, if I fight with you, Uncle Qin will definitely be so embarrassed. Su Yanran muttered to herself, and then fell into deep thought. What should I do? At the same time, the other side. After Qin Tian bought the house and ate dinner, he returned to his villa. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening, although Qin Tian has to pay to buy a house. But he is one of the developers after all. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. So the internal price of Super VIP is definitely there. After returning to the villa, Qin Tian glanced at Deng Yuqing, who was sitting next to him on the sofa. A word came to mind suddenly. The League of Ex-Girlfriends. Deng Yuqing is the former girlfriend of the protagonist Wang Hao. Her good friend Deng Yali is the ex-girlfriend of the protagonist Xiao Chun. Both are ex-girlfriends of the protagonist. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Now he doubts whether that short-haired girl named Zhou Yin also has an ex-boyfriend who is the protagonist? Qin, can I take 2 photos and send them to Moments? Qin Tian's villa is really luxurious. When she came here for the first time, she was dazzled. Such a luxurious manor house. If you are not satisfied with your vanity, it will not be worthy of the 3 words of your own golden girl. It's okay to take pictures, but let's take pictures when you are done. Good master. Deng Yuqing nodded hurriedly, knelt, and came to Qin Tian. By the way, what's the purpose of this black leg ring on your lap? It looks good. Is it just good looking? I thought it was when I put it on my neck. Deng Yuqing's face flushed. If the master needs it, I can too. Oh haha. Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh loudly. At this time, he had to sigh with emotion. These days of the rich are so cool. He obviously prefers the current direct method than the way the protagonist pretends to be forced to slap his face to capture the heart of the girl. Over time, an hour came in a flash. Li Jun will investigate Xiao Qin's information today and bring it to Qin Tian. Xiao Qian is rich now and has strengthened his physical fitness, but the tracking ability of the bodyguard is still very good. Xiao Qian had a bit of fighting power, but his alertness was much worse than Lin Feng and Yi Xian, so he didn't find anyone following him. After Qin Tian played with Deng Yuqing for more than an hour, he took a bath and put on a bathrobe. Li Jun also just delivered the information to the door of the villa. Qin Tian got the information, closed the door and returned to the living room, and looked at it carefully. Xiao Qian has been delivering food in the afternoon, and unlike other takeaway brothers, several orders are delivered. Is he a single delivery? The time required for each order is at least 40 minutes or more. From this, Qin Tian can basically determine that the system of this product should be related to takeaway. Otherwise, Shenhao's system wouldn't let him keep delivering food. Huh? He has been to the Su group? Seeing the place where Xiao Qian had been on the document, Qin Tian couldn't help frowning. He suddenly thought of something, quickly took out his cell phone and called Su Yanran. Hey, Uncle Qin. Seeing Qin Tian take the initiative to call herself, Su Yanran was extremely happy. Qin Tian asked tentatively, Su girl, did you order takeaway this afternoon? Huh? Uncle Qin. How did you know? This, I heard someone say it. Qin Tian lied at will. He can't say that he guessed based on the novel routine, right? In general urban novels, the type of heroine is just that much. Iceberg female president, violent policewoman, innocent student girl, etc. Su Yanran fits the role of the female president of Bingberg very well. At the beginning, Lin Feng and later Yi Xian also regarded her as the heroine. Therefore, there is one more Xiao Chen now. Qin Tian is not surprising at all. Wow, Uncle Qin, didn't you arrange a spy by my side? You can listen to other people about this kind of thing? Haha, you really guessed it right. Qin Tian smiled and said, I just arranged a spy by your side. Uncle Qin joked. By the way, Uncle Qin, is there anything you call me? Originally there was something wrong, but now it's okay. You can be busy with you. I won't bother you. Speaking, Qin Tian hung up the phone directly. Su Yanran on the other end of the phone was confused. Qin Tian did not care about her, because for him now, dealing with the protagonist is the most important thing. After thinking for a while, Qin Tian took out his laptop from the drawer under the coffee table. Boot up, open homebrew. Although he doesn't have Xiao Qin's background information, he does have his personal details. Therefore, Qin Tian quickly found all the bank cards and personal property under the name of Xiao Chun by using his full-level hacking ability. Seeing many zeros behind one of the bank cards, Qin Tian suddenly turned black. Billions? There are houses and supercars? Why don't you day out? Decisively picked up the phone and dialed another call. Hey, Mr. Qin, hello? Sister Ruashi, I found a person with a lot of cash and personal property of unknown origin. Can you take someone to investigate him? Cash from unknown origin? How much is it? Probably 1 billion. Oh, 1 billion. What? You said 1 billion? Lu Ruashi obviously didn't react. Ding, due to the alarm, the plot direction was changed drastically, and the villain value was plus 1,500, and the luck value was 300 points. The villain is worth 4,000, and the luck is worth 4,000. Seeing this data, Qin Tian is very satisfied. The villain value and luck value obtained by the police call this time were obviously more than when Lin Feng was pitted last time. Qin Tian thought for a while. It should be that Xiao Chun is not as good as Lin Feng, so this alarm call hurt him more. But now Qin Tian doesn't care about these anymore. Anyway, he is responsible for the abuse of the master. These rewards, as much as the system gives, you will be done. At this time, on the other end of the phone, I heard billions of unidentified cash. Lu Ruashi was really surprised. You know, Jin San's fortune is only more than 1 billion in total. Bank cash is only 1 or 2 billion at most. 1 billion in cash. What is the concept? A boss worth tens of billions may not necessarily have so much cash. Therefore, what Qin Tian said was very serious. Mr. Qin, is the news accurate? It's true. Then can you provide the identity information of the other party? Yes. I'll send you a penguin. Okay. Qin Tian hung up the phone, immediately sent Xiao Chen's home address, work history, bank card number and ID number to Lu Ruashi. He has the eyes of a villain and works with full-level hacking skills. It is easy to get these information. On the other side, after receiving Xiao Chen's personal information, Lu Ruashi checked the correctness of Xiao Chen's information overnight. There is no doubt that the information is correct. Xiao Chen's hometown is a rural village, and he graduated from a third-rate university. The job after coming out is also very ordinary. But for such an ordinary person, the bank card actually has 1 billion in cash? The more Lu Ruashi thought about it, the more wrong it became. Early the next morning, she quickly called to the bank to check. The bank told her that Xiao Chun was a VIP customer of their bank. There is indeed a lot of money in the account. Because there is no problem with the inflow of this money, the bank did not pursue the source of the cash. Hearing the bank's explanation, Lu Ruashi's brows furrowed tighter. A college student who was born poor and earns money by delivering food. Why has 1 billion in cash? Even if there is no problem with the money inflow, it is very unreasonable. So Lu Ruashi resolutely found 2 colleagues and went to Xiao Chan together. At the same time, a message was sent to Qin Tian. Mr. Qin, thank you for your report. You're welcome. Little brother, you are so handsome. I really like you. Little brother, can I add your WeChat today? At 9 o'clock in the morning, on the second floor of a large clothing store in Tumen, several salespersons gathered around a yellow-clothed takeout boy asking for WeChat. They have ordered takeaways many times, and this handsome boy brought them to them every time. Because this little brother is very handsome. Therefore, both parties are familiar with each other. Today they deliberately spotted the time and ordered a breakfast. Then this scene happened just now. Seeing one of the girls who was pretty good, Xiao Chen's mouth raised a smile that he thought was handsome. Yes, but first give a 5-star praise. Isn't it 5-star praise? No problem. If 5-star praise. Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. Little brother, I gave it 2. The 2 girls raised their phones to Xiao Chun at the same time. Thank you. Xiao Chun smiled, then turned out the QR code of his mobile phone. Although these girls are far worse than Su Yanran who met yesterday, but he has been single for so long, so naturally he doesn't mind having a spark of love with each other. And he always thinks he has this super takeaway app. There will definitely be more than one woman in the future. I added it to WeChat. I added it too. Well, then I'm leaving now. Goodbye, little brother. Goodbye. After adding WeChat, Xiao Chun waved his hand casually, and then walked out of the mall. As there were no guests in the morning, the girls were reluctant to leave. He even leaned on the window to watch Xiao Chun leave. It's just that even they didn't expect that the next scene would refresh their 3 views. I saw Xiao Chun leaving the mall and took out his exquisite car key and pressed it. Then an Aston Martin 1-77, parked on the side of the road, immediately flashed its lights. Xiao Chun walked over slowly, opened the door and got into the cab. My God, I didn't look at the dizziness, right? What kind of car is this? It looks like it's very valuable. I've seen this. It seems to be an Aston Martin 1-77. Too awesome, right? Come to drive a super to deliver takeaway? I don't understand the life of the rich. Seeing Xiao Chun driving the $500 million Aston Martin 1-77 to deliver the food, the girls talked a lot. They are all expressing that they don't understand. Obviously, you can drive a supercar, so what kind of takeaway? The girls didn't know what Xiao Chun was thinking. Xiao Chun didn't know what the girls were thinking. But Xiao Chun didn't care much about these now, because he did this to attract the attention of passers-by. He enjoys this kind of highly anticipated feeling. Boom. Aston Martin 1-77 let out a roar like a beast and took Xiao Chen to his next destination. On the sports car, Xiao Chen hummed a small song all the way, feeling contented. When he thinks about his current life, his mood is exceptionally beautiful. Money, beauties, luxury cars, luxury houses. This kind of life that was previously unattainable is now at your fingertips for yourself? It's incredible to think about it. Following Xiao Chen's contemplation, the Aston Martin 1-77 drove outside the Dongfang Palace community. There is a woman who lives alone here, named Yao Yao. Yao Yao is very beautiful and often orders his takeaway, so he is very familiar. Thank you. Thank you for the rocket sent by. This boy is so handsome. Thank you. As soon as he went upstairs with the takeaway, Xiao Chun heard Yao Yao's sweet voice coming from inside. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chun smiled and knocked on Yao Yao's door. Hello, beauty. Your breakfast is here. Oh, sorry. My takeaway is here. You wait for me to get a takeaway. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of running. Then, click. The door opened. One wears a tight sleeveless t-shirt with a bear pattern on the upper body and a pleated skirt on the lower body. A girl with a double ponytail appeared in front of Xiao Chun. The woman has white skin and a childlike face. She looks like a childlike giant lowly. But Xiao Chun knew that this woman was actually the mother of a 4-year-old child. Beauty, your breakfast. Wow, Xiao Chun, early in the morning, are you here to deliver food? Yao Yao and Xiao Chun seemed to be very familiar with each other, and said with a surprised expression after taking the breakfast. Don't you broadcast it early in the morning? Yao Yao smiled awkwardly. Hee, there is no way, for the sake of life. Then I also want to live. Xiao Chun smiled too. Although this woman is the mother of a child, her figure is really foul. I really wanna. Yao Yao laughed loudly when she heard Xiao Chun's words. Haha, that's what I said. It's not easy to make money in the current society. By the way, do you want to come in and sit down? This no need. I will affect your live broadcast when I come in, and I also have takeaways to deliver. Oh, so? Okay. If that's the case, then I won't send you off. Well, you are busy with you. Yao Yao didn't think much, closed the door and continued the live broadcast. And Xiao Chun smiled at the corner of his mouth. This woman doesn't seem to know that I am her number one? Shaking his head and no longer thinking about it, Xiao Chun came downstairs. Aston Martin stopped quietly on the side of the aisle of the community. Originally, Xiao Chun was going to get in the car to buy some gifts for Yao Yao, but suddenly found something was wrong, because next to his Aston Martin 1-77, a police car was parked. Seeing Xiao Chun got off, 3 policemen got on and off the police car. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Chun Xiao? Yes, you are. The leading female police officer showed her ID. Someone reported that you have a large amount of cash from unknown sources. Please follow us to the police station to assist in the investigation. What? There were 3 policemen who got off the police car. 2 men and 1 woman. Women lead the team. Originally seeing Lu Ruashi who was brave, Xiao Chun still felt that he could feast his eyes. But when he heard the woman's words, he was immediately confused. Reported? Unknown source of large amounts of cash? How can it be? Doesn't the app say that all the rewards above are obtained through formal channels and will not be discovered by others? What's the situation now? Beautiful police officer, are you making a mistake? Xiao Chun was a little panicked, because his money, house, and car are all obtained from the app of the Super Deliver Man. He can't tell the police the secret of this app, right? If your name is Xiao Chun, then you are right. Lu Ruashi glanced at Aston Martin next to him, showing no respect for Xiao Chun. Driving in a supercar to deliver food? It can also be high profile. Then what if I am not called Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun asked tentatively. Take a look at the ID card. I'm Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was discouraged. At this time, Xiao Chun was extremely depressed. How can I be reported by others? Who would be so boring to report yourself? When most people see the rich, don't they just envy, jealous, and hate? How is it possible to doubt the origin of the other party's money? Still report? Damn it. It's a terrible dog. Xiao Chun was very depressed, but he had no other choice at this time. So he had to park the car and follow him in the police car obediently. As soon as Xiao Chun appeared, he was pitted into the police station by Qin Tian. I have to say, a bit sad. But who makes him like pretending so much? Pretending to be in front of Qin Tian. Who does Qin Tian cheat him? When Xiao Chun was taken away by Lu Ruashi, the other side. In a taxi, Fatty Chen was taking Xiao Hong to pick up Wang Hao, because Wang Hao and Deng Yuqing are classmates. So Wang Hao is also Xiao Yali's classmate. Several people had a good relationship when they were in school, plus they were all in 2 men. Therefore, Xiao Yali also invited Wang Hao and Chen Fatty to her wedding today. Brother Chun, I didn't expect you to have a friend who writes novels. That's amazing. Xiao Hong in the taxi looked at Fatty Chun with an admiring face. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Fatty Chun was wearing a dog-like look for attending the wedding today. Hearing Xiao Hong say this, he smiled modestly. Oh, what's so great about just writing a novel? You don't know. His previous manuscript fee was only more than 1,000 a month, and this book has only improved a bit recently. After Chen Fatty finished speaking, he was still a little scared. At the beginning, he lent all the money to marry his wife to Wang Hao. Fatty Chun was relieved to see Wang Hao's success in fighting and breaking. But then the book was suddenly plagiarized by the accused, which almost made him scared to death. Because if Wang Hao couldn't turn over, he wouldn't be able to repay his money. If he can't pay back his money, what should he do when he marries a wife? But fortunately, there hasn't been any problem with this book recently. Really? Xiao Hong looked surprised. Then what is his novel's name? Can you tell me? My roommate always likes to read novels. Of course can. Fatty Chun told Xiao Hong about Wang Hao's situation without hesitation. This is not a big deal anyway. Xiao Hong silently remembered it in her heart, and then took advantage of Fatty Chun not paying attention. Silently edited a text message and sent it to Qin Tian. This Xiao Chun shouldn't get out so easily. On the other side, Lishan Villa. With his hands resting on his head, lying on his big bed, Qin Tian muttered to himself. Xiao Chan is the protagonist of the Cocksilk. This Qin Tian can basically be sure. A protagonist like him is not capable of exploiting legal loopholes until he is fully developed. Xiao Chan is still pretending to slap her face by buying a house, obviously still in the growth stage. For him like this, it should not be easy for him to get out of the police station. I don't know who invented this type of protagonist. Qin Tian couldn't help but complain. A poor food delivery company who suddenly became a billionaire. Wouldn't it arouse suspicion? This is simply an insult to IQ. You know, you have become very capable of playing. This is a personal hidden attribute. The protagonist's bank card and personal property under his name are translucent to the official. The police want to investigate and can find it at any time. The degree of privacy of the two is not at the same level at all. But now that he has become so able to fight, it has aroused the suspicion of the police. Why not be discovered by this kind of protagonist? What? Can't find the system? The police couldn't find the source. Wouldn't it be more suspicious? Ding dong. Suddenly WeChat ringing interrupted Qin Tian's thoughts. Qin Tian took a look at the cell phone next to him. Doru. Seeing the message Xiaohong sent to herself, Qin Tian couldn't help but squinted. Feel free to search on the phone. After seeing the search results, Qin Tian was speechless. No wonder I can't find it. It turns out that Wang Hao not only changed the vest, but also changed the website. It's also very careful. But to solve Wang Hao's words, Qin Tian has no idea of copying any novel now. After thinking for a while, he directly picked up the phone and dialed Mudai's number. Hey, Fluttershy, are you free now? When you are free, Qin, what's your order? You used my personal name to help me acquire 2 novel websites. What? Buy a novel website? Mudai was a little puzzled. This? President Qin, have we never been involved in this industry? It's okay, we will have it in the future. Please contact the lawyer team and ask them to draw up the contract for me to see. This okay. I will post the name of the website on your mobile phone. Okay. Mudai had no choice but to agree to Qin Tian's request. After all, Qin Tian is not only her boss, but also the person she loves most. And Qin Tian, the reason for buying a novel website. In addition to dealing with Wang Hao, he also took a fancy to the prospects of this industry. The business of online novels has just started in this world, and it is definitely profitable. Nowadays, buying a novel website can not only make money, but also deal with the protagonist. Why not do this kind of thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone? Honey, when shall we leave? As soon as Qin Tian hung up the phone, Deng Yuqing's voice reached his ears. At this time, she had just come out of the bathroom and was still wiping her hair with a towel. Qin Tian came back to his senses and looked at the time. It's not 10 o'clock now, let's talk about the next morning run. Deng Yuqing. To be honest, Qin Tian's energy is not like a 40-year-old middle-aged person at all. This makes Deng Yuqing often have the illusion that he can't resist. Why does Qin Tian go to this level of wedding with Deng Yuqing? In fact, there is no particular reason. It's just because Deng Yuqing has the identity of the protagonist's ex-girlfriend. Going to various parties with her, it is easy to encounter some plots where the protagonist pretends to be slapped in the face. It's like meeting Xiao Chun in the sales department of Dongfang Palace before. Although Xiao Chun was just an accident, it was enough to show that Qin Tian's judgment was not wrong. So I was going to relax my Qin Tian, so I decided to play with Deng Yuqing. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Juju farmhouse. The wedding scene of Lu Min and Xiao Yali is now crowded with people. The relatives of both sides are almost there. 3 aunts and 6 women, 7 aunts, and 8 aunts. The wedding has not yet begun, and everyone is chatting together in 2s and 3s about topics of interest. What? President Qin is coming too? Xiao Yali, who was wearing a wedding dress, got excited after receiving Deng Yuqing's call. Qin Tian, that is the big boss of the Qin group. When he came to the wedding, she and Lu Min both had light on their faces. After coming out of the sales department yesterday, she knew the identity of Qin Tian. I remember that she and Zhou Yan were both surprised and couldn't even speak. The president of the Qin group has actually become Deng Yuqing's boyfriend? This is simply a fantasy. But the fact is before them, they have to believe it. Although they knew that Deng Yuqing might just be one of Qin Tian's women, but this does not prevent them from envying the life of this girl. Is it embarrassing to be kept in the upper middle circle these days? Not ashamed at all. The shame is that the boss who takes care of you is not of high value and does not buy you anything. And Qin Tian obviously does not belong to this kind of person. He is the top rich, the kind who buys things without mercy. A woman who can become him is even more jealous than a person who has won 5 million. Yes, Deng Yuqing said, but he doesn't like special treatment, just let you go with the flow. Okay, I get it. Xiao Yali nodded quickly. It's just that she is 25 years old after all, someone who has experienced the workplace. It's not so stupid that Qin Tian doesn't like special treatment, so she really treats them like ordinary guests. So she immediately notified Lu Min of this matter. Lu Min also looked surprised when he knew it, and hurriedly arranged someone to greet him. At the same time, in a corner of the wedding hall, a group of Xiao Yali's classmates also sat down at a table and were chatting. The current wedding, in fact, is just like that. The people who knew each other sat together, bragging to each other. That's the topic of conversation. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Where do you work? How much do you earn in a month? Is there an object? Where does the subject work? How much money is earned in a month? In short, it is basically related to money. Hey, isn't this Fatty Chin? Oh my god. Is this your girlfriend? On the aisle of the wedding hall where people came and went, I saw Fatty Chun appearing here with a girl. A young man with pimples said with a look of surprise. This fat guy was frustrated when he went to school. Didn't expect to have such a beautiful girlfriend after graduation. Hearing this, Fatty Chin looked smug, but he corrected himself. No, we are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? They all came to the wedding together, and even ordinary friends? The young man's name is Yin Jianjun. Hearing this as if I knew it, he thumped the fat man on the shoulder. You kid, that's okay. Hey, I and Xiao Wei are sitting over there. Do you want to be together? This one. Fatty Chin glanced at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong smiled sweetly. What do you think of me? Go if you want. Then let's go together. Haha, I didn't expect you, fat man, to be a strict wife. By the way, fat man, do I remember that you and Wang Hao are not best friends? Why didn't you come together? I am here. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Hao's voice reached the ears of the two of them behind him. Hearing this voice, Yin Jianjun turned his head and immediately saw Wang Hao's resentful eyes. Haha. Yin Jianjun couldn't help laughing loudly. After greeting them for a while, he patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and then took the three of them to the classmates' table and sat down. Xiao Yali is well known at school, and there are 17 classmates who came this time. There are still a few places left in 2 tables. Among them are classmates who are not teenage girls. Wang Hao found a place at will and sat down. Not long after sitting down, a girl came over. So you are here? The girl's voice was crisp and sweet, and everyone turned their heads subconsciously. Suddenly a pure and lovely girl wearing a white gauze skirt appeared in the sight of everyone. Huh? This beauty is? What? You don't recognize me anymore? Hey, are you Zhao Qinya? A female classmate asked tentatively. Zhao Qinya found a spot at random and sat down with a sweet smile. You still have a conscience, you haven't forgotten me. My God, aren't you? Are you really Zhao Qinya? Why, doesn't it look like? Of course not. How can Zhao Qinya be as beautiful as you? Yes, I remember you weren't like this before, did you? Isn't it? She used to be compared with the present. There is simply a gap between the sky and the underground. You don't know this? Qinya is now a star, a big star in the first-tier cities. It's not the same level as us. I'm going, really? First-tier cities? Or stars? This is too powerful, right? Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm just a fool. Zhao Qinya was a little speechless and was about to say something. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Hey, Wang Hao, are you here too? As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on high heels and voluntarily ran to Wang Hao and sat down. I sit next to you. Don't you mind? Of course I don't mind. I didn't expect to see you for so long. You have become so beautiful. Hey, you are not bad now. Zhao Qinya smiled and said, by the way, Wang Hao, I remember you seem to be writing an online novel. How's it going? It's okay. It just improved a bit recently. Zhao Qinya continued. It's good if there is improvement. Let me tell you, the line of online novels is very promising. I've seen a lot of crews, and they are already using online novels as scripts, and the copyright fee for this script is higher than the average second-tier star. Is it? Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. Why did I lie to you? By the way, where's your girlfriend Yuqing? Why didn't you see her? Yuqing. Hearing the words Yuqing, Wang Hao tugged his fist. Deng Yuqing is the pain in his heart. If he can, he will not want to mention these 3 words in his whole life. It's just that there are so many things in this world. That's how ***king it is. The more you don't think about it, the reality will come. As soon as the two talked to Deng Yuqing appeared at the entrance of the wedding hall with Qin Tian's arm in his arms. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao pulled his fists tighter, and Zhao Qinya immediately understood something. I didn't expect Deng Yuqing to be such a person. Qin Tian's appearance is naturally attracting much attention. Although he came here, in order to keep a low profile, he deliberately replaced the Rolls-Royce with that Mercedes-Benz G. But even the Mercedes-Benz Big G is a luxury car worth 2 or 3 million. It is not at the same level as ordinary Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Coupled with Lu Min's special arrangement, Qin Tian came to this hall and attracted the attention of many people. Mr. Qin, are you really going to my classmate's side? What do you think? Qin Tian glanced at Deng Yuqing. Didn't you come here for the pretense and face slap you might encounter? If you're separated from her classmates, what is the point of coming here by yourself? Okay then. After receiving Qin Tian's definite answer, Deng Yuqing didn't dare to speak anymore, pulling Qin Tian towards the direction of those classmates. I saw Deng Yuqing pulling Qin Tian over. The expressions of these students are a little unnatural. They all seem to know that Wang Hao and Deng Yuqing are lovers. At this time, Deng Yuqing brought another man over. What does this mean? Deng Yuqing didn't care about this, and generously introduced it to everyone. These people, the circle level is too low, they don't know Qin Tian. So she just introduced a name casually. Yuqing, come and sit here. The situation of these students is a bit awkward. But what time is it now? It is normal to divide and combine. So there are always some people who don't care about this. 2 tables of classmates, and 2 vacancies, seem to be specially prepared for Qin Tian. After the two were seated, Xiao Hong glanced at Qin Tian and pretended not to know each other. This is what Qin Tian has informed her a long time ago. Qin Tian also glanced at everyone present, and suddenly became a little disappointed. Of the 20 people on the 2 tables, only Wang Hao is the protagonist. Everyone else is basically a trick. And with Wang Hao's current situation, can he still pretend to be compelling? Qin Tian had some doubts. Some people don't know what to think. They don't sit in such empty seats in other places, so they just want to sit here. Qin Tian is searching for other protagonists. A woman's yin and yang strange voice suddenly rang. Qin Tian looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly a lovely beauty with a baby face appeared in his sight. This is not the most important. The most important thing is that this baby-faced beauty is not only one of the heroines, but also a bit like the female star Zhao Xiaodao in the memory of Qin Tian's previous life. Her face is very clean, and her round face and slightly pointed chin look cute. From the looks of it, it is a very flattering type. But this mouth, real or fake? Qin Tian couldn't believe his eyes a little. Take a closer look. Zhao Qinya's information immediately appeared in Qin Tian's line of sight. Name, Zhao Qinya. Age, 25 years old. Height, 165. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Weight, 96. Personality, carefree, unobtrusive. Occupation, dragon actor. Spouse, none. Relationship experience, none. The person who admires, Wang Hao. Weaknesses, the family background is very ordinary, loves acting, but is unwilling to be unspoken rules, speaks without the brain, so offend many company leaders and entertainment industry giants. In addition to being a 25-year-old actor, the character seemed to be a bit similar, but when she saw that the person she admired was Wang Hao, Qin Tian knew that this was another routine. At the party attended by the classmates, the ex-girlfriend is a vain woman. But at this moment, there will be a woman who looks good, but has a personality that is 10,000 times more friendly than the former. The most important quality of this woman is not to worship money. And also like the protagonist who is seemingly impoverished. I have to say that the story is terrible, and the setting is very unreasonable, but it is loved by readers. After all, who doesn't want a girlfriend who has a good body, a long and beautiful body, and who doesn't worship gold? This beauty, are you talking about me? After carefully reading Zhao Qinyu's information, Qin Tian suddenly felt that this time it was not in vain. It's pretty self-aware. Zhao Qinya glanced at Qin Tian and Deng Yuqing. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. When Wang Hao was in school, he was a gifted man. She has liked Wang Hao for a long time. It was just when she was in school, because she had no money at home. Her dress was a little dirty, and she was wearing braces, and she looked a little bit pretty indifferent. So she, who was a little inferior in her heart, didn't dare to express love to Wang Hao. After graduation, she worked as an office worker in Tumen for 1 year. Feeling that this is not the way to go, then she went to the Yinjing Film and Television City to become a trump card for her dream. Between her and Wang Hao, Aide had no further contact. Later, someone formed a group of classmates, and she learned about Wang Hao and Deng Yuqing. Later, she didn't know anything. But now, although she was very happy after learning that Deng Yuqing had broken up with Wang Hao, but she also didn't allow this pair of dogmen and women to bully Wang Hao. If I remember correctly, we only met today for the first time? Is it necessary to be so cynic with me? I just can't get used to it. Zhao Qinya casually said. Can't understand? Can't understand what? Qin Tian smiled playfully. I can't bear Deng Yuqing dumping Wang Hao. Are you with me? Qin Tian's words stunned all the students present. Damn it, is this guy speaking so direct? Before they could respond, Qin Tian continued to speak. I think you grow up so old. You should understand the principle of good birds choosing wood for habitation, right? What if you understand? Zhao Qinya pouted her lips. Qin Tian didn't panic. Since you understand this truth, then I ask you, do you think that when making a movie, an actor who has good acting skills without a good script, can he get hot? This? Zhao Qinya was at a loss for words. Deng Yuqing knew that she was filming in Yinjing. So Qin Tian asked this sentence. She didn't have too many surprises. An actor wants to be popular. Acting skills and scripts are indeed indispensable. However, why should I admit that what he said was right? Thinking that Zhao Qinya wanted to refute, Qin Tian continued to say without waiting for her to speak. Let me ask you again. If you marry a man who can't even pay the rent every month, you will have no time to think about anything except firewood, rice, oil, and salt every day. You will even hesitate to buy a bag of 700 or 800 yuan for several months. Would you like this kind of life? Answering so hesitated. Are you unwilling? Qin Tian sneered. Then what qualifications do you have to look down on Deng Yuqing's choice? I can give her what she wants. What can Wang Hao give her? A rental house that can't even hold the air conditioner? Or a cheap love that can be considered a luxury even for a barbecue? Hearing Qin Tian's words, all the students were stunned. Even Wang Hao was clenching his teeth, pulling his fist tightly and unable to speak. Because the problems Qin Tian said are more realistic. In this materialistic society, without bread, what kind of love can we talk about? Deng Yuqing looked at Qin Tian at this time with an incredible expression. Abandoning the poor and forcing her boyfriend to go to sugar daddy, can you still be so upright? I remember that when I was with Qin Tian just now, Qin Tian said this. At that time she thought that Qin Tian was just talking casually. Unexpectedly now, Ding successfully hit the protagonist Wang Hao's self-confidence and gained a villain value of plus 300. Ding, one of the heroines, Zhao Qinya's belief is shaken and gets plus 200 as the villain value. Qin Tian hit the protagonist's self-confidence? Wang Hao, the protagonist, seems to have a glass heart. Glass heart refers to those who have poor psychological quality. Their souls are as fragile as glass. They are very fragile and cannot withstand criticism or accusations. According to the survey, Diaoxi with poor family background is the most prone to this kind of mentality. Because of a bad family background, whenever someone mentions money, he feels that you look down on him or even insult him. Especially your girlfriend. As long as he mentions money, he thinks you are a vanity-worshipping gold-worship girl. Why is there only money in his heart? Money is the most sensitive topic in their hearts, and most people can't touch it. At this time, Wang Hao seemed to have a tendency in this regard. Otherwise, why the former protagonists, Lin Feng, Yi Xian, and even Yi Chen, didn't get the villain value in terms of hitting confidence? Did he get it from Wang Hao? You are utterly arguing. Qin Tian had a few questions in a row, and the head that Zhao Qinya asked was a little bewildered. But after coming back to her senses, she still couldn't help being right. Because of the influence of the protagonist's halo, she still has hope for life and feels that love is more important than money. Where am I being so strong? Qin Tian came back to his senses and took a look at Zhao Qinya. Because you like Wang Hao, you think about things from Wang Hao's point of view everywhere. That's why you think I'm arguing. But if you think about things from the perspective of a woman, you won't think so. How do I like Wang Hao? Zhao Qinya blushed instantly, without any other meaning in Qin Tian's words. But when the others heard Qin Tian's words, they had already exploded the pot. My God, Qinya likes Wang Hao? Isn't she? Real or fake? I didn't see it at all. I saw it just now. I can see that when Yuqing came, Wang Hao hadn't said anything, but Qinya was in a hurry. K, really? It's kind of incredible. The boss is the boss. This vision is not ordinary. Yeah, I saw it after a few conversations at the first meeting. Everyone talked a lot, and even Wang Hao looked at Zhao Qinya in surprise. Qinya, you. Who knows that he hasn't finished speaking? Qin Tian said again. Wang Hao, don't look at it. Even if Zhao Qinya likes you, it is impossible for you. Why? Wang Hao asked subconsciously. Why? Why do you say? Facing such a modest and studious Wang Hao, Qin Tian couldn't help being amused too. Look at the clothes you wear. Do you add up to more than 300 yuan? Just like you are, you can't even support yourself. What do you do to marry a wife and have children? I will have money sooner or later. Wang Hao refused to accept it. He now has his own confidence. Just don't know why, in front of Qin Tian, He feels that his confidence is a little lacking. No matter how rich he is, can Qin Tian have money? It seems, can it? Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Qin Tian smiled faintly. Everyone thinks like this when they have no money. But how late is sooner or later? 10 years or 8 years? When you save enough money, the woman you like has already been married and married. Qin Tian's words hit the souls of these young people again. Especially those male classmates from poor family backgrounds showed a hint of helplessness on their faces. They know that they have experienced social beatings. Qin Tian's words are ugly, but this is reality. I am willing to work hard with Wang Hao. Zhao Qinya suddenly mustered up the courage. Qin Tian smiled disdainfully. You are willing? No, you are not willing. The reason you say this is just to make a difference with me. Certainly not. Then I ask you, are you willing to give up your dream to stay in Tumin for Wang Hao? Zhao Qinya wanted to say that I could, but she changed her words subconsciously. I can't take Wang Hao to Yinjing. Then ask if Wang Hao is willing to go to Yinjing with you? Qin Tian still has a look of disdain. Both of them don't have any emotional foundation now, so go to Mao's Yinjing. Sure enough, Zhao Qinya, who heard Qin Tian's words, subconsciously looked at Wang Hao. But Wang Hao lowered his head unconvincingly at this time. You don't even know what the other person wants. Dare you still say that you are not trying to make a difference with me? Oh, woman. Ding. Instigate a successful relationship between the male protagonist, Wang Hao, and the female protagonist, Zhao Qinya. Change the plot trend, get the villain value plus 500, and seize the luck value of 100 points. Wang Hao and Zhao Qinya are actually a perfect match. Both of them are not very good at home. One has the potential to become a great star, and the other has the potential to become a great writer. The two complement each other. Although they will not say that the country is rich or the enemy, there is no problem with being rich. It's just that Qin Tian, as a villain, where will give the two a chance to develop. Knowing the weakness, Qin Tian can prescribe the right medicine. Even if Wang Hao had his own confidence, he still couldn't see enough in front of Qin Tian. Zhao Qinya's weakness is her dream of becoming a star, and Wang Hao's weakness is his mother. Let Zhao Qinya give up her dream and stay in Tumin, or it is impossible for Wang Hao to give up his mother and go to Yinjing. So after the two entered the trap of Qin Tian, the way they look at each other has become a little different. The seats that were next to each other did not consciously move to either side. This is how the estrangement arises. Because of this incident, other students also fell into a brief silence. Fortunately, the voice of the MC came out of the microphone at this time, alleviating the embarrassment of everyone. He looked at Wang Hao, who was still a dick, and then at Zhao Qinya, who looked a little unnatural. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. This Wang Hao is too weak. The luck value is only 1,800 points. And as a copywriter, no matter what he copied, it takes a certain amount of time to witness the miracle. He who hasn't grown up, dare not fight against himself? Such an opponent is really boring. The wedding continued, but Qin Tian had lost the slightest interest. After eating, he left in a hurry. For him, coming here today is a bit unpleasant. Perhaps the biggest gain is not how many villains you get. Instead, he knew the existence of the heroine Zhao Qinya. With Qin Tian's intuition, he has every reason to believe that Zhao Qinya will be the same as Su Yanran and others. Become the heroine of the other protagonists. Beauty, can you add a WeChat? At the end of the luncheon, Qin Tian returned to his car. Deng Yuqing found Zhao Qinya, who was resting in the rest area. Although the two are classmates, they were a little unpleasant because of what happened just now. Hearing this, Zhao Qinya scanned the surroundings. At this time, some people had already drove away. She also didn't mean to go to other classmates to reminisce about the past. The only thing that caused her some attention was Wang Hao's lonely back and Chin Fatty, who kept comforting Wang Hao. Add WeChat. Zhao Qinya glanced contemptuously at Deng Yuqing, who was dressed very fashionably in front of him. Why? Do you want me to get along with you? To be honest, Deng Yuqing's dress today is much more fashionable than Zhao Qinya. The material of the clothes is much better than what she wears. But after learning about Wang Hao and Deng Yuqing, Zhao Qinya looked down on Deng Yuqing in her heart. So when she heard Deng Yuqing stop herself, she didn't have a good face for Deng Yuqing. Follow the same trend? Why do you say it's so ugly? Hearing Zhao Qinya's words, Deng Yuqing couldn't help but curl her lips. If it weren't for the classmates, I wouldn't want to come to you. Then what are you trying to say? It's nothing. I just want to show you a clear way. Minglu, I'm not rare. After Zhao Qinya finished speaking, she turned around and left. She has a straight temper, and she doesn't want to whistle around with each other. Of course she knew what the Minglu in the other party's mouth was. Is it just possible that she agrees? If she could agree, she would have agreed. So why wait until today? You don't need to pay anything to make you a big star. As soon as he said this, Zhao Qinya stopped immediately. Seeing this scene, Deng Yuqing followed up, Qinya, I know you look down on me, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that I can really help you. Zhao Qinya turned to look at Deng Yuqing. Why are you helping me? I think that man meant it. Aren't these all the same? What does he want from me? Please, what do you think you can have? Money? Or your body? Deng Yuqing was a little speechless. Money? Do you have it? As for the body? Do you think there will be a lack of women around Qin? The women around him are so much more beautiful than you. Even if you want to, other women are not willing. Then why would he help me? Zhao Qinya was even more puzzled. The other party doesn't want money or body. Isn't that even more suspicious? Deng Yuqing stopped in front of Zhao Qinya. He said to me just now that you have the potential to be a big star. So let me tell you, if you really can't hang on, you can go to him. He has a way to make you red to purple. You are popular, and he also has money to make money. This is a win-win situation of cooperation. There is no one who takes advantage of others. Really? What good is it for me to lie to you? Is that so? Upon hearing Deng Yuqing's words, Zhao Qinya obviously hesitated. To be honest, the meaning of Deng Yuqing's words made her very excited. Being a star has always been her dream. But because of Wang Hao, she felt very bad for Qin Tian and Deng Yuqing. And so, hey, Zhao Qinya, do you know how many women in Tumin want to curry favor with President Qin? Just add a WeChat, don't you? Seeing Zhao Qinya's hesitation, Deng Yuqing had the urge to curse. Are you a celebrity for money? Do you want to wear woolen clothes with my old lady here? If it weren't for she vowed to take over this lobbyist task from Qin Tian, she really wanted to leave her alone, just at a WeChat. Otherwise, what do you think? Well, after thinking about it, Zhao Chen finally agreed to Deng Yuqing's request. Anyway, just add a WeChat. It's no big deal. Think of it as leaving a way for yourself. Deng Yuqing was also relieved when she heard Zhao Chenya's consent. I finally took over a task from Qin Tian. If I failed, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, he did not shame his life. Deng left a deep impression in the heart of one of the heroines, Zhao Chenya, and gained plus 300 as the villain value. In this way, the villain value is 5,300. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Okay, if you have a villain value, you prove your behavior is correct. The little girl next door, the president of Iceberg, the violent policeman, the eldest sister of the underworld, and now there is another beauty star? This set of urban novel heroine card sets, it seems that I have to collect all the cards? Perhaps the only regret is that Wang Hao, the protagonist, is too weak. So weak that Qin Tian is a little boring to abuse. President Qin, the task is complete. Deng Yuqing finished adding WeChat, returned to Qin Tian and raised her mobile phone, and said with a happy face. Qin Tian nodded slightly. Well, how to develop her into a girlfriend? Don't I need to teach you this? Don't worry, Mr. Qin. She will stay here for the entire summer vacation this time. I promise to be the best girlfriend with her within a month. That's good. Ding dong. The SMS alert sounds. Deng Yuqing was taken aback for a moment, then took out her mobile phone and took a look. Mr. Qin, this 1 million is funding for your activities. Quit your job and concentrate on doing things for me. Well, thank you, President Qin. Thank you, President Qin. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Deng Yuqing said with gratitude. After following Qin Tian, she didn't want to go to work for a long time because of her experience of living a luxurious life. It's just that Qin Tian gave her some luxury goods and didn't have much cash, so she has been unable to summon the courage to resign. Now that she has this million, she is still in a Mao class? Although she didn't understand why Qin Tian was so concerned about Zhao Chenya, but as long as there is money to make, these are not important. Boldly drive. Qin Tian didn't talk any more nonsense and directly ordered Lao Li to drive away. Deng Yuqing's trust level is 81%, so Qin Tian is very relieved to ask her to approach Zhao Chenya. As for the reason for this, it is because he always believes in the noble woman. If there is a friend who worships money, she will gradually step into the abyss of money. No one can avoid vulgarity, and Zhao Chenya will certainly be no exception. After setting up everything, Qin Tian stopped talking, sitting in the back of the car, closing his eyes and resting. As time passed, he soon returned to his villa, and at this time, Zhang sighed. A young man appeared in Zhang's villa. Looking at the young man who appeared in front of her again, Zhang Qianqian looked incredible. During this time, she has been living in pain and regret because of hundreds of billions of mistakes. Originally, she thought that she would never have any intersection with this man in her life. Unexpectedly, he is back again? Yichen, why did you come here? Zhang Qianqian was a little excited. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and quickly grabbed Yichen's hand. I see, you still love me in your heart, right? You came back to find me to remarry, right? Remarry? Yichen wanted to despise it, but when he thought of asking Zhang Qianqian to help him, he resisted without swearing. Gently pushed Zhang Qianqian's hand away. You think too much. I'm here. I just hope you can do me a favor for the sake of our husband and wife. Do you a favor? Well, as long as I can do it, I will help you. Zhang Qianqian said decisively. No matter what is busy, anyway, agree to come down and talk about it. Because of Yichen's identity, this time is different. If you can help Yichen, maybe you and Yichen can go back to the past? That's what Zhang Qianqian thought. Yichen couldn't tell what it was like just seeing Zhang Qianqian's promise so readily. If Zhang Qianqian did the same to herself before, how great it would be. Unfortunately. Forget it. Thinking of this, Yichen sighed helplessly. Take me to see Qin Tian. What? Zhang Qianqian was stunned, thinking that she had heard it wrong. Take me to see Qin Tian. Yichen repeated his words. If you don't want to, just assume that I have never been here. Wait, Yichen. I'll take you there. Zhang Qianqian quickly stopped Yichen, who was about to leave. She has already missed it once, and she doesn't want to miss the second time. So, an hour later, under the leadership of Zhang Qianqian, the two appeared in Qin Tian's villa. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening by this time. Not long after Qin Tian and Deng Yuqing had dinner, they were about to go out for a tour. He heard steward phone coming and saying that Yichen and Zhang Qianqian at the gate of the manor wanted to see themselves. He was a little puzzled. Yichen? What did he come to do with me? Forget it. Let him in. No matter what the other person comes to do with him, it's not a big deal to see him. After receiving Qin Tian's instructions, steward Feng respectfully retreated. After a while, steward Feng brought the two to the gate of Qin Tian villa. Xiao Qing, go and open the door. It is good. Deng Yuqing nodded and walked quickly to the door of the villa. Soon, the villa door opened. Seeing Deng Yuqing, who came to open the door for herself, Zhang Qianqian was taken aback, but didn't think much. Yichen didn't think too much and walked towards Qin Tian slowly. Boom. Kneeled directly in front of Qin Tian. Uncle Qin. Seeing this scene, even Qin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What do you mean? There are 4 people in Qin Tian's villa at this time. Deng Yuqing didn't know Zhang Qianqian and Yichen, so apart from being a little surprised, she didn't feel anything special when she saw this scene. But Zhang Qianqian is different. At this time, she was already speechless in surprise. She originally thought that Yichen came to Qin Tian for revenge. After all, the relationship between myself and Qin Tian, even a man can't stand it. Yichen is now the second son of the Yi family. Knowing his relationship with Qin Tian, is it normal for him to avenge him? Although Zhang Qianqian does not dare to offend Qin Tian now, but after weighing the pros and cons, she still chose to help Yichen. It's just that Yichen's operation, she really didn't understand it. You don't have to take revenge. What does it mean to kneel down? In fact, let alone Zhang Qianqian, even Qin Tian is a little puzzled. He believed that Yichen did not dare to seek revenge after Wang Ling and the Yi family quartet. but when he came to kneel down, he really didn't expect it. Sorry, Uncle Qin, I was wrong. Yichun knelt decisively and knocked Qin Ti on his head, although he is very unwilling, but now he has no other way. Are you wrong? What's wrong? I shouldn't offend you. Oh, you still speak directly. Qin Tian said bluntly, I don't like roundabouts. This guy came to admit his mistake for no reason. There must be something wrong. I know that only my uncle can save my current body. So, I asked Uncle Qin to see Qianqian's face and spare me this time. Yichun hesitated for a while, still said very sincerely, he is not a fool. After a period of inspection, it was discovered that the hospital had no way to treat my physical problems. He felt that this matter was not that simple. He once doubted Qin Tian, but he felt a little unbelievable. So I can only keep this matter in my heart. Later, I heard the uncle and the third uncle say what kind of master Qin Tian is. He knew that the problem of his own body must be the ghost of Qin Tian. In other words, he came today, not to avenge or apologize for the Yi family, but to come for his own body. As for why he knows the location of the Qin Tian villa, he still needs to bring Zhang Qianqian. That is because he knows that he has offended Qin Tian, and if he is afraid that he will come alone, Qin Tian will push him out. So he called Zhang Qianqian just to be on the safe side. Only I can save your body? Did you let me spare you? Hearing Yichun's words like this, Qin Tian seemed to know why Yichun came to himself. But this kind of thing, he would not admit it. I do not know what you're talking about. Uncle, I really know I was wrong. Yichun wanted to cry without tears, and was a little hard to speak. Take a look at Deng Yuqing next to Qin Tian. I'm still boiling water upstairs. I'll go up and take a look. Deng Yuqing seemed to understand something, and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Qin Tian did not stop either. After Deng Yuqing left, Yichun told her about his situation. There is a kidney problem, the hospital can check it out, but there is no way to cure it. He himself ate a lot of precious medicinal materials, even one Aiku ate it, and it didn't help. After listening to these words, Qin Tian pretended to be surprised for a while, although he had expected it a long time ago. But Zhang Qianqian looked at Yichun with contempt once again. Read more at hotballnovel.xyz. Sure enough, waste is waste. Even becoming the second son of the Yi family is still a waste. This stupid lack, there are still other obstacles? It's incredible. In the previous few days, she originally had a lot of hatred for Qin Tian. Because she felt that Qin Tian knew Yichun's identity, she came close to herself deliberately. Because of this incident, I lost the opportunity to become the second young lady of the Yi family. But now seeing Yichun's humble appearance in front of Qin Tian, her hatred for Qin Tian has completely disappeared. It turned out that even if Yichun regained his identity, he was just a waste in front of Qin Tian. Real waste. Fortunately, I didn't come to question Qin Tian because I missed Yichun, otherwise my Zhang family would really be over now. Yichun. After listening to Yichun's narration, Qin Tian took a deep breath and looked at Yichun Dao who was kneeling on the ground. Although you Yi family has offended me, I did want to retaliate, but you have a physical problem, but you think I did it? Don't you think this is a bit unreasonable? Sorry, Uncle Qin, I was wrong just now. Yichun quickly changed his words. I have a problem with my body. I came here to ask Uncle Qin for help. Ruzi can teach. Qin Tian squinted his eyes. Although Yichun had lost the protagonist's halo, he had no threat to himself. But it is absolutely necessary to be cautious. Let yourself admit that you have done something to him? What if the other party records the alarm? So acknowledgement is definitely not admitted. It is impossible to admit it in this life. Get up. Uncle Qin, did you promise to save me? Who said I agreed? Qin Tian glanced at Yichun lightly. Although I am indeed an expert in the field of treatment, why should I let him heal you? I haven't forgotten how your Yi family bullied people before. Uncle Qin, it was indeed our Yi family who did the wrong thing before, and we already knew it was wrong. My parents will come to apologize to Uncle in 2 days, so? Your parents are coming to pay me apologize? Qin Tian raised his eyebrows and grasped the key point in the words. Yes. Why? Qin Tian is a little curious. It is an indisputable fact that the Yi family is better than the Qin family. Now that the Yi family has been committed by himself, he actually came to apologize for himself? This doesn't make sense at all. Qin Tian really doesn't know the reason. But Yichun, who heard Qin Tian's question, thought that Qin Tian was mocking them. Therefore, he didn't conceal it either, and told his parents speculations. Yichun lost the protagonist's halo, and knew that Qin Tian might have a powerful hidden Sejong sect behind him. At this time, where did he dare to oppose Qin Tian? 3 minutes later. After listening to Yichun's narration, Qin Tian didn't have any special expressions, but he couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart. Can't you see that the Yi family's brain is quite big? Surprisingly guess that there is a powerful hidden Sejong gate behind him? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that your performance is indeed the case. Strong combat power, coupled with poison medicine, coupled with the subordinates of the innate pinnacle, coupled with his own unscrupulous style, all show that they have a strong backing behind them. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but smiled coldly. I didn't expect to be guessed by you. Well, if that's the case, then I won't pretend. Yichun, if your parents really come to apologize, I can have someone heal you. Really? But don't be happy too early. I have the conditions for letting you heal you. What conditions? Look at the performance of your Yi family. Good performance, 3 to 5 months. Bad performance, 30 to 50 years. When Qin Tian said this, a smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. I think you have endured 3 years in the Zhang family. Shouldn't you care about these few months? Yes. I don't care. Thank Uncle Qin. Not only was Yichun not lost, but he was relieved. Because for him, as long as there is treatment, everything is not a problem. You are welcome. Seeing Yichun's appearance, Qin Tian smiled playfully, then looked at the woman next to him. Zhang Qian. Qin. President Qin. During this time, you haven't been with other men, have you? No. Are you interested in playing with me again? What? Hearing this, Zhang Qianqian was dumbfounded. Subconsciously glanced at Yichun next to him. In front of him? It hasn't changed so much. Let's go to the room. This? Seeing Zhang Qianqian hesitate, Qin Tian looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chun, do you have any comments? No. No comment. Yi Chen hurriedly said, I have divorced her, and what Qin always wants to do to her has nothing to do with me. Yi Chen, you are a jerk. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Qianqian felt a humiliation. My bastard? Why am I bastard? Yi Chen said coldly, we don't have anything to do now. Okay, very good. Yi Chen, since you say that, I have nothing to say. Qin, can you promise me one thing? Tell me the story. Zhang Qianqian looked at Yi Chen and said coldly, I want Yi Chen to kneel in this living room. I heard the content of the chat between Qin Tian and Yi Chen. What sect? What guru? Zhang Qianqian didn't understand at all. But she knows that although the Qin family is much weaker than the Yi family is going to come and apologize to Qin Tian. This is to say that the Yi family is not as good as the Qin family. In front of Qin Tian, even Yi Chen, the second young master, is still a waste. So when I heard that Qin Tian wanted to sleep in front of Yi Chen didn't even dare to let go. Zhang Qianqian was completely desperate for Yi Chen's waist. I helped him come over to find Qin Tian, but when he turned around, he drew a clear line with himself, and also sold himself to Qin Tian. This kind of shame is hard for most people to feel. Therefore, she wants to retaliate against this waste. Therefore, she wants to let this waste listen to the whole process. And Qin Tian? The main reason for this request is to see if we can still get a wave of villains. When she heard Zhang Qianqian make a request with herself, he was actually a little unhappy, because he doesn't like others to threaten him. But as soon as this condition was put forward, he suddenly felt it. Isn't this Zhang Qianqian so naive? You actually know to make some reasonable requests that you can't refuse? Your proposal is good. Qin Tian looked at Yi Chen, who was still kneeling playfully, but I am not a person who likes to bully others. You ask Yi Chen, if he is willing, I have no objection. I do. Before Zhang Qianqian asked, Yi Chen tightened his fist and said very unwillingly, don't like bullying others? The gods don't like to bully others. Hearing Qin Tian's words like this, Yi Chen wanted to curse. But after he knew that there was a hidden Sejong gate behind Qin Tian, he knew that only Qin Tian could heal his body. So curse? Non-existent. If he really scolded, he will probably be like this for the rest of his life. What's more, he has indeed completely given up on Zhang Qianqian now. How would you care about Zhang Qianqian's feelings? So after 3 years of uselessness, he finally turned over. After losing the protagonist's aura, he became useless again. Everything that follows becomes a matter of course. Qin Tian called Li Jun and asked him to stand at the door to guard Yi Chen. Then Deng Yuqing took Zhang Qianqian to find a room. Because of Yi Chen's presence, Zhang Qianqian deliberately chose a room closest to the hall. And under the guidance of Deng Yuqing, she deliberately yelled loudly. It's just a pity. Yi Chen has lost the protagonist's halo. Qin Tian didn't get the villain value this time. But, ding, the original protagonist Yi Chen is detected. And he has completely lost the ability and will to resist the host. And all the plots of Yi Chen are about to end. Ending. Please wait. Ding, the end is complete. Congratulations to the host for solving the original protagonist Yi Chen. The villain's eye has been evolved, and the villain's value is plus 1000. Solved. Seeing that in his own system, all of Yi Chen's information disappeared. Qin Tian couldn't help but squinted. After his villain's eyes evolve, all the protagonist's data can be stored in the system. When solving Lin Feng, his villain's eyes hadn't evolved yet, so he didn't have information about Lin Feng. But he has information about other protagonists. At this time, Yi Chen's information disappeared. In other words, he can't even be regarded as the original protagonist, can only be regarded as a passerby. 40 minutes later, Zhang Qianqian got dressed. Read more at Hotpl Novel, XYZ. Without even looking at Yi Chen, who was kneeling in the hall, he slammed the door and left. I want to completely give up on Yi Chen. After Qin Tian got dressed and came out, he also waved at Yi Chen at will. Boldly, send him out. Yi Chen has been completely abolished, and Qin Tian has no interest in him anymore. Okay, President Qin. Lao Li stood at the door of the villa, far away from Qin Tian's room before. Although some voices can be heard, as a bodyguard, he has helped Qin Tian see the gate before. So this kind of thing is not surprising. For Yi Chen, Qin Tian actually has no hatred. After all, these several actions of the Yi family were all deliberately guided by Qin Tian. And he also ked with someone else's wife. Therefore, as of now, he has no intention of rushing to extinction. Thank you, Uncle Qin. After receiving Qin Tian's order, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After standing up, after thanking Qin Tian, he respectfully left, kneeling for 40 to 50 minutes. Can you walk straight away when you stand up? I have to say that this is where Yu's son-in-law is awesome. I'm so used to kneeling. Less than an hour like this? It's pediatrics at all. Li Jun took Yi Chen away. Qin Tian took a sigh of relief. After moving his body, he concentrated on looking at Deng Yuqing, who came out with his clothes next to him. Suddenly a line of detailed information appeared in his sight. Height, weight, hobbies, weakness. Seeing these materials, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The villain's eye has evolved just now, so he wants to see how it is different from before. But now it looks like it's no different. There is still so much information, and there is no new information. How is this going? System, what function did the villain's eye evolve just now? Qin Tian asked silently in his heart. Please find the host by yourself. Qin Tian. Got it. To ask is to ask for nothing. This night, Qin Tian's plan to go out shopping was ruined. So I can only play computer, mobile phone, and Deng Yuqing in the villa. He called Yi Chen on the way, asked a question he wanted to know, but forgot to ask. The reason why Yi Chen knew about his affairs with Zhang Qianqian was because Su Bin had looked for him. At Qin Wu's wedding scene, Yi Xian once saw Qin Tian and Zhang Qianqian go to the guest room one after another. So he guessed that Qin Tian has a leg with Zhang Qianqian. Later, Yi Xian told Su Bin about this matter. After some investigation, Su Bin discovered the secrets of Qin Tian and Yi Chen. I have to say that Su Bin is also awesome. Investigative intelligence materials are very handy. After listening to what Yi Chen said about this, Qin Tian originally wanted to use Yi family to kill those mercenaries. But Yi Chen told him that yesterday after the four masters of the Yi family were abused by him and entered the hospital, those mercenaries just disappeared. So Qin Tian wants to solve those mercenaries. It is impossible for a short time. There was nothing to say all night, and Deng Yuqing resigned early the next morning. After Qin Tian solved Yi Chen, he was in a good mood. When he became bored, he called Lu Ruoxi and asked about Xiao Qin's situation. After all, the protagonist is his main business. But after hearing the answer Lu Ruoxi gave himself, Qin Tian couldn't help frowning. Xiao Chen has been released? Yes, Mr. Qin, there is nothing we can do. Lu Ruoxi told Qin Tian about the specific situation yesterday. Xiao Chen was very smart, and he kept silent after entering the police station. It was not until the end that he said that this was a secret inheritance left to him by some of his foreign relatives. Because of the huge amount of money, the relative asked him to tell his parents slowly, otherwise he was afraid of being scared. So now, even his parents don't know. Because there is no evidence, the investigation will take time. Therefore, Lu Ruoxi couldn't hold him too much time, and could only release him temporarily. Okay, I get it. Qin Tian hung up the phone and couldn't help falling into contemplation. This Xiao Qin doesn't seem to be worthless. It's Xiao? Can you think of a way to get out? After thinking for a while, Qin Tian took out his computer again. But you met me. If your cheat is a takeaway system, then I hacked your phone. You should not be able to deliver the takeaway, right? Speaking, Qin Tian didn't hesitate either. His hands quickly knocked on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, Qin Tian's eyes were slightly cold. Black can't go in? How is it possible? Dididi. Dididi. On the other side, Xiao Qin's mobile phone made a rapid siren. Warning, warning, your phone is being invaded by an unknown code. Warning, warning, your phone is being invaded by an unknown code. Unknown code is too aggressive. The phone will automatically activate the protection system. Unknown code is too aggressive. The phone will automatically activate the protection system. The protection system is starting. Please wait. System startup is complete. The unknown code is successfully intercepted, and the phone alert is lifted. The unknown code is successfully intercepted, and the phone alert is lifted. Seeing a series of system prompts on the phone, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Qin Tian is a hacker with full level. So in theory, there is no system that he can't get into. But the other party's cell phone, he can't enter it in the dark? This is a bit unscientific. After a short period of thought, Qin Tian felt that the other party's system might be on the phone. So I thought of Qin Tian here, and decisively stopped attacking the other party's system. He took out his cell phone and called Zhou Wen. President Qin, I will give you a copy of the information, and you will bring the people on the information to see me tonight. Qin Tian looks calm. If white is not enough, then the only one who can be black with the other party. Now that it is determined that there is a problem with the other party's mobile phone, why not just grab it? Good. Zhou Wen said nothing. He is a top killer, only responsible for executing orders, and he believes that Qin Tian will not give himself a task that he cannot complete. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen quickly received the information from Qin Tian. Xiao Chen, takeaway, delivering food around the Su group, 3 home addresses. With this information, it was too easy for Zhou Wen to find Xiao Chen, and Qin Tian is not idle at this time. Using the computer again, I checked Xiao Chen's personal information, especially the bank flow during this period. Relying on Qin Tian's computer technology, mobile phones cannot be hacked, and other places can still be used. With the passage of time, Qin Tian soon checked Xiao Chen's information upright. In addition to buying a car and buying a house, this product also spent a lot of money on a live broadcast platform. Half of it was used to date 2 girls. The other half were rewarded to a female anchor named Monster. This discovery made Qin Tian couldn't help but feel pain. Sure enough, the protagonist of Diaosi likes to do this kind of pretending to be forced with money. Still rewarding female anchors? What age is it, and still playing this kind of routine? When he found out that this monster was living in the Dongfang Palace, I feel even more terrible in this plot. Not only does this woman look foul, but they are in the same community now. It is clearly one of Xiao Chen's harem. Looking at the childlike giant Lolita who was singing to fans in front of the screen, some other things drilled out of Qin Tian's mind, decisively changed the previous plan. Picking up the phone again, he dialed the familiar number. Hey, husband. On the other side of the phone, there was a familiar sound of charm. Qingqing, help me with things. Did we have such a disagreement? If you have something, just tell me. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth raised. There is a female anchor named Yao Yao. On the other side, age. Xiao Chen did not deliver the food today. Because he was caught in the police station yesterday, he decided to keep a low profile today. At this time, he was in the villa he had just bought, holding a cell phone and chatting with those girls. Unexpectedly, chatting, the phone suddenly rang an alarm. Invaded by unknown code? Isn't this just being hacked? This discovery made him panic. Read more at Hopful Novel, XYZ. Because of this mobile phone, but the key to his fortune. But after seeing the phone automatically activate the protection system, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, do these policemen want to hack my phone? Xiao Chen couldn't help but cursed inwardly. Obviously, after yesterday's incident, he thought it was the police who hacked his mobile phone. Fortunately, this phone is awesome. Activating the protection system directly blocked the opponent. Otherwise, your secret will be discovered. Jingle bell. The phone rang. Xiao Chen answered the phone, and a pleasant voice came from the other side. Hey, Xiao Chen, why didn't you deliver food today? I'm tired. I want to take a day off today. Xiao Chen panicked casually. Oh, there was no doubt on the other side. Well, then I won't order takeaway today. The other party directly hung up the phone. Just as the phone hung up, the phone rang again. Brother Xiao Chen, why didn't you deliver food today? Handsome guy, didn't you deliver the food today? Why didn't you deliver the food today? Xiao Chen was overwhelmed by the series of calls and text messages. After completing these calls and messages one by one, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look triumphant. Did you see? Lousy is the life of the protagonist. Not only had cheats, but the girls also came to curry Lousy in groups. This kind of life is simply not too cool. He took out his cell phone, brushed gifts for Yao Yao's baby girl, and then asked 2 girls to go shopping. This kind of life is full of copper smell. 1700 hours. Xiao Chun was about to go to the hotel with the girl from the mall yesterday when the phone rang again. This is an unfamiliar call. Hello. The phone was answered, but the other party did not speak. Xiao Chun looked confused, thinking it was a harassing call. When he was about to hang up the other party, the voice on the phone made him stunned. Tong Tong, don't be afraid. It's okay. It's okay. Tong Tong. Xiao Chun's expression changed. Who are you? What on earth do you want to do? The other party still did not answer and directly hung up the call. Hello, hello? Xiao Chun frowned and hurriedly dialed the other side. It rang for more than a minute before the other side answered the phone. Damn, who are you? What did you do to Yao Yao? Without waiting for the other party to speak, Xiao Chun couldn't wait to ask. Because Tong Tong is Yao Yao's 4-year-old daughter. Xiao Chun liked that Yao Yao very much. He deliberately bought the Dongfangong villa to get close to her. Now, Yao Yao and Tong Tong have been kidnapped? Hearing what Xiao Chun said, the other party didn't panic. Is it Xiao Chun, Mr. Xiao? Yes, I am. That's the case. Just now Ms. Yao's child had an accident, and Ms. Yao is also frightened and hurt a little. She asked me to call you. Is it convenient for you to come and pick her up? Oh, is it just that? Of course, where are you? Hearing what the other party said, Xiao Chun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it's not kidnapping, it's easy to say anything. Chengdong XX Road. The other party was not ambiguous, and directly reported an address. Okay, I'll come right away. Xiao Chun didn't talk nonsense, and drove there quickly. This location is in a self-built housing area outside the city, and the location is very remote. Because I heard Yao Yao's voice before, and now it's broad daylight, Xiao Chun didn't think much. Only after he parked the car on the side of the road and walked inside did he realize that there was something wrong with this place. Although this is a self-built house, it seems that it hasn't been built yet. The terrain is a bit complicated, and there is no one around. Xiao Chun frowned and wanted to take out his cell phone and call to ask. It's just that the phone hasn't been dialed yet. Wow. More than a dozen gangsters rushed out from all directions with steel pipes and surrounded him. F***K? Boy, how do you come? Awesome, buddy. The leading gangsters looked at Xiao Chun and said mockingly, damn it, it's been counted? Xiao Chun frowned tighter. Whose are you from? Brother Zhou? Or Brother Fifth? None of your business. Who are we from? Do you have anything to do with you? Damn, Lousy has no time to talk nonsense with you. Xiao Chun scolded angrily after hearing this. Hand over Yao Yao. I will forgive you not to die. Xiao Chun and Yao Yao are actually just ordinary friends. But he has coveted Yao Yao for a long time. So after knowing that Yao Yao had an accident, he rushed over immediately. As a protagonist of hate, Xiao Chun naturally cleaned up some gangsters. Seeing so many gangsters, he subconsciously thought that these gangsters came to him for revenge. But who is Xiao Chun? Is the protagonist? Even if it's just a takeaway boy, he has the ability to strengthen himself. With his current combat effectiveness, how could a general gangster be his opponent? So after discovering that he was in the middle of the game, not only did he not panic, but he also looked forward to it. It seemed that this was not Longtan Tiger's lair, but a chance for him to get closer to Yao Yao. Hearing Xiao Chun's words, the Huang Mao who took the lead was a little surprised. Oh, this kid is quite arrogant? Brother, stop talking nonsense with him, just kill him. Okay, brothers, let's go together. We abolished him. Damn, let him know how good we are. Huang Mao waved his hand, and a dozen gangsters rushed up with weapons. You want to hurt me because of your trash? In the next life? Faced with so many gangsters, Xiao Chun smiled contemptuously. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. He is agile, easily knocked over a gangster and snatched his weapon. Bang bang bang. There was a chaos, and the 3 gangsters fell to the ground instantly. Xiao Chun looked smug. Sure enough, the master-level Wing Chun that I strengthened is very useful. Boom. Just thinking of this, a heavy kick flew out of the chaos and hit his belly. Xiao Chun was kicked and flew out. After he landed, he didn't have time to think too much. He rolled around twice, covered his stomach, and stood up. Damn, that person just now is so fast. Before he could relax, other gangsters swarmed. Grass. The blow on the stomach made him feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, the current Xiao Chun could only resist in embarrassment. At this moment, he didn't notice at all. The person who kicked him just now rushed up with the other gangsters again. There is no doubt that this person is Zhou, a top killer who can pretend to be a person from all walks of life. Qin Tian's original intention was to let Zhou go quietly and grab Xiao Chun at night. But when I think that Xiao Chun is the protagonist, all kinds of accidents are prone to happen. So in order to avoid people's eyes and ears, but also to avoid possible accidents, Qin Tian temporarily changed his plan. Boom. A steel pipe hit Xiao Chun's arm. Boom. Kicked him on the back. Zhou mingled among the crowd, constantly making critical attacks on Xiao Chun. Poor Xiao Chun not only had to deal with a large number of gangsters, but also had to face a sneak attack by the boss, Zhou. In less than 3 minutes, the gangster fell down 7 or 8, and he could not withstand Zhou's devastation. Read more at Hotmail Novel, XYZ. Oh shit. Xiao Chun cursed secretly, realizing something was wrong, and wanted to escape. However, how could Zhou give him this opportunity? Seeing the right time, a backfall threw Xiao Chun to the ground. Xiao Chun was smashed. The other gangsters rushed to take the opportunity, and the steel pipes in their hands kept greeting him. These gangsters are very experienced and do not head, but only hit the body and limbs. Soon Xiao Chun was beaten up by them, and his body was bruised and purple. It was almost done. Zhou glanced at Xiao Chun who was wailing on the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, a hand knife slashed Xiao Chun's neck. Xiao Chun fainted, and then Zhou told the gangsters to leave the scene. And he himself tied Xiao Chun with a rope, stuffed it into the already prepared van, and drove away. Xiao Chun was frustrated until he was knocked out, and did not want to understand what was going on. But he has no chance to think carefully. I don't know how long it took. Xiao Chun gradually woke up. What caught your eye was a dimly lit room. He didn't know where he was, and he didn't know where it was. Just know that the light here is very dark, and the pain in his body let him know his current situation. He moved subconsciously. Okay, he is the same as Lin Feng. The ropes on his body fixed his hands and feet to the chair, making him unable to move a bit at all. You're awake? A voice attracted Xiao Chen's attention. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man with a short stature and sallow skin appeared opposite him. The middle-aged man wears a peaked cap and keeps his head down. Coupled with the dim light, Xiao Chen couldn't see the opponent's face clearly, but he could hear the other party's somewhat hoarse voice. Who are you? Why did you get me here? Xiao Chen asked weakly. By now, if he hadn't noticed the abnormality, then he wouldn't deserve to be the protagonist. Think about it. This is a trap from beginning to end. The middle-aged man didn't care about him, but silently took out a mobile phone and handed it to him. What's the phone code? This is my phone? Seeing the style of the phone, Xiao Chen looked stunned. Does the other party know the secret of his mobile phone? Yes, tell me what the password is, I won't kill you. Zhou said coldly. At this time, he looks like a middle-aged person, which is very different from the gangster in the afternoon. So Xiao Chen didn't recognize it at all. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, Xiao Chen was shocked. You arrested me because of my mobile phone? You can think so. Zhou Wen looked calm. Quickly tell the password. I have no patience. Although he didn't know why Qin Tian had to spend so much time to build a mobile phone, I also wonder why Qin Tian doesn't find a professional phone unlocker to help unlock it. But Qin Tian's order is like this. He just follows the process. Why should I tell you? Xiao Chen endured the surprise in his heart and answered Zhou Wen's question in a cold voice. Does the other party know the secret of his mobile phone? This is impossible. How did the other party know? Don't you believe that I will kill you? Zhou Wen was a little surprised when Xiao Chen answered. Obviously did not expect that this mobile phone would be so important to Xiao Chen. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, Xiao Chen smiled disdainfully. Kill me? Huh. Do you dare to kill me? In this legal society, killing people is costly.
Murder pays for life?
Zhou Wen's voice was also mocking. Hee, you are really naive. Let's not say if anyone helped you call the police after you died. Even if they did, can the police catch me? Even if you can catch me, that will be after you die. And before I am caught by the police, I will definitely let your parents be buried. Speaking, Zhou Wen took out a tablet, pulled out a photo, and handed it to Xiao Chen. The picture shows a middle-aged couple. The men are honest, and the women are simple and kind. It was Xiao Chen's parents. Using the protagonist's relatives as a threat is also one of the usual methods used by the villain. Even Qin Tian can't avoid vulgarity. These are your parents? Do you want them to die unexpectedly because of your stupidity? You are shameless. Seeing Zhou Wen's unusually calm face underneath his peaked cap, as well as the eyes that deliberately lifted his head, revealing eyes that are indifferent to life, Xiao Chen finally had a trace of fear in his heart. He felt that this guy might really kill a lot of people. Without telling him, would he kill himself and his parents? Does it seem to be true? Zhou Wen ignored him at all. I only give you 3 minutes to think about it. Say, or don't say, you decide for yourself. Qin Tian's current luck value already has 4,100 points, and Xiao Chen's luck value is only 2,136 points. According to the system, the value of air transport is more than doubled. As long as the handling is reasonable, even if you kill him directly, nothing will happen. But now the luck value of both parties is more than 100 points away from doubling. In addition, the villain value of killing him directly will definitely not be very high. That's why Qin Tian decided to grab him and squeeze his surplus value. My luck is so high now, and his force and influence are so strong. To solve these protagonists whose luck value is lower than their own, naturally, there is no need to knock on the side as before. Although you can't kill them directly, it's completely possible to use force to confront them directly. As for asking Xiao Chen to unlock the phone, do you think that after catching Xiao Chen back, Qin Tian didn't get Xiao Chen's cell phone? Of course it is impossible. The first time Zhou Wen caught Xiao Chen back, Qin Tian took the mobile phone to study. It's just that this mobile phone, even Qin Tian's hacking technology can't get in. How can ordinary flashing and unlocking software work? Therefore, Qin Tian can only let Xiao Chen solve it by himself. Xiao Chen's current force is not Zhou Wen's opponent. He can only be forced to accept the option given by Zhou Wen. Choose a mobile phone or parents. Xiao Chen is very aware of the peculiarities of his mobile phone. If he always owns that mobile phone, then there may be the possibility of becoming the world's richest man in the future. And he believed very much that if he would rather die than follow, the other party would never know the secret of his mobile phone anyway. But does Xiao Chen dare to gamble? Dare not. Because if he chooses a mobile phone, the other party will kill him directly, as well as his parents. Xiao Chen is a decent protagonist, not a villain. He didn't dare to use his loved ones as a bet to make a fortune. You have 10 seconds left. Zhou Wen's cold voice interrupted Xiao Chen's contemplation. People are impulsive. At this time, he won't give the other party too much time to think. Okay, I said. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said very unwillingly. Since you don't dare to bet, you can only accept reality. Xiao Chen made a decision when he listened, and Zhou Wen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. President Qin. 5 minutes later, the living room of a villa on the outskirts of the city. Zhou Wen handed the mobile phone and the unlocking code to Qin Tian respectfully. As a qualified subordinate and top killer, naturally, he would not be silly, unlocking the phone by himself to see the content inside. Qin Tian took the phone and the password, nodded slightly. It's done well, you can go down first.
Yes.
Zhou Wen retired respectfully. Qin Tian took the mobile phone and quickly unlocked it according to the password given by Xiao Chen. Soon the contents of the phone appeared in his sight. Oh, Super Takeaway? The Super Takeaway app on the mobile phone is obviously different from other regular apps. Although Qin Tian had expected it a long time ago, he still felt a little magical when he saw it with his own eyes. Qin Tian clicked subconsciously. Didi. The phone alarm sounded suddenly. Warning, warning, the user is inconsistent with the system user and cannot be logged in. Please check your identity and log in again. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian couldn't help being stunned. I can't log in? Can this thing still drip blood to recognize the Lord? Qin Tian didn't believe in evil and clicked again. The same system prompt pops up, but still can't log in? But this time, he didn't have time to react, and his system prompt popped up suddenly. A ding, find the power of the same source. The power of the same source is consistent with the source of the power of this system. Whether to swallow the power of the same source to increase the power of this system. Whether. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Swallow? Qin Tian was already dumbfounded at this time. Can I still swallow other people's systems? Whether to swallow the same source power to increase the system. Whether. The system did not answer Qin Tian's question, but once again popped up such a dialog box. This time Qin Tian did not hesitate. Yes. Swallow. Demand for devouring. The host's air luck value is greater than that of the user of the same source. The higher the air luck value, the higher the success rate. Qin luck value testing. Please wait. After the test is completed, the host's air luck value is far greater than that of the user of the same source. The swallowing success rate is 95%, and the swallowing begins. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Tian couldn't help but get a little excited. Devour someone else's system? This operation is too irritating, right? It's just that he hasn't been happy for 2 seconds, when the phone in his hand suddenly pops up a bunch of dialog boxes. Warning, warning, the phone is being invaded by evil forces. Warning, warning, the phone is being invaded by evil forces. The evil force is too aggressive, the phone will automatically activate the protection system. The evil force is too aggressive, the phone will automatically activate the protection system. The protection system is starting. Please wait. System startup is complete. The evil force is too aggressive, and the protection system cannot effectively intercept it. The evil force is too aggressive, and the protection system cannot effectively intercept it. In order to prevent this system from falling into the hands of evil forces, the Super Delivery Service system will initiate a self-destruct procedure within 10 seconds. The self-destruction program is successfully launched, and the countdown to self-destruction of the Super Delivery System begins. 10, 9, 8. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian quickly looked at his system. Swallowing progress, 38%, 42%, 46%, ZZ. 10 seconds later, the mobile phone in Qin Tian's hand suddenly emitted 2 groups of white smoke, and then it short-circuited and crashed. Qin Tian saw the last message on the phone is, the system self-destructs successfully, on my own side. Swallowing interrupted. These 2 system prompts made Qin Tian a little unclear. What do you mean? This is not a success in swallowing, just a moment of joy. Ding. Devour 50% of the same power. Gain system skills. Lucky fortune. Ding. Congratulations to the host for destroying the protagonist, Xiao Chun, Golden Finger, Super Delivery System, gaining a villain value of plus 5,000, and the protagonist Xiao Chen's luck value of minus 1,000. Looked at the system prompts, and then looked at his villain value of 11,300. Qin Tian's whole person is a bit bad. As long as one's luck is higher than others, can one's own system swallow other systems? And a one-time reward of 5,000 villains? This is too genial, right? This is much higher than Sleeping Hostess or something. Maybe the only regret is that the other party just started the self-destruction program. He only swallowed 50%. Swallowed 50%. Got a system skill. What the hell is this system skill? Qin Tian quickly took a look. Increasing wealth and treasure. 10 million Xiagua coins can be added to the host account every day, and the Xiagua coins will be directly transferred from the mysterious account to the host's private account. The upper limit is increased by 50 billion. Note 1. This ability is a special power obtained by devouring money systems. The Super Delivery System has a total amount of 100 billion. Because this time only swallowed 50%, this skill can provide the host with 50 billion at most additional funds. Note 2. Devouring systems of the same type can enhance the effect of this skill. Seeing these explanations, Qin Tian felt a little painful. This skill is undoubtedly a gift for him, but it's enough to devour 50% of only 50 billion. What do you mean by giving 10 million a day? 10 million a day? How many days is 50 billion? 5,000 days. How many years is 5,000 days? Nearly 14 years. Did you give me 50 billion in 14 years? The flowers are all thanked. Although devouring similar systems can improve the effect of this skill, but where to find so many systems of the same type to swallow? Is there no way to stop the other party from destroying themselves when it devours the other party's system? Qin Tian couldn't help muttering. Although it can swallow the opponent's system, he was a little surprised, but only half swallowed, which made Qin Tian feel a little regretful. No way, host. The cold and mechanical voice of the system rang. Every system is an extremely powerful individual. If it wants to self-destruct, no one can stop it. So powerful? There really is no way at all? There is one. Any solution? The host can increase the speed of swallowing the system. How to increase? Swallow more systems and enhance the power of this system. Qin Tian. This F***CK said it is equivalent to not saying it. Isn't it just going with the flow? But knowing that this kind of thing cannot be changed, Qin Tian no longer thinks about it. Zhou 1. President Qin. Send Xiao Chen back. Do you know what to do? Understood. President Qin. Zhou nodded decisively and went to the secret room of the villa. After giving Xiao Chen a sedative, he blindfolded him, then put it into the van, and threw it back to the open space where the house was built before. Zhou took off the blindfold and rope, and then quickly left the place. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. It's freezing all around. Feeling the emptiness around him, he was a little scared. Hurry outside to seek help from passers-by. It's just that there were already few passers-by outside the city. Were there any passers-by in the middle of the night? Fortunately, his car was still parked on the side of the road, and Qin Tian did not get the car key. So he didn't say anything, got into his car, and drove to the nearby police station. Quick, quick, police officer. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. Lu Ruashi saw Xiao Chun and was taken aback. You want to call the police? Yes. I was kidnapped. Xiao Chun was very fortunate to be able to come back alive, but his mobile phone was taken away, which made him extremely frustrated. That was the key to his turning over, now that he is gone. But now, he has no time to think too much. I just want to call the police and bring those clutter to justice. I don't know if it was fate's arrangement. Xiao Chen happened to arrive at the police station where Lu Ruashi was. And it happened that Lu Ruashi took turns on the night shift today. Seeing Xiao Chen with bruises on his face in front of him, Lu Ruashi did not neglect. You said you were kidnapped? Yes, it was this afternoon, not yesterday afternoon. Xiao Chun nodded quickly. In the afternoon, he remembered everything clearly. Hearing this, Lu Ruashi didn't dare to neglect. What time is it in the afternoon? It's more than 5 o'clock. What position? The shanty town in the east of the city, where you built your own house. Where were you kidnapped? Lu Ruashi looked confused. Yes. Xiao Chun was a little annoyed. Why is this woman talking so much nonsense? As if deliberately targeting yourself? In fact, Lu Ruashi just went through the process normally. After all, if things are not clear, how do they know what to do? It's still under construction over there, and there are usually no people. Why are you kidnapped there? I'm going to pick up people. By the way, Yao Yao. Xiao Chun said this, suddenly thinking of something, and hurriedly said, could you please borrow your phone to use it? Can. Lu Ruashi glanced at her eyebrows slightly, but still passed her mobile phone over. Only when Xiao Chun picked up the phone did he remember that he didn't even remember Yao Yao's cell phone number. Oh shit. Don't worry. The specific situation, you can speak slowly. Seeing that Xiao Chun was really anxious, Lu Ruashi hurriedly spoke to comfort him. She is the police. Apart from the unknown origin of the cash, Xiao Chun did not do anything heinous or evil, so her attitude is fairly friendly. Hearing Lu Ruashi's words, Xiao Chun took a deep breath, and then calmed down. Tell me everything about the afternoon. He received a call from someone saying that Yao Yao was in an accident and asked him to pick up people from the self-built house. After he went, he was blocked by a gang of punks. After being beaten, he was kidnapped. After listening to what happened, Lu Ruashi was a little curious. Why are they kidnapping you? They did it of course they did it for the money, otherwise why would they kidnap me? Xiao Chun said furiously. Of course he couldn't tell the other party's true purpose. Said that the other party kidnapped him just to grab his mobile phone? If you say this, would the police think they are insane? Then how did you escape? Lu Ruashi was even more puzzled when he heard the sudden sentence in Xiao Chun's tone. Hearing this, Xiao Chun was stunned. Read more at Hotful Novel, XYZ. Because the other party took the initiative to send him back? Of course I ran out by my own ability. Officer Lu, what the hell do you mean? I'll call the police. Don't you go to arrest the prisoner and ask me so much nonsense? Will you know if you just call the monitor out and look at it? Xiao Chun was even more angry at this time, as if trying to cover up his lie with anger. Seeing Xiao Chun's anger, Lu Ruashi seemed to have noticed something with his years of experience in handling cases. The male police officer who was on duty with Lu Ruashi next to him couldn't stand it anymore. This little brother, do you think our policeman is a fairy? If you don't understand the details of the case, how can we help you arrest someone? Then I'll tell you the time. So you want to adjust the monitoring? Xiao Chun retorted loudly. Unexpectedly, the male police officer poured cold water on him directly. There is no surveillance in that place. What? Xiao Chun was stunned. Hearing what the male police officer said, he then remembered that the other party had come prepared. How can it be possible to pick a place where there is monitoring? Thinking of this problem, Xiao Chun had no choice but to tell Lu Ruashi about Yao Yao. So everyone agreed that Yao Yao was the key to the whole process. Lu Ruashi helped Xiao Chun find Yao Yao's number and dialed it. The other party did not answer. It is already 2 or 3 in the morning. Yao Yao sleeps in silent mode at night because she is taking her daughter, so she can't answer their calls at all. Grass? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Chun jumped into thunder. He still doesn't know that his cell phone has been destroyed, so he just wants to retrieve his cell phone. Did you lose a lot in this kidnapping incident? Seeing Xiao Chun's irritable appearance, Lu Ruashi asked suspiciously. Because under normal circumstances, if Xiao Chun was really kidnapped and then ran out, he will be scared and nervous, but he will not be so irritable. Of course. What's all there? Tell me, I will register here. There is a cell phone. Anything else? And also? Xiao Chun was taken aback, then lifted his arm up. I was beaten, can't you see? I'm talking about property. Lu Ruashi corrected. This? Xiao Chun didn't know what to say, because in this incident, he lost a cell phone. Please tell us the truth, otherwise we won't be able to help you. Seeing Xiao Chun's expression, plus the 2 previous shocks of Xiao Chun, Lu Ruashi could basically be sure that the kid in front of him was concealing facts and information, so her tone became a little dissatisfied. Just a mobile phone. Xiao Chun was discouraged, but then said again. But I was indeed kidnapped, and I was beaten. Well, in view of the facts you stated, we will send someone to investigate, but it is almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so if you want to investigate, it will only be tomorrow. You go to the hospital to see your injury first, and we will send someone to contact you tomorrow morning. Hearing Lu Ruashi's words, Xiao Chun couldn't help it. After all, it is indeed too late. So he had to obey the arrangement and went to the hospital first. His body was all covered with skin injuries, which was not a major problem. So after he was healed, he was lying on the hospital bed and he was thinking about today's things all the time. Early the next morning, the police contacted Yao Yao and asked her to assist in the investigation. At the same time, Xiao Chun was also summoned to the police station. When Yao Yao saw Xiao Chun in the lobby of the police station, everyone was surprised. Xiao Chun, they said you were kidnapped last night, and you still have something to do with me? What's the matter? I still want to ask you, what was your situation yesterday afternoon? Xiao Chun was a little annoyed now. For him, everything else is not important. The loss of the phone is the big deal. Xiao Chun's questioning tone made Yao Yao feel a little uncomfortable. But when she thought that Xiao Chun was kidnapped last night, she understood what happened yesterday. Tong Tong was in kindergarten. Yesterday she went to pick Tong Tong from school and was hit by a car on the way home. Because the other party's car is a deck, the other party begged her not to call the police and give her enough compensation. During the discussion, Tong Tong cried because of being frightened. She went to comfort Tong Tong for a while. After getting enough compensation from the other party, she went to the 4S shop to repair the car. After listening to Yao Yao's narration, Xiao Chun was immediately angry. That's it? Otherwise, what do you think? But the call I received was that the person told me that you had an accident and asked me to pick you up. I did have an accident, but don't you call me to confirm this kind of thing? Xiao Chun hesitated to speak. Then he was very upset. Yao Yao, what do you mean? Are you saying that I deserve to be kidnapped? I was kidnapped because of you anyway? When did I say that? Yao Yao was obviously a little confused and didn't know why Xiao Chun said such things. I think that's what you mean. I didn't. Yao Yao was also angry. Xiao Chun, you were kidnapped because of me. I am very guilty and grateful to you. But what do you mean by this? You can't find a place to vent your emotions and want to use me as a punching bag? Ding, provoking a successful relationship between the male protagonist, Xiao Chen, and one of the female protagonists, Yao Yao, with a slight plot trend, gaining a villain value of plus 300, and the protagonist Xiao Chen's luck value of minus 100. Is this okay? Suddenly received a system prompt. Qin Tian, who was lying on the bed and enjoying Deng Yuqing's back massage, was a little surprised. Although he was not there, he could vaguely guess the reason. 99% of male protagonists have a certain degree of machismo. Xiao Chen's mobile phone was robbed, and his mood was very irritable. At this time, any small matter was enough to arouse his anger. If this Yao Yao accidentally hit his muzzle, then the two are not very familiar with each other now. As long as there is a contradiction, there will definitely be a gap. So it is not particularly strange that Qin Tian received this system prompt. Why didn't Xiao Chun call Yao Yao to confirm? That's because he didn't think so much when he heard that Yao Yao had an accident. And even if he called at the time, it was impossible to get through. As the operator behind the scenes, how could Qin Tian let him get through Yao Yao's mobile phone at that time? Miss Qin, is it all right? Deng Yuqing held Qin Tian's back and asked cautiously. Deng Yuqing doesn't need to go to work anymore, so she stayed in Qin Tian's villa during this time. Some of the work of serving people is naturally done by her. Okay, you go first, I'll sleep later. Qin Tian lay on the bed and said without looking back. Then I will go first? Well, remember to close the door. It is good. Deng Yuqing nodded and got out of bed to tidy up her clothes. Putting on Hermes high-heeled sandals and LV limited edition bag on his back, he left Qin Tian's villa. Seeing Deng Yuqing leave, Qin Tian took a breath. 11,600 villains? It seems that we can consume another wave. Although the value of the villain can be exchanged for money, money cannot be exchanged for the value of the villain. Therefore, the biggest role of villain value is to strengthen oneself and purchase subordinates. It is not very cost-effective to buy land or shares. Buy something to strengthen the ability in that area. Qin Tian muttered to himself. During this time, sing-songs every night. Even the physique he had strengthened was somewhat overwhelming. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to strengthen this ability. Qin Tian searched. There is only one pill that can strengthen this ability. Dragon Tiger Pill. The price is 1,000 villain value. Bought it. The villain value of 1,000 points is simply trivial. Long Tiger Pill. It allows you to have a very good size and a very healthy kidney. The medicinal power of the pill will also penetrate into your entire kidney, allowing your kidney to have the ability to absorb true energy and replenish itself. One person only once. No side effects. Note. Keep enough true qi, your kidneys will never fail. Very awesome function. Qin Tian's brothers are not small at first, but they are even more powerful with this. After eating Dragon Tiger Pill, Qin Tian slept directly, because I slept a lot last night. So he woke up at 12 noon. After waking up from this sleep, he felt refreshed and full of energy. The state seems to be back to its peak. I don't know if it should be this way, or the effect of the pill. Take a look at his system again. After a lot of deliberation, the remaining villain value, Qin Tian bought a bone-changing pill. The bone-changing pill is a kind of medicine behind the blood-changing pill. Read more at hotballnovel.xyz. This thing is worth 10,000 villains. Because of the benefits that I got when I bought the blood replacement pills. Therefore, no matter how expensive this bone-changing pill is, Qin Tian does not have the slightest heartache. After buying this, Qin Tian's villain value is only 600 left, once back before liberation. However, the power of the bone-changing pill was exaggerated and outrageous. After Qin Tian ate, he couldn't help but snorted, because he felt unprecedented pain. The whole person fell to the ground uncontrollably, and his fists were also squeezed. Bone-changing pill. This is the elixir used by the immortals when they start to take off the body of a mortal. After taking it, your bones can become harder than titanium alloy, and the ability to resist hits will be increased geometrically. Note. It can only be used after using the blood replacement pills, only once per person, no side effects. Just look at this description, and you will know that it is not an ordinary thing. Even if Qin Tian's physique was amazing, he almost fainted in pain after eating. 10 minutes later, the pain gradually disappeared. Qin Tian half kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. The sweat has wetted his clothes all over, making him look like he was fished out of the water. But the effect of bone strengthening is extremely exaggerated. All other attributes have not changed, and the physique has been directly improved from 750 to 1,500, fully doubled from before. After suffering, it is rebirth. Qin Tian shook his fist again, and suddenly an absolute sense of strength filled his entire arm. So strong feeling. Qin Tian grinned. He thinks he can really kill a cow with a punch now? I moved my body, then took a bath, and did not explain my meal. I don't know if it was the reason why a lot of energy was consumed just now. After Qin Tian took a shower and came out, the spirit became better. My appetite for food is much better than usual. Directly eat all the ingredients that belong to me in the kitchen of the villa. Kobe steak, Australian lobster, Russian king crab. Seeing Qin Tian gorging himself, the steward Feng standing next to him opened his eyes wide. Hurry up to greet a subordinate. Notify the kitchen to prepare another batch of top-quality ingredients. It's Mr. Feng. What? Had lunch. Qin Tian wiped his mouth with a paper towel and couldn't help but stretch. Suddenly the whole body's bones crackled. If X-rays can see the color, he can definitely see that his bones are no longer the white of ordinary people. It is a faint golden color. This feeling is just one word, cool. Jingle bell. The phone rang in time. It's Moody. President Qin, the Yi family members are here. Well, I see. You just bring them here. Okay, President Qin. Yi Weia made an appointment in advance this time, and Qin Tian had already known from Yi Qin's mouth the purpose of Yi family's finding himself. So Qin Tian was not surprised to hear that the Yi family came over. The current situation is that Yi Qian is really abandoned, and Yi Xian is still in prison. And Wang Hao, Qin Tian has arranged all the chess pieces. To abolish him is just a matter of talking. As for Xiao Chen, he has lost his gold finger. Even if Qin Tian doesn't care about him anymore, he can't turn over any waves. Therefore, Qin Tian can be regarded as having a period of time to truly rest. 1 hour later, Mu Dai took the Yi family and his wife to the Lishan villa of Qin Tian. Mu Dai's car was in front, the Yi family's car was behind, and the other bodyguards followed last. It was me that Yi Mao was offended before, so please forgive Mr. Qin. After arriving at the Qin Tian villa and seeing Qin Tian, Yi Wuya said straightforwardly, the place is still the old place, or inside that huge canopy. People are different. After a few days of deliberation, the chairman of the Yes Group with a market value of 200 billion brought his wife and lowered his arrogant head towards Qin Tian. Yi Wuya was not reconciled, but the boss and the youngest had reached this level. Doesn't it work if he doesn't bow his head to Qin Tian? They can't afford to hide the Sejong sect at all. Seeing the two people in front of him, Qin Tian smiled contemptuously. I know it was wrong now? Why did you go? Although there is actually no sect behind him, but seeing Yi Wuya's bullying and fearful of hardship made him look unhappy. I heard Qin Tian say this sentence. Yi Wuya was even more sure that there was a powerful sect behind Qin Tian. Mr. Qin, it's useless to say anything now. Yi Wuya also simply said, just say a condition. How can I let my Yi family go? Mr. Yi is direct. Qin Tian didn't rush. But for this kind of thing, shouldn't it be President Yi who showed his sincerity first? This well. Yi Wuya was a little helpless. What do you think of Mr. Qin, who owns 20% of the shares of the Yi family? In this kind of negotiation, the party who speaks first often suffers a lot, because you don't know the opponent's bottom line and upper limit. So Yi Wuya, who originally wanted to save a little money, didn't accept the move at all, seeing that Qin Tian had no choice but to say his bargaining chip. 20%? The market value of the Yi family is 200 billion Xiaoguobi, and 20% is 40 billion? Mr. Yi is so big. Qin Tian smiled playfully. This price code, most people really can't open it, and it can make a 200 billion rich man afraid of this. This shows how terrifying are those Sejong gates? Then Qin always accepts this condition? Hearing Qin Tian's words, Yi Wuya was overjoyed, thinking that Qin Tian had accepted his proposal. Unexpectedly, Qin Tian shook his head slightly. No, 20% is too little. I want 30%. What, 30%? The Qin Tian lion opened his mouth wide, making Yi Wuya's eyes drenched. 30% is 60 billion? Qin Tian ignored him at all, and his face was unusually calm and said, I know that the shares held by your Yi family are 70%. I want 30%, and I won't shake your Yi family status. If you agree, I promise I won't bother you with the Yi family in the future, and there will be special benefits for you. If you don't agree, please go back, I don't bother to talk to you again. This, Yi Wuya obviously fell into hesitation. Yi family owns 70% of the shares, and gave 30% to Qin Tian. Yi family still has 40%? Although it is true. But what if Qin Tian acquires these 30% of the shares, by some of the shares in the hands of other directors and shareholders? Doesn't the Yi family want to change their surname to Qin? So Yi Wuya obviously hesitated when he heard Qin Tian's words. It was also when Yi Wuya was in a dilemma. A bodyguard from the Qin family came over with the walkie-talkie. Mr. Qin, an old gentleman who claims to be Dan Chunzi, said he wants to see you. Oh, Dan Chunzi? Qin Tian raised his eyebrows. Let him in quickly. Okay, President Qin. The bodyguard nodded and retreated respectfully. In less than 5 minutes, an old man in a white exercise suit walked in behind the bodyguard. The old man has a long beard, and his beard and hair are all white. The beard and hair look older, but the ruddy skin and overall complexion do not look more than 50 years old. If you put on a robe, it is definitely the kind of fairy-style bones described in the novel. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that after he came in to see a few people in the field, he walked directly in front of Qin Tian. Then he hugged his fist towards Qin Tian and gave a big gift. Old Dan Chunzi, I have seen the sect master. What? Zong, sect master? Yi Wuya and Wang Ling were stunned when they heard Dan Chunzi's name. Metropolitan? Real or fake? Qin Tian is not only a person who hides the Sejong sect, but is also the sect master of a sect? No wonder. Qin Tian does things so unscrupulously. No wonder they didn't pay attention to their Yi family from the beginning. It turns out that the president of the Qin group is just his superficial identity? Is there a suzerain behind his back? Read more at Hotful Novel, XYZ. Not to mention Yi Wuya and Wang Ling. Even Qin Tian couldn't help but froze. Metropolitan? What is this operation? Didn't write in the previous script? Don't be polite. Qin Tian is an acting school after all, and soon recovered after a brief surprise. You always sit by the side and wait for a while, and then I can talk to you carefully after I finish handling the matter here. Okay, sovereign. Dan Chunzi bowed again, and then slowly retreated to a seat in the distance. The maid's aunt offered a glass of water, and Moody took the initiative and sent it to Dan Chunzi. After the last time, she has guessed that Qin Tian still has many secrets. So when I heard what Dan Chunzi called Qin Tian sect master, although she was a little surprised, she did not show it. Seeing that Mu Dai was helping to receive Dan Chunzi, Qin Tian didn't bother anymore, looking at Yi Wuya again. Mr. Yi, you should decide quickly, I don't have so much time to spend with you. This, okay, President Qin, I agree. Yi Wuya hesitated, then gritted his teeth and replied. The scene just now was very much like acting. In other words, this Dan Chunzi is probably the trust Qin Tian has found? But does Yi Wuya still have room for maneuver? No, even if Dan Chunzi is fake. With the strength of Qin Tian, if they want to bully the big with the small, their enterprise has nothing to do. What's more, this Dan Chunzi walks steadily, has an extraordinary temperament, and does not look like a fake. Hearing Yi Wuya say this, Qin Tian waved, age, casually. In this case, go back and prepare the contract, and then I will let my assistant and lawyer team contact you. Okay, I hope Mr. Qin you can keep your promise. Don't worry, I still have this credit. Qin Tian said lightly. Moreover, if you destroy your Yi family, it will not do me any good. Then farewell. No. The strongman Yi Wuya broke his wrist and used 30% of the Yi family's property in exchange for peace in the Yi family. And Qin Tian added 60 billion more industries for no reason? This is a result he had never thought of. After Yi Wuya left, Qin Tian glanced at his surroundings. You all retreat. Yes, sir. Yes, President Qin. The bodyguard servants retreated one after another. Moody, go down too. Okay, President Qin. Mu Dai also left. Soon, there was only one Dan Chunzi left in the field. Qin Tian no longer hesitated and walked directly towards him.
Name, Dan Chenzi. Real name, Lu Sixing.
Sex, male. Age, 81 years old. Occupation, wandering physician. Type, 7-rank alchemist. Trust, 96%. Physique 382, Grandmaster Realm, True Chi cultivation base. 75 years, not good at fighting, but he is very good at refining pills of various qualities. With his help, your team's strength will be greatly improved. Grandmaster Realm? No wonder it takes bad weather to buy it. It turns out that this old man has exceeded the upper limit of purchasing subordinate levels, and this pharmacist is still classified into grades? Sitting opposite Dan Chenzi, Qin Tian couldn't help muttering when seeing Dan Chenzi's information. Of course, not only the pharmacists are graded, but the quality of the pill must also be graded. Dan Chenzi seemed to hear Qin Tian's mutter, and quickly explained. Oh, there is such a thing? Qin Tian is a little curious, but it is too late to ask this, but this is not important now. What I am more curious about now is, why did you call me the Lord? Hearing this, Dan Chenzi hurriedly clasped his fists. The old man is entrusted by an expert, and he is here to assist the suzerain and establish a school. Entrusted by an expert? Help me start a sect? Qin Tian's mind is full of question marks. He knew that the expert Dan Chenzi said should have something to do with the system, but he didn't even think about starting a school. Dan Chenzi seemed to see Qin Tian's doubts once again. Yes, this is God's guide to the old man, and it's also a guide to sect master. Dan Chenzi speaks a little bit nagging, but Qin Tian still understands what you dare to believe. The protagonist in the future may be very awesome. Must establish a sect to be qualified to compete with him? It sounds so awesome. Thinking of this, Qin Tian took a deep breath. Okay, I'll get someone to buy a mountain later. Buy a mountain? Buy a mountain? Hear Qin Tian's words. Dan Chenzi was stunned. Some did not react. Seeing the other party's expression, Qin Tian was rather curious. Don't you want to start a school? You don't need to buy a mountain, build a Taoist temple or something? Ha ha ha. Does the sect master have any misunderstandings about the words founding a school? Dan Chenzi laughed loudly at his beard. Hundreds of years ago, when we started a school, we really needed to choose a mountain. But what time is it now? The so-called small hidden in the wild, the big hidden in the city, today's Zoman is not in the wilderness. Qin Tian. This F***CK. So embarrassing. It seems that I am a fairy movie of my previous life. Have you watched too much? So, do you need me to do something? You don't need to do too much from the sect master, you just need to help Lao Yu find a more secluded villa, and then give it to Lao Yu's 10 men, and leave the rest to Lao Yu to deal with it. Oh, it's simple. Qin Tian nodded, and found Mu Dai in the rest area. Fluttershy. President Qin. You don't have to go to work today. Wait for me in the villa. I have something to tell you later. Okay, President Qin. Qin Tian looked at Dan Chenzi. Old mister. Dan Chenzi respectfully said, Sect master. You still call me President Qin from now on? Qin Tian opened the mouth and said, Your real name is Lu Zixing? I will call you Lu Lao from now on, otherwise it sounds weird. Can. Dan Chenzi nodded readily. Well, Mr. Lu, come with me. I will take you to the villa first. It is good. Qin Tian's Lishan Villa is located north of the 2nd Ring Road in Tumen, and in the suburbs outside the 3rd Ring Road in the north of the city, there is also a villa. This villa is independent, although the area is not as exaggerated as Qin Tian's Lishan Villa, but there are also 2 big yards. Moreover, it is backed by the mountain, it is relatively remote, the site is not small, and there is also a special basement and interrogation room. It is a secret training base specially purchased by Qin Tian for Zhou Wan and others. Since buying this place, Wang Yi, Zhou Wan, and Xiao Lu have all lived here. It was here when Xiao Chun was secretly interrogated before. A total of 13 people live here now. This number of people just met Dan Chenzi's requirements. The furniture inside is complete, plus more than a dozen young people live in it. Dan Chenzi also felt very satisfied after seeing it. President Qin, it is necessary to purchase a lot of rare medicinal materials to refine the pill. I am afraid in this respect. I understand. Just write me the medicinal materials you need, and I'll let people buy them. Then trouble, Mr. Qin. It's okay, it's all small problems. Just let me know if you have any requests. If I'm away, you can tell Lao Li or Fengguan. The old man understands. Zhou Wan, Wang Yi. President Qin. President Qin. Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. His surname is Lu, you can call him Lu Lao, and he will command here from now on. It's President Qin. Dan Chenzi is a pill cultivator, which can help him expand his strength. So I see that my current Zongmin has begun to take shape. Qin Tian nodded unsatisfactorily. With Dan Chenzi here, isn't it just around the corner to take off by himself? While Qin Tian took Dan Chenzi to the villa. On the other side, Chengdong Police Station. The 2 police officers are having a headache about Xiao Chun. I think this Xiao Chun is full of lies. We really may not be able to believe him. A police officer said in a deep voice. He had a general understanding of Xiao Chin's situation last night, but it was full of loopholes. Because if it is really a kidnapping case, what is the meaning of the kidnapping of Xiao Chen by the other party? And how did Xiao Chen escape in such a short time? When Xiao Chen answered these questions, there was an obvious pause in the middle. With the erratic look in his eyes, it was obvious that he was lying. But this thing does seem to be premeditated. The police officer who came to Qin Tian's office with Lu Ruashi before replied. His name is Gao Yugong, and he is also one of the team captains. According to police monitoring, Xiao Chen's sentences were smooth in the first half of the sentence, and he didn't seem to be lying. Yao Yao's car cannot be hit for no reason. It is also impossible for Xiao Chun to go to the self-built housing area in the north of the city for no reason. There are indications that this matter was premeditated. But now the problem is here. Why did the other party kidnap Xiao Chun? Thinking of this problem, Gao Yugong, who has handled cases for so many years, feels a headache. Because Xiao Chun only lost one mobile phone from start to finish. It is impossible for the other party to kidnap him for a mobile phone, right? Team Gao, shall we continue to investigate this case? The police officer asked before. Of course you need to check it, but, oh, just send 2 people to follow it. Gao Yugong waved his hand very casually. This is not his intentional perfunctory. It is because Xiagua has a large population, and each police station receives no less than 50 cases every day. Those who lost their cell phones, electric cars, and wallets. What if every case has to be investigated? It's impossible to check if they add 100 more police force to each police station. Therefore, when investigating the case, they can only pick some more serious cases to deal with. Although Xiao Chun was kidnapped, he lost only one mobile phone from start to finish. It is difficult for them to pay attention to this situation. Okay, Team Gao. The police officer nodded, and then quickly arranged work. At this time, another police officer walked up to Gao Yugong with a pile of documents. Team Gao, this is the information that Team Lu asked the intelligence section to find. Oh. Gao Yugong raised his eyebrows and took a closer look at the information. The information is about Xiao Chen's confession about funds from unknown sources. Seeing this information, Gao Yugong frowned even tighter. The source of the billions of funds is unknown? There are no foreign relatives at all? It seems that Xiao Chun is very problematic. Let's go, come 2 people, and see this Xiao Chun again with me. Gao Yugong made a decisive decision, took 2 people directly, and rushed towards the place where Xiao Chun lived. Xiao Chun didn't sleep much because of what happened last night. So he just woke up just now. Now I was in my villa, rubbing the wounds on my face and body, thinking in my mind who was most likely to kidnap him. It's just that he thought about it, but he didn't think of a suspicious person. This made him a little annoyed. Which bastard knew the secret of my phone? Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang, and Xiao Chunxiang endured the physical and mental pain and opened the door of the villa for Gao Yugong. As soon as Gao Yu came in, he threw the information directly in front of Xiao Chun and said straight to the point. Mr. Xiao, I would like to ask you to tell us the truth. How did the billion cash in your bank account come from? Is it related to this kidnapping case? What? After hearing Gao Yugong ask some doubts, Xiao Chun was dumbfounded. Although he knew that his lie would one day be seen through, but did not expect this day to come so soon. But now he has no time to think too much, so he can only try to answer Gao Yugong's words. Tell me the secret of the mobile phone or not. Did not say? How to explain the origin of your own cash? Say? Does anyone believe this kind of thing? Even if you believe it, surely it has nothing to do with you when you find your phone? Damn, the phone is not in my hand anyway. Xiao Chun yelled angrily, and at the same time turned his mind. Okay, I said, I will tell you everything I know. Speaking, all my money comes from that robbed mobile phone. Ding, the protagonist, Xiao Chun, leaked the secrets of his mobile phone. His luck value collapsed, and he lost his qualifications as a child of luck. The host gains a villain value plus 1,000 and seizes a luck value of 200 points. Because Xiao Chun lost his mobile phone, he tried to find a proper reason for the cash in his bank. Simply smash the jar and smash all the things. 1 of 5 to 10. It's just that as Xiao Chun said, Gao Yugong frowned. A super food delivery app? Can you make $1 billion by running food delivery? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you are telling the truth? Gao Yugong's face is getting more and more unsightly. Because Xiao Chun's mobile phone was dropped, it is now considered dead and unmatched. These words he said are nothing short of a fantasy. It's more like he lied about his unexplained money. As we all know, the protagonist's halo has the ability to reduce intelligence. When the protagonist speaks with other people, say something that seems unrealistic, and others will believe it. But now Xiao Chun has lost his protagonist aura because he leaked the secret of the phone. Therefore, the truth he is telling now sounds more like a lie in the ears of others. Of course it's the truth. What did I lie to you for? Do you have anything else to add? Xiao Chun was so uncooperative, and Gao Yugong had no patience. And they also put a label of Master of Lies on Xiao Chun in their hearts. This guy is just an old fritters running the train with his mouth full. No, no more. Xiao Chun shook his head. He has said everything that should be said. What else can be added? As for the other party, believe it or not, it doesn't matter to him. Gao Yugong let out a sigh of relief. Well, in this case, let's go first. As he said, he looked at his colleagues and said, let's go. Xiao Chun was also relieved to see Gao Yugong leaving. In any case, this level can be regarded as temporarily confused. The villain is worth 1,600, and the luck is worth 4,300. These are Qin Tian's current 2 data. On the way back to the villa after Qin Tian settled down in Danchenzi, he received the system prompt that Xiao Chen's luck has collapsed, just now. To be honest, after seeing this system prompt, Qin Tian was a little surprised. Xiao Chun had a conflict with Yao Yao because he had robbed his mobile phone. So his luck value should be 1036 left. But at this moment, because he leaked the secret of his mobile phone, he just gave it up all at once? This situation is almost the same as Lin Feng's blackening before. Forget it, that's fine. Qin Tian muttered to himself. If Xiao Chun destroys his future, he doesn't need to study how to deal with him. Just find an opportunity and abuse it casually. You know, Qin Tian still has a difference between dealing with the protagonist and dealing with ordinary people. To deal with the protagonist, not only the value of luck must be considered, but also the remaining value of the other party. Try to plunder the other party's resources as king. When dealing with ordinary people, you don't have to think about anything, and you can do whatever you want. Now Xiao Chun is no longer the protagonist, and he has nothing to do with passers-by. Even if the things given to him by the system are still there, Qin Tian's attempt to solve him is just a matter of minutes. Qin Tian thought. The car returned to Lishan Villa. It is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Because Qin Tian had given instructions long ago, Mu Dai has not left yet. Read more at Hotpal Novel, XYZ. After Qin Tian came back, he found 2 gift boxes prepared in advance, then used the 1300 villain value to exchange a solid foundation pill and a beauty pill and put them in 2 boxes. Fluttershy. Qin Tian called Mu Dai into the living room. President Qin. Mu Dai's attitude is still so respectful. Qin Tian leaned back on the sofa and patted the seat next to him. There is no one else here. You don't need to be so restrained. Just sit next to me. Okay, President Qin. Mu Dai nodded and sat next to Qin Tian. Thanks for your hard work in this recent period of time, Qin Tian said sincerely. Although his ability is stronger than the previous Qin Tian, but the company's things are getting less and less. In other words, all the company's big and small affairs are weighed on Mu Dai. How does this make him feel uncomfortable? I heard that Qin Tian cared about himself. Mu Dai smiled and shook his head. What did President Qin say? I don't have a hard time at all. And I also want to thank Mr. Qin for giving me this platform, for showing me his ability. Is it? Qin Tian also smiled. I also said that I will recruit 2 assistants for you. Listen to what you said. Don't you need it? What? Hee, just kidding with you. Qin Tian smiled and handed the 2 brocade boxes to her hand. Hey, give this to you. Mu Dai is her own woman, so Qin Tian plans to give her a beauty pill. But he didn't expect to charge 1,000 villain points on the way back. So considering that Mu Dai works for herself, Qin Tian decided to give her 1 more pill for strengthening the foundation and strengthening her physique. Otherwise, if she is exhausted, it will be of no benefit to herself. President Qin. What is this? This is something that can relieve your physical fatigue and become more beautiful. Is this a gift from President Qin you gave me? Moody's eyes lit up. That's it, Qin Tian said with a smile. You should have heard the things before. Yi Wuya gave us 30% of Qin's shares. You will definitely be very busy during this period of time. So these 2 things are regarded as rewards for you. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I like it very much. After receiving the gift, Mu Dai looked very happy. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth raised. You don't know what is going on, just say you like it? Anyway, as long as you send it, I like it. Haha. Qin Tian laughed, and then quickly returned to the topic, right? I have called the personnel department before and asked them to transfer 2 female assistants to you. You can teach them well, so that they can help you as soon as possible. Okay, President Qin. But, President Qin, why did the Yi family give us so many shares? We didn't even pay back before. Mu Dai didn't know the value of the 2 pills in the box, but thought it was an ordinary gift from Qin Tian. So her attention now quickly shifted to the shares given by the Yi family. What happened last time is still fresh in her memory. Yi Chun was pressed on the ground and rubbed, and Wang Ling was slapped in the face. It's all like this. But the other party suddenly came to give shares, and there is still 30%? This is simply unreasonable. Qin Tian said casually, don't ask about this. I will let you know when it is time to let you know. What you have to do now is to prepare to take over the Yi family's industry. Oh, I see. Understood? Then you go back and call me again if you don't understand. President Qin, do you want me to accompany you today? Qin Tian heard the words and smiled. Seeing you are so tired every day, I can't bear to abuse you a little bit. I'm actually okay. Hearing this, Mu Dai's face turned red to the base of her neck, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Forget it. You'd better go back. When this time is over, I will accompany you to have fun. Qin Tian thought for a while, and still rejected Mu Dai's request. After all, it's a long time coming, so I'm not in a hurry. Mu Dai blushed and nodded slightly. 1,300 villain value, a little expensive. But after Qin Tian knew that his own system could swallow someone else's system, he knew that he would never lack villain value in the future. So giving Moody 1,300 points of villain points, there is nothing to be heartbroken. Mu Dai left Qin Tian's villa. At the same time, a hospital in Jiangxing. A young man covered in bandages suddenly sat up from the bed. At this moment, he looked at his bandaged hands with an incredible expression. I'm not dead? How come? The pain in his body and the tingling of his brain made him stretch his hand in pain to cover his head. After a while, a lot of memories poured into his mind. My name is Lenny now? Still in college? I was hit by a gang of rich second-generation drag racing? Among them is a rich second generation, who seems to be called Qin Shiji. F***K. Do I seem to be born again? Lin E, 21 years old this year, is a student of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Because when I went to the suburbs for a weekend, I came back late. I was hit by a Ferrari fast approaching a batch. Before coma, he vaguely heard such a conversation. F***K. Qin Shiji, lousy hit someone. You do woolen yarn. Send him to the hospital quickly. I'm silly. Fortunately, the protective measures on his body are perfect. Porsche turned the corner in time, and he would only get his life back when the large impact was removed. Otherwise, he would be killed directly. Ha 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 ha. Thinking clearly about the cause and effect, Lin E couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, even the heavens are taking care of me. Is it reborn? Very good. No one will know that Shadow Sha is still alive. The sex that besieged Lousy, wait for Lousy. Lousy must let you pay for it. Oh, Showy, why are you up? You are so badly hurt and lie down quickly. Linny thought about it. A middle-aged woman with a plain dress and wrinkles on her face. Seeing Lin E sitting up, he walked in anxiously. Is this woman the mother of this body? Linny muttered in his heart. It seems that if you want revenge, you must live with this body. When he thought of this, he felt a little dizzy in his head. Linny pondered again. Don't worry, since you have used your body, I will help you handle those things around you, including taking care of your parents. It seemed that he had understood Lin Yi's words, and his head was no longer dizzy. On the other side, Qin Tian didn't even know that Jiangxing had an extra rebirth. Although he was indeed planning to go to Jiangxing, he was going to Jiangxing to get in touch with Duan Xiaoyu. It has nothing to do with this rebirth. Now Yichen is abolished, and Xiao Chan is also abolished. Except for Wang Hao, the other protagonists were almost abused by themselves. Only Yixian, who entered the prison, was exceptionally stable. So Qin Tian is going to solve what's wrong with Yixian? According to information obtained by Qin Tian, Duan Xiaoyu is 17 years old this year, in his second year of high school, and is the sister of Yi Xian's comrade-in-arms. She is also one of the heroines in the background of Yi Xian. Yes, you read it right. The comrade-in-arms asked Yi Xian to help take care of his sister. Then unconsciously, she took care of her to the bed. Just this kind of behavior of comrade-in-arms sister is actually not much worse than Qin Tian, who is a villain. It's just that when readers look at the Warrior King series, they look at the problem from the protagonist's perspective. So I don't think there is anything in this behavior. But now from the perspective of Qin Tian, this Yi Xian's persona is actually not a good person. Oldly, President Qin. Get ready, we will go to Jiangqing to play tomorrow. Good President Qin. Lao Li didn't ask much, just executed the order. Telling Lao Li of his schedule, Qin Tian didn't think much anymore. I chose the most comfortable position, lay on the sofa in the living room, and counted my recent money income. The Yi family gave 30% of the shares, plus 50 billion from the devouring system. Is he now a rich man worth 200 billion yuan? Although the speed of the system's ability to give money is a bit pitted, this is also good. At least it is not easy to arouse others' suspicion. You know, Qin Tian and Xiao Chun are fundamentally different. Xiao Chun was just a dick and suddenly became a billionaire. No matter how the money came, he would be easily suspected. And Qin Tian was originally a billionaire. There are many billions on his bank card, and no one will doubt it. Read more at Hotful Novel, XYZ. Even if someone doubted him, it would be extremely difficult to investigate such a huge industrial chain of the Qin family. Moreover, the investigator has to consider the impact on society after the investigation of the Qin clan. So Qin Tian has the double guarantee of system and identity. Want to be discovered? It's almost impossible. With this affirmative conclusion, Qin Tian is also relieved a lot. The next day, Jiangqing. Jiangqing is not very far from Tumen. It is only more than 2 hours drive on the highway. Qin Tian's sons Qin Shiji and Chen Mingming both go to school here. But this time, Qin Tian didn't come to them. And Qin Tian came over this time, but a woman didn't bring it. There are currently 4 women who have had a relationship with Qin Tian: Gu Qingqing, Mu Dai, Deng Yuqing, and Zhang Qianqian. Needless to say, Zhang Qianqian, Qin Tian is just playing with her. And Mu Dai is busy helping Qin Tian take care of the Qin family. Deng Yuqing is helping Qin Tian hook up Zhao Qinya. As for Gu Qingqing, during this time, the underground forces of Tumen were integrated. Although these forces have long been merged, there are still many details that need to be dealt with. So Qin Tian only took 2 people when he went to Jiangqing this time: Lao Li and Wang Yi. One is responsible for driving the car, and the other is responsible for protecting his safety. Although Qin Tian doesn't need protection anymore, some things do not seem to be compelling. So this time, the car is Rolls-Royce and the driver is Lao Li. Wang Yi became his right and left hand. Originally, Qin Tian didn't want to see Qin Shiji or Chen Mingming in the past. But not long after Rolls-Royce entered Jiangqing, Qin Shiji called. Hey dad, I'm off for summer vacation. Well, what then? Qin Shiji said, I still have something to do. It may take a few days to come back. Well, I see. I'm also in Jiangqing now, and I may have to stay here for a few days. If I don't go back then, you can live with your grandpa. Qin Tian didn't care either, and said very casually. Naturally, Deng Yuqing would not live in Lishan Villa when she was not at home. Qin Tian asked Qin Shiji to go to his grandfather. I was afraid that this kid would touch the poison he had put in the room, in case one is accidentally poisoned. Will the system go down? Huh? Dad, have you come to Jiangqing too? Qin Shiji was stunned when he heard this. Before Qin Tian opened his mouth to answer, another crisp voice rang again. Qin Shiji, has your father come to Jiangqing? Hearing this crisp voice, Qin Tian made a mistake in secret. Really? Not waiting for everyone's reaction, Qin Shiji's cell phone was snatched by the girl Chen Mingming. Uncle Qin, have you come to Jiangqing too? No. Qin Tian was full of black lines. Chen Mingming doesn't want to eat this set. Haha, Uncle Qin. I know you are in Jiangqing. Where are you? I'll look for you. Qin Tian. Didn't you just say that? Qin Tian was a little speechless. But when I thought that Chen Mingming should be familiar with this side, Qin Tian didn't refuse too much either. Randomly reported an address closer to number 7 middle school, and asked Chen Mingming to wait there. 20 minutes later, one was wearing a dark tights, black tight leather pants, and a black helmet. The girl riding a Harley motorcycle appeared in Qin Tian's sight. Uncle Qin. Seeing Qin Tian's Rolls-Royce coming over, Chen Mingming took off the helmet and screamed happily. Oh, it's nice to be young. Sitting in the back seat of Rolls-Royce, Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He rides a Harley motorcycle, but he can only ride a classic car? This is the gap. Uncle Qin, why did you come to Jiangqing? I'm here to find someone. Oh, looking for someone? Chen Mingming's eyes lit up, and he was about to say something when the phone rang on his body. Sorry, Uncle Qin. I'll answer the call, Chen Mingming said quickly. After speaking, he took out the phone from his tight leather pants and pressed the answer button. Hey, Sister Yanran. Su Yanran? Qin Tian couldn't help but squinted his eyes. Mingming, where are you? I'm with Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin? Su Yanran was visibly taken aback. Uncle Qin is here too? Yes. Do you want me to let Uncle Qin say something to you? This no more. Okay then. Hey, Mingming, wait for you. What's happening? Asked Uncle Qin. Do you want to go to Baoping Town at night? I see, you don't need to say this. Chen Mingming heard the words and looked at Qin Tian with a smile. Uncle Qin. Sister Yanran asked if you want to go to Baoping Town in the west of the city together at night? Baoping Town in the west of the city? Yes, Grandpa Su and Uncle Sub are going there to bet on rocks tonight. Betting on rocks? Hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't help squinting his eyes. With keen villain insight, he immediately smelled a kind of dog blood. Are you sure that you took me to bet on rocks instead of taking me to get slapped in the face? Baoping Town is a town on the edge of Jiangqing. It is quaint and retains the characteristics of the old times. It is a very famous jade antique town. All kinds of leaks, reselling. It is the favorite place for liars and poor masters. If you are lucky, you will get rich overnight, and you will go bankrupt if you have bad luck. It can be said to be a legendary gold rush. Of course, for wealthy people like the Qin family, the Su family, and the Chun family. It is impossible to go bankrupt overnight. At most, it is a recreational activity. Yes, Grandpa Su likes these things. Chun Mingming replied with a smile. Su Guofu likes antique calligraphy and painting, and Qin Tian also knows it. After all, people, once you have money, you will start to pursue spiritual things. Playing with antique calligraphy and painting, jade, etc., is not too normal. What kind of poisonous pet? What Wang Wali? What popped rice grain pattern natural pile of gypsophila, walnut? In short, only you can't think of it, and none of these rich people can afford it. Last time Su Yinran's birthday, he sent some antique calligraphy and paintings. This way, you tell her if I have time, I will definitely go. Thinking of this, Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. The Qin family and Su family's business has reached tens of billions of dollars, so naturally it is impossible to be in one city. There are also many of their industries in Jiangxing. So Su Yinran appeared in Jiangxing. Qin Tian was not very surprised. Now that Su Yinran is the hostess of Chen Mingming has not disappeared. The two heroines are together with their own villain, go to a stone gambling scene where the protagonist likes to pretend to be forced to slap her face. This lineup and location, no matter how you look at it, are the existence of being beaten in the face. Of course, he was beaten in the face, and it has nothing to do with the two heroines. But who is Qin Tian? How about the protagonist Terminator? Not to mention the stone gambling scene. Even if it is Longtan Tiger's den, he can make a break. Sister Yinran, Uncle Qin said he will definitely come. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Chun Mingming ignored the 3 words half time, with a happy face. Really? That's great. Su Yinran was even more delighted. During this time, she was taking over the Su family's affairs. In order to get acquainted with the personnel and work here, I followed Su Guofu and Su Zhengyang 2 days ago. It's just that I didn't expect that Qin Tian also came. After chatting with Chen Mingming a few more words, Su Yinran hung up with a smile on her face. I noticed that my daughter hadn't followed. Su Zhengyang, who was walking ahead and chatting with the general manager of Jiangxing, turned back subconsciously. Yinran, what are you doing? Hurry up. Oh, coming. What's the matter? Laughing so happy? Seeing the rare smile on his daughter's face, Su Zhengyang also laughed. It's nothing. I just heard that Uncle Qin is coming. I was a little happy. Oh, Brother Qin is coming too? That's a good feeling. You talk to Mr. Cui first. I'll call Mr. Qin. Upon hearing Qin Tian's request, Su Zhengyang was a passion. After all, Qin Tian is also his savior. Moreover, at the last Qin Wu's wedding, the scene where Qin Tian took Li Jun to repel the mercenaries, still fresh in his memory. So he was very satisfied with this old Brother Qin. It's just that he approved, but Su Yinran was upset. I heard my father called Qin Tian, Brother Qin. I don't know why. She always feels twisted. On the other side, when Qin Tian received a call from Su Zhengyang, he couldn't help but laugh. Is this Su Zhengyang too enthusiastic? Screaming from a younger brother? Uncle Qin, you just said you want to find someone. Who are you looking for? Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. Seeing Qin Tian hung up the phone, Chun Mingming spoke in time. Don't ask so much, just keep up. Right. Chun Mingming's eyes rolled. By the way, Uncle Qin, would you like to take my car? Qin Tian glanced at Chen Mingming's Harley locomotive. You don't have any seats in this car. How can you sit? I'm afraid I have to throw my old bones out of a sharp turn, right? Where is Uncle Qin getting old? And my driving skills are very good. You hold my waist. I promise not to throw you out. Chun Mingming patted his well-developed chest, vowing to promise. Hold your waist? Oh, forget it. I think my classic car is very good. Laoli will drive. Qin Tian said without speaking, and did not give Chen Mingming a chance at all. As an veteran driver of Chou Mingshan, what is Chen Mingming thinking and why doesn't he know? It's just that he doesn't lack women, and he feels a little indifferent to the newly developed little girl like Chun Mingming. So go find Duan Xiaoyu. Although it's already summer vacation, Yi Xian's background information contains only Duan Xiaoyu's basic information, not her home address. But Qin Tian had already sent someone to investigate Duan Xiaoyu's situation, so he knew where Duan Xiaoyu lived in Jiangxing. Who are you looking for? Seeing a Rolls-Royce appeared in front of him, Zhang Lian looked surprised. She is also a small town next to Jiangxing, and she is the neighbor who raised Duan Xiaoyu. There are usually a lot of cars coming and going, but such an expensive car has never been parked in front of a house. She didn't know any Rolls-Royce, and she didn't know any Double R Flying Goddess. But this car is very valuable at first glance. I'm looking for Duan Xiaoyu. I'm a friend of his elder brother Duan Tian. Oh, Duan Tian's friend? Hearing Qin Tian's words, although Zhang Lian was also very surprised, but Qin Tian could say Duan Tian's name, she had no doubts. Xiaoyu hasn't come back yet. Should I call her? Seeing that Qin Tian is so rich, Zhang Lian dare not neglect. Also, with Qin Tian's consent, Zhang Lian quickly dialed the phone. It's just that no one answered the phone call, which made her a little puzzled. But she didn't think too much, could only let Qin Tian wait. Qin Tian was not in a hurry, and asked Laoli to leave the car in the parking space, and led everyone to Zhang Lian's home and sat down. About an hour later, in the distance, a girl wearing a black, tight-fitting sleeveless t-shirt, short leather pants and short boots, chewing gum, walked back. Zhang Lian hurriedly greeted her. Xiaoyu, where have you been? Why didn't you come back so late? I didn't answer the call. I was drinking with a few sisters just now, but I didn't hear. What's the matter? Aunt Jiang, what's the matter? Duan Xiaoyu has exquisite features and is not tall, only 158. Fayu is relatively normal, neither too big nor too small. It's just short hair, a chain on his belt, and he looks like a fool. It's not like a high school student at all. Someone looking for you. Someone is looking for me? Duan Xiaoyu was even more curious. Under Zhang Lian's guidance, she quickly met Qin Tian who were waiting in the living room. Hey, who are you? Why are you looking for me? Duan Xiaoyu looked impatient. These people don't know any of them. Qin Tian waved his hand at will. Li Jun and Wang Yi euphemistically drove out the master Zhang Lian. The crowd occupied the magpie's nest. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that I know who you are. Your name is Duan Xiaoyu, you are 17 years old this year, and you have an older brother named Duan Tian, right? So what? Qin Tian also didn't care. Do you know what your brother does? Do not know. Duan Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head blankly. That forget it, I won't tell you anymore. In short, you just need to know that the work your brother does is dangerous. At the same time, I have offended many people. Now someone is looking at you, that's why I'm here. Are you here to protect me? Hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu also realized something. Almost. Some time ago, was there anyone named Yixian looking for you? Have. Hearing that Qin Tian could know even Yixian, Duan Xiaoyu also let go of the guard in his heart. It's just that Qin Tian's next words surprised her whole person. He broke the law now and went to jail. So, you are not safe now? What? Are you going for summer vacation now? Pack your things and go with me. You don't want to come back for 2 months during the good summer vacation? No, uncle. We only met for the first time. So you let me go with you? Who knows if you were traffickers? Hee, the little girl is quite wary. Qin Tian couldn't help but smiled, and then slowly said, when you just came back, did you see the car in the yard? I saw it. Do you know any brand? Rolls-Royce? Not bad. Qin Tian said lightly, the price of the naked car is more than 8 million. Do you think? Can you be worth more than 8 million? It makes sense, but I'm speechless. Okay, but is there any advantage for me to go with you? What good do you want? I think you are quite rich. Can you give me a locomotive of that style? Duan Xiaoyu pointed to Chen Mengming's locomotive in the yard. Qin Tian nodded casually, yes. Really? It's true. Then I'll go with you. Ding, successfully abducted one of the heroines, Duan Xiaoyu, and gained plus 500 as the villain, and the protagonist, Yixian's luck value minus 100. Abduction? What am I? Don't say it's so ugly, okay? Duan Xiaoyu has an older brother named Duan Tian. The two did not know who their parents were since they were young. She was raised and taken care of by her brother Duan Tian. But when she was 8 years old, Duan Tian went out to work normally, but because of this, she never went back. The 8-year-old has been alone since then. It can be said that she barely survived thanks to the care of her kind neighbor Zhang Lian. At first she thought she would go on like this by herself from now on. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, a letter from her brother was sent back to her neighbor. Because Zhang Lian did not have her own children, she not only did not abuse her, but also raised her as her own daughter. With Zhang Lian's help, she knew that her brother was still alive. After the two brothers and sisters got in touch, they also started talking by letter. Later, communication developed, and the communication method of correspondence gradually became the telephone. With the phone, Duan Tian will also send some money back to improve his life from time to time. Only then can Duan Xiaoyu have the money to go to high school. Due to lack of parental discipline since childhood, he has another brother who can beat him. So in order not to be bullied by other classmates, her life path is even worse than Chen Mengming's. I remember that when I first saw Yixian, she didn't catch a cold with Yixian. Thinking that Yixian is not close to him, why should he be in charge of himself? But after seeing Yixian run off a few punks, she admired Yixian very much. But Yixian stayed here for 2 days before going to Tumen, so they can only be regarded as acquaintances, not familiar. At this time, hearing Qin Tian say this, she didn't believe it all, but half of it. Because most people don't know the names of their brother and Yixian at the same time. After packing up his things, Duan Xiaoyu put on his backpack, say hello to Zhang Lian, and then came to the yard. Hey, sister, what's your name?
Duan Xiaoyu located at Chen Mengming.
Chen Mengming. This locomotive is yours? Of course. So cool. Duan Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mengming's motorcycle with envious expression, and his hand stroked across the body uncontrollably. Do you want to sit down? Chen Mengming grinned, with a smug look on his face. Will you take me? Duan Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all. She was originally more rebellious. How can she control her inner excitement when she sees such a cool motorcycle? Go, sister will take you for a drive. Chen Mengming is so proud. Hey, interesting. Uncle Qin, I'll take her away first. Chen Mengming took out the spare helmet and threw it to Duan Xiaoyu. Well, let's go first. Qin Tian waved his hand speechlessly. It seems that it is right to bring Chen Mengming here. Without the girl like Chen Mengming, I'm afraid it would take some work if I wanted to take away the problem girl Duan Xiaoyu. Boom. The motorcycle's engine galloped away with a sound. Qin Tian smiled helplessly, and then directed Lao Li to follow. In fact, with Duan Xiaoyu leaving, Qin Tian didn't need to come in person. One reason for coming here in person is because he wanted to relax and walk around recently. Another reason is that this girl is of great use. He had to come over first and get a familiar face with this girl. Duan Xiaoyu has short hair and dress even more non-mainstream than Chen Mengming. If it wasn't for the high school that does not allow tattoos, age, it is estimated that she would have tattooed. In other words, this is a serious problem girl. Read more at Hotball Novel, XYZ. According to the situation of the two, Qin Tian can know that Chen Mengming's circle is much higher than Duan Xiaoyu's circle. Chen Mengming's family was originally rich. It belongs to the type that you can play whatever you want. Duan Xiaoyu's brother wanted to explain the source of the money, and at the same time, he was afraid that she would spend money indiscriminately and form bad habits. So every time she called her and Zhang Lian, the money was very limited. It belongs to an ordinary family with just enough money and a little surplus. In this case, she would still be contaminated by the big dye tank of society, and she would have no resistance to money. Originally, when Yixian came back, he wanted to teach her to go the right way, and from time to time, he took her brother's money to give her a little bit of sweetness. Slowly let her change from a problem girl to an excellent student with excellent grades. But now, Yixian was pitted into prison by Qin Tian, and Qin Tian has no habit of educating children for others. So he just took 100,000 yuan to Zhang Lian and took Duan Xiaoyu away. What? Yixian asked the police for help? Let the police help protect Duan Xiaoyu? Do not make jokes. The police handle the aftermath. They are only responsible for investigating the case after Duan Xiaoyu's accident. How could it be possible to waste police power to do this kind of defensive bodyguard work? And even those few mercenaries would not think that Qin Tian, a dignified billionaire, would come to deal with Duan Xiaoyu. How would they send someone to protect it? After leaving Duan Xiaoyu's house, Qin Tian took everyone and ate a meal casually. Duan Xiaoyu, who was still a little worried, saw that Qin Tian's normal meals were all 5-star hotel standards. I was also relieved. This person is so rich, He shouldn't cheat himself. Duan Xiaoyu thought of this. Qin Tian doesn't care what she thinks. He never thought of abducting her anyway. The body is not afraid of the shadow leaning. After dinner, I took everyone around at random. Then under the leadership of Chen Mingming, the group rushed to Baoping Town. Sister Ming, can I ask you a question? On the motorcycle, Duan Xiaoyu was sitting in the back seat, holding Chen Mingming's waist and speaking. After a whole afternoon of contact, the two who had some problems seem to have a better relationship, and Chen Mingming clearly occupies a dominant position. You asked. The motorcycle is not fast, so the two can communicate normally. Do you like that handsome uncle? Duan Xiaoyu asked with a puzzled look. Qin Tian is handsome, there is no doubt about it. However, his handsomeness is not the handsome of Xiao Beilian, but the kind of handsome that is very mature and deep. So Duan Xiaoyu is called Uncle Qin Tian handsome. There is nothing wrong with this. I remember that when eating at noon, Chen Mingming had been pulling Qin Tian to talk. When shopping in the afternoon, it was also Chen Mingming who forced Qin Tian to go. Is it so obvious? Chen Mingming looked puzzled. Isn't that obvious enough? Duan Xiaoyu was full of black lines. The heart said that he was not blind. Hee, it seems right, you guessed it, I just like him. Chen Mingming admitted generously. Uncle Qin is handsome, mature, and versatile. Such a man, a girl would like it, right? I don't like this? Duan Xiaoyu said bluntly. Chen Mingming was curious. Oh, what do you like? The boy I like, in addition to being handsome and rich, has to be able to fight like my brother, otherwise how can I protect me? I have to say that little girls can dream. Just having money has already killed 90% of men in seconds. Still want to be handsome? Isn't it a dream? After hearing Duan Xiaoyu's words, Chen Mingming smiled disdainfully. You are right, but Uncle Qin is also good at fighting. I don't dare to say too much, at least better than Yixian's fear of death. Thinking of the completely different performances of Yixian and Qin Tian on Qin Wu's wedding day, she couldn't help but contempt Yixian. Yixian was so afraid of death, but Qin Tian dared to rush downstairs with Li Jun. The two completely different performances made her admire Qin Tian even more. Obviously, the current Chen Mingming still doesn't know that Qin Tian gave Yixian into the prison. No, can he be better than Yixian? Why lie to you? Two little girls are sitting on the motorcycle, discussing Qin Tian on Rolls-Royce. Chen Mingming kept expressing his admiration for Qin Tian, and Duan Xiaoyu became more curious about Qin Tian as he listened. Because in the mouth of Chen Mingming, Qin Tian is omnipotent. Not only is handsome, rich, but also good at playing piano and curing diseases. Even good at playing? She could hardly believe that there would be such a perfect person in this world. But now she has not been in contact with a few people for a long time. It's not good to comment too much, so I can only sit silently behind the locomotive, listening to Chen Mingming boasting of Qin Tian's great achievements in front. With the passage of time, a group of 5 people quickly arrived at this destination. When Qin Tian arrived here, it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Baoping Town is a small town on the edge of Jiangxing. Antique, archway, tiled room, small attic. On both the left and right sides, I bought antique and ancient jade. There are a lot of vendors coming and going here. Cries, shouts, whispers endlessly. Brother, do you want to buy one and try your luck? As soon as they drove into the small town and parked the car, everyone got off the car and didn't take a few steps. A vendor stopped Qin Tian and his party. Qin Tian turned his head and took a look. The vendor took the opportunity to hand a rough stone the size of a bowl to Qin Tian's hands. Look at it, brother. This stone is in excellent condition, and you can earn money by buying blood for keeping it. Qin Tian doesn't know how to bet on stones, so after taking a closer look, he is ready to put it back for the other party. But just when he was about to put it back, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Rough jadeite, 4,923 grams, worth 300 to 800 xiaogui yuan. Qin Tian. Is this the new feature of the villain's eye? Looking at this line of words that suddenly appeared, Qin Tian had a strange expression on his face. After solving Yi Chun, his villain's eyes evolved once. According to common sense, after the eyes evolve, there will be more new functions. Just like the first evolution, from seeing the basic personal information of the people around you, it has evolved into the personal details of anyone within 3 meters. It can be said that there has been a lot of progress, but Qin Tian didn't know what the ability evolved later this time. Originally, he always thought it was aimed at people, so his previous experiments were conducted on people. Unexpectedly, what evolved was actually, sure enough, this villain is the nemesis of the protagonist? Can even these special abilities be completely suppressed? Uncle Qin, would you play this too? Seeing that Qin Tian took the rough stone and looked so carefully, Chen Mingming couldn't help but ask curiously. Qin Tian came back to his senses and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Know a little? Boss, how much do you sell this rough stone? 30,000. The boss stretched out 3 fingers and opened his mouth. This F***CK. Do you regard yourself as a fool? Let alone Qin Tian knows the true value of this stone. Just the fineness and weight of this stone can sell for 10,000 yuan at most. Qin Tian shook his head and returned the original stone to the boss. 30,000? Then I will look at it again. Brother, you make a price. If you don't, how can I sell it? The boss still doesn't give up. Forget it. You can keep it and sell it slowly. Qin Tian waved his hand casually. He has a lot of money now, and he is not particularly interested in gambling on rocks. After knowing the true value of this rough stone, he became even less interested. Seeing the appearance of Qin Tian, the boss was also helpless. He took his stone back with an unhappy expression. Qin Tian ignored him, but glanced at the other rough stones on the boss's floor. Suddenly rows of rough prices appeared in Qin Tian's eyes. Rough jadeite, 15,635 grams, true value, 500 to 800 xiaogui yuan. Emerald rough stone, 3,236 grams, worth 300 to 500 xiaogui yuan. Emerald rough stone, 19,236 grams, worth 100 to 300 xiaogui yuan. Rough jadeite, 15,635 grams, value, 30,000 to 50,000 xiaogui yuan. Ordinary pebbles, 7,856 grams, worth 0 xiaogui yuan. There are pebbles and fish eyes mixed with beads? Qin Tian couldn't help being funny. After blinking, the rough price did not disappear. He closed his eyes again and opened them again 3 seconds later. This time all the prices of the rough stones disappeared. In other words, this function can also be freely switched. Thinking of this, Qin Tian stared at another rough jadeite carefully. The price of the rough stone did not appear this time. How is this going? Qin Tian frowned, recalled in his mind the state when he saw the price for the first time just now. Okay, the price of rough has appeared again. After some testing, Qin Tian also figured out how to use this function. No wonder I haven't noticed it all the time. It turns out that if you want to see the true prices of these gadgets, you don't just have to stare at it like you do when you look at people's information. And I have to keep wondering how much this thing can be worth after this feature is fully turned on. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Looking at other things, it's clear at a glance. Just like now, Qin Tian only needs to see the value of a rough stone. When you look at other rough stones, you don't need to concentrate. You can see the prices of all rough stones at a glance. Loudly, is this a gambling on rocks? A broken stone can be sold for 30,000? Wang Yi's voice pulled Qin Tian back to reality. He obviously hadn't been to such a place before, so he was more curious. Oldly smiled. Don't underestimate these broken stones. There may be things like jade and emeralds in them. It's just that you don't know if there is any in it, so you need to buy it at a high price. This is the origin of the word gambling on rocks. Lao Li's explanation is simple and easy to understand. In just a few words, the gameplay of gambling on the stone can be summarized. Oh, that's the case. Then why do rich people like to come here? Are they still short of money? Do you know what gambling is? Betting on something big or small is addictive. Really? Hey, I haven't bet any money. I really don't know what it's like to be addicted. Listening to the two chatting, Qin Tian also smiled. At this moment, Chen Mingming's voice came over again. Boss, how much is this stone? The color of this stone is better than the one just now, and it should be bigger, at least 50,000. Okay, I bought it. Chen Mingming said very grandiosely. She has no habit of bargaining when she buys things. Anyway, her family is not short of money. Buying something worth tens of thousands of dollars is not the same as playing. Hearing Chen Mingming's refreshment, the boss' eyes lit up and he immediately became energetic. It has been a long time since he met such a proud buyer. Just before he opened his mouth to let the other party pay, Qin Tian's voice suddenly rang. You can't do that? Chen Mingming was taken aback. How does Uncle Qin know that I am not good? If you must buy it, buy this. Qin Tian ignored her too. After a casual glance, he picked up a large bowl of rough stone in the corner and pretended to weigh it, and then handed it to Chen Mingming. Although he couldn't see what was in these stones, he could see the true value of the jadeite rough. As long as the value is high, there must be something in it. The stone Chen Mingming took looked good on the outside, but it's worth 3 to 5,000. If you spend 50,000 to buy it, you are obviously at a loss. Uncle Qin, the stone you chose looks so ugly. Chen Mingming looked at the rough stone in Qin Tian's hand and said with a look of disgust, the one I chose is big, smooth and shiny, and the piece selected by Qin Tian is not only extremely rough, but also has a weird shape and is not very big. Such a rough stone can really produce something? These are rough stones. When you buy rough stones, don't you look at the contents? Qin Tian glanced at Chen Mingming. Gambling on rocks, good looks, is there a shame? Out of trust in Qin Tian, after Chen Mingming hesitated for a while, he decisively took over the poor-looking stone in Qin Tian's hand. The boss, I bought it together. The wealth is rich, but it's not the same. Qin Tian. Hearing that Qin Tian prevented Chen Mingming from buying things, the boss was originally very upset. But as soon as Chen Mingming said this, the boss' attitude immediately changed back. At this time, he couldn't close his smiling mouth. Haha, beauty is the atmosphere, so be it. This rough stone should have been sold for 10,000, and I will sell you 5,000. 2. A total of 55,000. Pay for beauty or WeChat? Pay. The boss spoke while showing the QR code. Do you want to cut it? Cut. Of course you must cut. Chen Mingming took out his mobile phone and said decisively, and after speaking, he looked towards Qin Tian. Uncle Qin, how are we BB? Is this the real purpose she bought the two together? I have no interest, as long as you are happy. Qin Tian didn't bother to take care of her. The new features obtained with the eyes of the villain can disrupt the entire rock gambling market as long as you think about it. With a little girl who knows nothing about you, what can you compare with me? But Chen Mingming didn't care. After paying the money, she quickly pulled Qin Tian to the shop behind the boss. Cutting stones requires professional tools. In the owner's shop, there are staff members who are responsible for cutting stones. After letting a staff member guard the stall, the boss followed a few people into the shop. After some explanation, the boss began to arrange staff to help cut the stone. The stone was cut with a high-pressure water gun. Duh. As the water knife cut it with one knife, the stone Chen Mingming bought was quickly available. Agate yellow, high quality, but not particularly large. The market price is estimated to be 3 to 5,000. See this agate yellow. In order to alleviate the embarrassment and to avoid trouble with the customers at a loss, the boss hurriedly said 2 scenes. Beauty, you are lucky, at least there is still stock in it. However, Chen Mingming didn't care about the money at all and waved his hand at will. It's okay. You cut Uncle Qin's one quickly. It is good. The boss looked at the rubble, but didn't care, and asked the staff to cut it according to the normal process. Unexpectedly, the staff just finished the first cut, and their hands couldn't help but tremble. My slot, this is... What's happening? Boss, this one is a glass type. What? Jade is divided into many kinds. Most people often think that jade is just green. In fact, it is not, except for the common shades of green. Jade has red, yellow, white, black, gray, blue, and purple points, and there are different shades in each color. The price is judged based on size, purity, and shade of color. However, under normal circumstances, the market value of jadeite is still the highest in ice type, emperor green, and glass type. Glass type, with higher permeability and better clarity than ice type, it is the most high-end water type material. In the auction house, the auction price of a top-quality glass jade product is as high as tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. And the stone selected by Qin Tian belongs to the very expensive glass species on the market. Although this glass is just raw material, and the purity and size are not superb, but there is absolutely no problem with selling for about 1 million. Hearing what the staff said, the boss was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Although he is the boss, he doesn't know what's in the stone anymore. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune by betting on stones, and he would sell a rough stone of wool. At this time, I saw Qin Tian's wisdom by knowing the bead, and one hit. Simply shocked Qin Tian as a heavenly person. Not to mention the betting boss. Even Chen Mingming and Duan Xiaoyu looked at Qin Tian with surprise. Why is Uncle Qin so awesome? This is incredible, right? Ding, one of the heroines, Chen Mingming, worships you. The villain value is plus 200. Ding, one of the heroines, Chen Mingming, has increased his favorability, and his villain value is plus 200. Ding, one of the heroines, Duan Xiaoyu, is curious about you. Slightly changes the plot direction, the villain value plus 300. Everyone in the field, only Qin Tian and Wang Yi did not react. Wang Yi didn't even know what kind of glass was. And Qin Tian? I was already very rich, plus I knew there was something in it for a long time. So he doesn't have any special expressions. Instead, the system prompt attracted his attention. With the effect of 2 female protagonists, it seems pretty good. Make your villain worth 700 points more in one go. This time the villain value has a total of 1,500 points. Uncle Qin, are you too good? Yeah, I won a lottery right away. What kind of glass? Is it expensive? Of course, the fineness of this glass species, as long as there is no pit in the back, at least millions. My mother, millions? Wang Yi was very surprised. TSK. This boss is the boss, so he made 1 million in one go? As everyone discussed, the stone cutting started again. Knowing that it is a kind of glass, the staff responsible for cutting the stone became cautious. He didn't dare to use cutting anymore, but directly adopted the method of polishing, for fear of destroying this $1 million glass jadeite. Polishing is a waste of time, but it wins in steadiness. With the polishing of the staff, more people watched the excitement. Qin Tian didn't care. After the stone was polished, he turned around and left. Read more at Hotful Novel, XYZ. The boss found a brocade box for the polished glass seed and packed it up. Then he took the brocade box to Chen Mingming and asked carefully, Beauty, can you sell this kind of glass? Obviously he wants to buy it back to make a difference. Is it just that Chen Mingming will sell it? Of course not. She is not short of money. Not for sale. Chen Mingming gave his answer without hesitation. The boss gritted his teeth. I'll give out 1.2 million. I won't sell you for 2 million. Chen Mingming snatched the brocade box in the hands of the boss and said with a proud face, Are you kidding me? This is the first gift Qin Tian gave to himself. It is priceless. How can it be sold? Looking at the back of Chen Mingming leaving, the boss looked bitter, but Chen Mingming ignored him at all and hurriedly took Duan Xiaoyu and caught up with Qin Tian with his own glass seed. Uncle Wang, can you get it for me? Wang Yi smiled honestly and took the brocade box. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Uncle Wang. After the turmoil of gambling on rocks just now, Chen Mingming's adoration of Qin Tian has grown deeper, but a lot of time is wasted. Several people randomly found a place to settle dinner and then walked towards the deepest part of the town. Here, there is the largest loft. Like many high-end hotels, here is also divided into 2 areas, inside and outside. An ordinary member area, a VIP area. In the VIP area, there are special VIP seats. There is a long oval hollow table in the middle of the hall. There are several staff members in the middle who are helping these distinguished guests to cut stones. At this time, all the VIPs in the hall were seated, and people watching the excitement formed a circle. Everyone held their breath and stared at the stones intently, waiting for the moment the stones opened. A few minutes later, the crowd was in an uproar. Green. I'm grassy awesome. Great. On this condition, as long as the size is not too small, it is not a problem to sell for 5 million. Looking at the cut rough, everyone talked. The jade that came out at this time was green. The cut size, purity and color are all good, which can be said to be very valuable. Looking at the cut side, Su Guofu patted the shoulder of the young man next to him with a smile on his face while sitting on the chair. Xiao Chan, yes, I did not misunderstand you. The young man's name is Chun Yang, who is 24 years old this year. Although not very well dressed, he looks handsome. Hear the words of Su Guofu. Chen Yang subconsciously glanced at Su Yinran behind him, pretending to be humble. It's just a few sideways. Su Jingyang also smiled and said, Little Chun, it's not good to be too modest, so let's show it to everyone. How about we choose another rough stone? No problem. Hearing this, Chun Yang felt that his opportunity had come. After all, this is a good time to earn performance in front of Su Yinran. But just when he was about to show his hand to everyone, 5 people suddenly appeared at the door. 3 men, 2 girls. One of the girls in short-sleeved leather pants was holding the arm of the man in the middle. What? Seeing 5 people appear, Su Yinran's eyes suddenly brightened. Uncle Qin? Speaking, Su Yinran stepped on high heels and walked towards Qin Tian. Uncle Qin, you are here. The pleasant sound also attracted the attention of other people. After seeing Qin Tian, Su Jingyang also passed by with a smile and enthusiastically held Qin Tian's hand. Brother Qin? Ha ha ha, long time no see. Where's it for a long time? It's less than a month. Ha ha ha. The two shook hands warmly and exchanged greetings, just like old friends for many years. See this scene. Qin Tian, with its own villain attributes, naturally attracted Chen Yang's hatred. Chen Yang, who was about to show his hand, immediately frowned. This person, and Qin Tian is here. Ding, you stole the limelight of the protagonist, Chen Yang, and gained plus 300 as the villain value. Oh? Qin Tian's mind is full of question marks. Is it really special that there is a protagonist here? How many protagonists are there in this world? Qin Tian didn't know. But adding Yi Xian, who had passed from Jiangqing, and Yi Chun, who had become son-in-law, Qin Tian encountered 5 in 2 men. Lin Feng, Wang Hao, Yi Xian, Xiao Chun, Yi Chun. Can you meet 5 protagonists in 2 men, a third-tier city? As a new first-tier city in Jiangxing, 3 or 5 protagonists are all normal, right? According to various routines, Qin Tian just guessed that there might be a protagonist here. After all, my villain, plus the 2 heroines Su Yanran and Chen Mingming, plus the place to bet on rocks. It's hard to not think about it. I just didn't expect to get 300 villains as soon as I came here. This F***CK is also nonsense. Dad, you are here too. Uncle Qin, good. Qin Tian is still shaking hands with Su Jingyang before he has time to look at Su Yanran today. The voices of the 2 young men rang. Look sideways. Okay, his cheap son and Wei Qingbin also appeared here. You guys come to play this too? This time, I also came with Chengbin. Qin Shiji said awkwardly. Su Yanran was originally an immortal face, but after taking the beauty pill, she was better than before. So it is normal for Wei Qingbin to be her follower. Qin Shiji has a good relationship with Wei Qingbin, and it makes sense to appear here. That's okay. You can go and play by yourself. Qin Tian didn't say anything, just waved his hand at will. My son didn't come with Chen Mingming before, but now he is here? This situation made Qin Tian feel a little wrong, but he didn't think too much at this time. After all, it is normal for a son to be old, not stick to his parents, and to have his own life circle. After exchanging a few words with Su Jingyang, Qin Tian glanced at Su Yanran. This niece is indeed the true heroine of multiple protagonists. Even wearing a very ordinary black tulle dress, it is difficult to hide her noble and glamorous temperament. Uncle Qin. Perceiving Qin Tian's gaze, Su Yanran called out again. Qin Tian smiled and agreed. Su Yatu, you have become beautiful again? Really? Thank you, uncle, for the compliment. Su Yanran said happily. Let's go, Uncle Qin. Let's go in. Grandpa is still there waiting for us. With that said, Su Yanran wrapped Qin Tian's other arm naturally and walked inside while pulling Qin Tian. This action attracted the hatred in eyes of many people. Needless to say, the protagonist Chen Yang. He has a natural hostility to villains like Qin Tian. From the moment he walked in, Chen Yang inexplicably looked at him unpleasantly. Now I see sisters on both sides of Qin Tian. Not only him, but even Wei Qingbin's eyes looking at Qin Tian became unfriendly. Is the relationship between Su Yanran and Qin Tian so good? Every time you show up together, do you do such an intimate move? It's just that Qin Tian is an elder after all. He is not easy to say clearly, can only send a short message to Su Yanran. Yanran, isn't it too good for you to hold Uncle Qin like this? Su Yanran heard the phone ringing, and after taking it out to see the news, she didn't want to bother him, but still silently replied, what's wrong? Read more at Hotful Noveled, XYZ. Wei Qingbin was speechless. Follow everyone to the middle of the VIP area. Qin Tian swept around randomly. The VIP area is much less crowded than the general area outside, because the rough stones here are carefully selected by professionals. The color is better than the rough outside, and it is easier to ship. It can be said that there is basically no possibility of waste in the stones here. Of course, the ultra-high shipment rate is exchanged for ultra-high prices. The rough price here is basically 10 to 200 times that of the outside. Those who come here are basically high play, and it makes sense that there are fewer people. My arrival just now attracted the attention of a small number of people, but most people are still busy with their own affairs. Su Guofu originally sat on the chair, and when he saw Qin Tian coming over, he stood up and smiled at Qin Tian. Ha ha ha, nephew Qin Xian, I didn't expect you to come to Jiangxing too.
Hee hee.
Father Su, don't come here unharmed. Don't come unharmed. Don't come unharmed. Su Guofu hurriedly said, come here. There are vacancies here. Come and sit down. Since Lin Feng had something wrong last time, Su Guofu has been depressed for a long time. Later, Lin Feng sent him a message, saying that he was sorry, prepare to leave Tumen and go to other cities for development. He could only sigh helplessly. Then there was no news from Lin Feng. Although Su Guofu is puzzled, life still has to go on. So he, who likes to play with cultural relics and emeralds, simply lives here in Jiangxing. Here, he met Chen Yang, a young man with a good vision. As everyone exchanged greetings, everyone took their seats. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Chen Yang, a very nice young man. Chen Yang, you just call him President Qin. After everyone sat down, Su Guofu introduced Chen Yang to everyone. It's just that the two seem to be at odds with each other. After hearing Su Guofu's introduction, there was nothing to say, just a glance at the other party and there was nothing to follow. Su Guofu didn't care about these details either. Nephew Qin Xian, Chen Yang's eyes are very vicious. My ice jade is the one he chose for me just now. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the middle workbench. Ice King Green, medium size, good color and purity. It is estimated that it can sell for several million. Well, it's pretty awesome. Qin Tian retracted his gaze, and after taking a closer look at Chen Yang, he frowned and said, name, Chen Yang. Age, 26 years old. Height, 176. Weight, 132. Occupation, freelance. Luck value, 4232. The son of luck confirms. There are more than 4,000 air luck? Shouldn't this kind of protagonist who bet on stone be a dick? How could Qian be at the same level as Yixian? Qin Tian was very puzzled. It was also when Qin Tian was greeting everyone and looking at Chen Yang by the way. A young man wearing a white t-shirt, shorts and sneakers appeared in Baoping town. He came here in a van. The sky is getting dark now. Street lights started to light up in some places on the side of the road. Man, do you want to buy a rough stone and try your luck? The previous boss habitually greeted the young man who had just got off the bus. Unexpectedly, the young man ignored him at all and just walked past the door of his shop. The boss shook his head and didn't care. After all, there are too many customers like him every day, and the boss is not surprised. The young people don't know what the boss thinks. He walks briskly and his purpose is very clear. That is, the largest gambling ground in Baoshan town. As time passed, he soon came to the general area of the gambling hall. He didn't go to gambling, but directly found the manager of the gambling hall. The manager's name is Dade, a man in his 30s. Are you in charge here? The young people were calm and relaxed, with a strong domineering tone in his tone. Manager Dai frowned slightly when he saw this young man's arrogant look. I am. Is there anything wrong with you? Let your boss come to see me. The young man held his hands on his back and held his chest high, just like a big man. Do you want to see our boss? Not everyone can meet our boss. Before Manager Dai could finish speaking, the young man took out a white jade medal he had prepared. There is a strange dagger pattern on the white jade plate. Give this jade medal to your boss, and he naturally understands what to do. The young man is very pretending, and the manager is very puzzled, but still took the jade card over. After a while, gamble on the stone office. Looking at the jade tiles in front of him, the owner of the gambling field looked surprised. Where is the master of the jade tiles? The boss's nervous and surprised expression made the manager a little puzzled. In the general member hall? Quick, take me to see him. The boss of Jade Field is an old man in his 50s. His name is Zhu Wanshi. His dress is very ordinary. Short sleeves, shorts, sandals. It's hard to tell that he is a big boss. But being able to open the largest stone gambling ground in Baoping Town, his connections are naturally not comparable to ordinary people. But just because of this, his nervous appearance made Manager Dai very puzzled. His own boss is so awesome. What else can make him so nervous? Follow Zhu Wanshi to the living room in a panic. After seeing the young man in front of him, Zhu Wanshi's eyes flashed with doubt. But still moving forward, Your Excellency is... Shadow. This is not a place to talk. Before the other party finished speaking, the young man raised his hand to interrupt. Hearing this, Zhu Wanshi returned to his senses and quickly said, Yes, I didn't think about it well. Your Excellency, please. Said Zhu Wanshi respectfully made a please gesture towards the side door. The young man did not speak, but just nodded slightly and walked towards the side door. Upon seeing this, Zhu Wanshi hurriedly said to the manager, Manager Dai. Boss, no one can come in without my order. Yes, boss. Looked at the cautious expression of his boss. Although Manager Dai looked confused, he did not dare to say anything, because the gambling ground has several side doors. So Qin Tian didn't know the arrival of young people. At this time, he was still studying Chen Yang not far away. In the city, the protagonist of Diaoxi's counterattack should not be so lucky. This Chen Yang's 4,000 odd luck value is obviously a bit unreasonable. And he doesn't know what kind of protagonist is? Is it a system class? Or is it a kind of pupil power supernatural power like the eyes of your own villain? The protagonist of the system category is relatively simple. Just let the system help to identify it and it's over. The protagonist of the pupil power supernatural power class has more messy abilities. What kind of golden pupil, the eye of appreciation, can see the success rate, can see the rate of return? A mess. Grandpa Su, no matter how good Chen Yang is, can he be as good as Uncle Qin? After the people exchanged greetings for a while, they heard the Su family constantly praise how powerful Chen Yang was. Chen Mingming couldn't help but lead the battle to Qin Tian. In her mind, how good can a young man in her 20s bet on rock? My Uncle Qin is invincible. Oh, nephew Qin Xian, would he also play with rocks? After Su Guofu heard the words, he looked at Qin Tian in surprise. Because in his impression, Qin Tian has never played this before? Hearing this, Su Yanran was also a little surprised. Can Qin Tian bet on stones? No way. Qin Tian recovered from his thoughts and shook his head gently. It's just a little bit of fur. Uncle Qin, don't be humble. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. I believe you are the best. Chen Mingming didn't know whether he worshipped Qin Tian too much, or he was afraid that the world would not be chaotic. After saying this, he took the box in Wang Yi's hand and handed it to Su Guofu. If you don't believe me, you see, Grandpa Su, this is what Uncle Qin chose for me. This is a kind of glass? Su Guofu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Haha, I didn't expect nephew Qin Xian to have this kind of ability. Although this glass species has flaws, being able to produce such jadeite is also sufficient to illustrate Qin Tian's ability. It seems that President Qin is also an expert. Standing next to Su Guofu, Chen Yang pretended to be polite, but in fact he said with disdain. I don't know why. As soon as Qin Tian entered the door, Chen Yang was very disgusted with Qin Tian. When I saw Su Yanran doing those intimate actions to Qin Tian, Chen Yang felt even more upset. So now, when I see the glass in Chen Mengming's hand that is generally flawed in color, there is indeed a trace of disdain in his heart. I just play around. Qin Tian smiled playfully. It's not really an expert. If you really want to be an expert, and you can be appreciated by Mr. Su, you should be a true expert. Haha. Yes, brother Qin. Su Zhengyang followed in admiration. This little brother Qin Yang does have real abilities in betting on rocks. Even if it is me, I have to accept it. Hearing these words, Qian Yang felt proud, but said calmly on the surface. Uncle Sub was rewarded. I'm just lucky. Xiao Chun, don't be humble. That is, in this gambling field, who doesn't know the name of your master Chen? What? No matter what you say, I think Uncle Qin is even better. Listening to Su Guofu and Su Zhengyang both praised Qin Yang, Chen Mingming gave Qin Yang a blank look and said very dissatisfied. She is a little fan of Qin Tian, and she saw it with her own eyes. Qin Tian just glanced at random and then hit it with one blow. With such an ability, even those experts have to step aside. Mingming, I know you. Su Yanran paused at this point. I know you admire Uncle Qin, but Uncle Qin is a business owner. It is normal that he is not as good as a professional like Qin Yang in stone gambling. You don't have to fight to win or lose. Hearing Su Yanran complimenting herself, Chen Yang's heart was sweeter than eating honey, and Chen Ming dreamed that everyone didn't believe in him, and he felt a little anxious. 3 under 5 divided by 2 will tell the previous thing again. I mean, Sister Yanran, you don't know how this glass seed came from? After listening to Chen Mengming's words, everyone in the court was surprised. Just took a look, and then mad it. Just choose a glass kind? How can that be? Ding, the heroine, Su Yanran, worships you, and the villain value is plus 200. Ding, the key character, Su Guofu, is curious about you. Slightly change the plot. The villain value plus 300. Ding, the protagonist, Chen Yang, is hostile to you and slightly changes the plot. There are many key figures on this occasion. Except for Wei Qingbin and Wang Yilaoli behind Qin Tian, everyone else can provide Qin Tian with villain value. Su Guofu is obviously a key person. His views are also crucial. However, when he saw Chen Yang being hostile to himself, Qin Tian was not surprised. Surprisingly, when the two met for the first time, Chunyang was able to become hostile to himself. This is really outrageous. Not surprisingly. In the setting of most novels, in addition to the villain will attract the protagonist, the heroine will also attract the protagonist. In the protagonist's heart, any woman she likes is not allowed to have other men around her. This is the law, and it is also the heart request of the reader. It was like at Qin Wu's wedding that Yi Xian was inexplicably angry with herself because of Su Yanran. So the current situation is similar. The protagonist and the villain were originally swearing not to reconcile, and besides he was surrounded by the three heroines Su Yanran, Chen Mingming, and Duan Xiaoyu. Good. If this can't pull the protagonist's hatred, then the villain himself would have failed too much. Therefore, Qin Tian is not surprised. In this wave just now, 700 villains were harvested. Add in the 300 villain points obtained by stealing Chen Yang's limelight before, and now there are 2,500 points. Mingming, Uncle Qin, is it as powerful as you said? Su Yanran was also a little surprised. Although she likes Qin Tian very much, but she also knew that a person cannot be omnipotent. Qin Tian can do business, medical skills, play the piano, and martial arts? There are so many things. Would he still bet on rocks? Of course, Sister Yanran. What did I lie to you for? Chun Mingming said with a serious face. I don't believe it. You ask Xiaoyu? Little fish? Su Yanran was a little curious. Then he turned his attention to the little girl behind Chen Mingming, who was dressed up even more than Chen Mingming. Oh, yes, I forgot to introduce it to you too. Chun Mingming said awkwardly. She is Duan Xiaoyu, the goddaughter of Uncle Qin. F***K. F***K daughter? The goddaughter was discussed by everyone before coming here. Originally, Qin Tian asked her to call her uncle, but Duan Xiaoyu did not belong to the Qin Tian circle. She needs a new identity. Therefore, in order to facilitate introduction to others, Duan Xiaoyu offered to call Qin Tian godfather. For this title, what can Qin Tian do? Of course it was reluctantly to accept it. F***K. F***K daughter? Su Yanran's beautiful eyes revealed an inexplicable feeling. Because in today's society, goddess is not a good pronoun. Chun Mingming didn't care about this. Xiaoyu, you are like me. Just call her Sister Yanran. Hello, Sister Yanran. Duan Xiaoyu greeted him obediently. Although she is usually messed up, when she came this afternoon, she also found that this group of people is not easy. Excessive shots are definitely either rich or expensive, and they all revealed a kind of temperament and aura that ordinary people don't have. Especially Qin Tian, that aura on his body is especially obvious. In front of these big guys, how dare she, a little bastard, say a word? Hello there. Sister Yanran, you are so beautiful. After taking a close look at Su Yanran, Duan Xiaoyu said sincerely. She had discovered that Su Yanran's face was a bit against the sky before. It's just that I haven't had a chance to speak. At this moment, I have to say a few words, and of course I have to praise it. Thank you. Su Yanran laughed when she heard Duan Xiaoyu's words, and quickly took off her lady's watch. Little fish's mouth is so sweet. Come, when we meet for the first time, my sister has nothing to give you. Take this one. Wow, Sister Yanran, are you so generous? Chun Mingming looked surprised. I asked you for this watch last time. Why wouldn't you give it to me? Little fish are different. If you like it, I will buy you another one next time. Buy a new piece? Forget it. It will cost more than 1 million to buy a new one. I dare not let you spend. What? Duan Xiaoyu, who was about to accept his watch to thank him, suddenly stopped in the air. This costs more than 1 million? 3 women are chatting, but Chun Yang, who was standing not far away, had lost the interest in listening to their small talk. At this moment, his mind is full. Can this Qin Tian bet on rocks? Otherwise, why can I choose the glass type at once? No wonder I feel uncomfortable as soon as I see him. It turned out to be a companion? Ha ha ha, in fact, what Yanran said just now is right. We don't have to fight for a win or lose at all. Su Guofu hurriedly hit the rounds. Anyway, we don't rely on this to eat, and coming here is just for fun. Don't hurt your peace because of this. What Elder Su said is. Chun Yang respectfully said. He still respects Su Lao, especially after knowing that he has a beautiful granddaughter. Like Xiao Chun, he had never seen such a beautiful girl like Su Yanran. So coming here today is to earn some performance in front of Su Yanran. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. What Su Guofu said, of course he would listen to it. Hearing Su Guofu's words, Qin Tian also shrugged casually. Anyway, he is very proficient in cleaning up the protagonist. Knowing this fact, one cannot rush for a while. Uncle Qin, I also want a jade like Ming Ming. After Su Yanran had finished talking with the two girls, she turned around and asked Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian gave her a beauty pill on her birthday, but that thing is for food after all, and you can't take it out any time to see things and think about people. Seeing that Chen Mingming had one at this time, of course she wanted it too. The same? Upon hearing Su Yanran's request, Qin Tian raised his eyebrows, obviously a bit embarrassed. The eyes of his own villain can only see the price of rough jadeite, but not the types of jadeite. Su Yanran wants the same. How could she choose it? Seeing Qin Tian's embarrassed look, the corners of Chun Yang's mouth were the same, and at the same time he said proudly, Miss Su, you said just now, Qin is always in business. Betting on rocks may not be his strong point. So if Miss Su really wants a premium glass, I am willing to do it for you. This is a good opportunity to be courteous to Su Yanran. How could he let it go as the protagonist? It's just that Su Yanran didn't buy it. I'm really embarrassed, Chen Yang. I appreciate your kindness. Although I do want a good jadeite, I only want it from Uncle Qin. Su, age, the wealth of the country. Su Zhengyang. Wei Chengbin. Hearing Su Yanran's words, everyone noticed something wrong. Is this a confession? In fact, Su Guofu and Su Zhengyang had already discovered some signs. I just haven't been sure. Hearing this at this time, it was a mixed blessing. Fortunately, Qin Tian had very good conditions in all aspects, and did not marry again after his widow. The worry is that the two are of different generations. Su Yanran fell in love with Qin Tian. Is there something wrong with the concept of love? But Wei Chengbin felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. ready to find an opportunity to persuade Su Yanran. As for Chen Yang, one of the protagonists, there is already an idea to deal with Qin Tian in his heart. In ancient times, the emperor had a time when he was so angry that he was crowned as a beauty. What's more, it's him Chen Yang. But Qin Tian didn't care. Now Su Yanran has said so. If he still doesn't say anything, he would still be Mao's villain. Girl Su, do you want something from me? Of course. Me and Ming Ming are good friends. You gave her away. Don't you send me? Uncle said the past. It makes sense. Since you said that, then I'll try it. To be frank, today Su Yanran said something so obvious that it didn't fit her style at all. But after seeing that Qin Tian accepted a goddaughter, Chen Mingming took the initiative again. She was obviously a little panicked. She also thought very clearly during this period. A man like Qin Tian is sweet pastry. There is no lack of women around. If you don't take the initiative, you may not have a chance at all. So what she said today was a bit abnormal. But it seemed that after speaking, she realized that today's occasion was somewhat inappropriate. Hasten to say a remedy. Although the last sentence is said, it is a bit eager to cover up. But anyhow it eased the atmosphere in the court. As Qin Tian got up, everyone also shifted their attention from Su Yanran to Qin Tian. One or two also stood up and followed. It seems that they all want to see if Qin Tian is really so awesome. Dad, do you really play this? Qin Shiji was a little skeptical when he came up with everyone, especially when he saw that it was Chen Mingming who said these words. He was even more suspicious. Chen Mingming is just a kid who wants to be his own mother. There is no guarantee that there are some mischievous elements in his words. Hearing Qin Shiji's words, Qin Tian, who came to the stone selection area, said casually, "There are so many things Lousy can play with. What's the point of buying a few broken stones? You have to learn this from your father. Don't know how to pick up girls and play games all day long. Picking up girls is excusable. After all, men have such a hobby. But playing games? Are there any fun games in this world?" Qin Tian expressed deep doubts. How can I play games with girls? I have been studying hard recently, Qin Shiji said aggrievedly. After Qin Tian's suggestion last time, he has learned a lot now. Just know how to study. Qin Tian nodded, looked at Qin Yang next to him, and suddenly thought of something in his heart. Brother Qin, how about you try first? Although Qin Yang's luck is worth more than 4,000, but Qin Tian is still not going to waste the villain's value to check his information, because Qin Yang is just a dick. No matter how powerful Diosi is, there is only one person. So he decided to take a look before talking. Let Qin Yang go first, just to know what Chen Yang's ability is. In front of President Qin, I dare not show my ugliness. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Chen Yang pretended to be respectful. Although there was a tribute repulsion between the two, he subconsciously regarded Qin Tian as an opponent. But he is not a fool. Qin Tian can make Su Lao and Su Zhengyang pay so much attention to it, and the value will naturally not be low. People of this kind of value, if they ask you to go, you go. So what is the difference between Tai Han In and Tai Han In? What's the ugly offering? Since it's a gambling on rocks, it's fun for everyone to play together. Qin Tian continued to persuade. It's no good not to play. If you don't play, how can I see your ability? This one. Hearing Qin Tian's words like this, Chen Yang obviously hesitated. He actually wanted to go, because so many big men and beautiful women are watching. If you can use your abilities to make the most of the limelight, you will definitely gain a lot of admiration and admiration. Just when Chen Yang hesitated, Father Su suddenly smiled and spoke. I think nephew Qin Xian is right. Anyway, everyone is here for gambling on rocks. It's not as good as everyone's pleasure alone. I think so too. Su Zhengyang followed with a smile. In my opinion, you can just gamble. As soon as Su Zhengyang said this, everyone seemed to be interested. Qin Tian is full of black lines. Take a gamble? The plot of This Dog's Blood is always so surprisingly similar. Gotta gamble? Uncle Sub means? Chen Yang seemed to want to hear it too. Su Zhengyang said casually, you choose 3 rough stones, and the one whose rough stone is more valuable will win the victory. What about the bet? Chen Yang asked. Gambling with these rich men is his favorite, especially in gambling on stones and antiques. He has never been afraid of anyone. As for winning will refute Qin Tian's face, this does not exist. He always saw Qin Tian upset, and he was not an employee of Qin Tian. So what did he care about his face? Betting. Su Zhengyang was lost in thought. Just gamble on some money. Qin Tian doesn't want to waste time. You lose, give me 10 million. I lose, you double. What do you think? Uncle Qin, is this bet unfair? Yeah, Godfather, if you lose, you will lose twice. I think it's appropriate. Su Yanran said lightly. After all, Uncle Qin is an elder, and his identity lies there. If you lose twice as much, it can not only prove that Uncle Qin did not bully the small, but also prove that Uncle Qin did not bully the weak. That's right, but Chen Yang has 10 million? Yes. This kid doesn't look like he is rich. Hearing everyone's discussion, Wei Qingbin and Qin Shiji couldn't help muttering. You shut up and forgot how I taught you? Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Qin Tian glanced at Qin Shiji. He is Qin Shiji's father, so now he can only educate Qin Shiji. This kid is not bad in nature, but when he meets the protagonist, he can't control his mouth. Who is Chen Yang? That's the protagonist. As a protagonist, there are no more than 10 million yuan. Be the protagonist of Mao? Really? Hearing Qin Tian's words, Chen Yang also ignored Qin Shiji. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded slightly. Well, I accept this bet. With the formation of the gambling agreement, the next moment is to witness the miracle. Qin Tian guessed it right. Chen Yang is indeed a dick, but his dick is something special. There is nothing special about his ability. Just have some special feelings for the genius Dibao. Just stick your hand on the object. After a few seconds, he could perceive what was in this thing. But as a protagonist with more than 4,000 luck, if it is really just like this, it is really too low. His ability to appraise treasures is actually secondary. The value of his luck is mainly reflected in his family background. His home lives on the edge of Jiangcheng, not far from Baoping town. The family doesn't talk about the 4 walls, but it's not much different. There is only one father in his family. This father is a drunkard, and he spends his whole day depressed and drunk to ease his sorrows. Except for daily supervision of Chen Yang's practice, everything else is ignored. This made Chun Yang very dissatisfied with his father when he was a child. But now Chen Yang is an adult, and he also has the ability to judge himself. So Chen Yang knew that his father might have been hiding something. These things are probably related to my mother who has never met before. You know, Chen Yang's abilities have been there since he was a child, but his father never allowed him to use it. Only when he can't open the pot, he will be asked to find something to supplement his household. My ability to wake up since childhood, coupled with my father's decadent appearance, makes it hard not to remind people of some things. Although he still doesn't know what his father is hiding. But on his 25th birthday, his father has allowed him to use this special ability to make money. That's why he will appear here. Fortunately, I have recently made a lot of money by reselling antiques. Otherwise, I really can't spend 10 million. Chen Yang picked up a rough stone and cushioned it in his hand, muttering in his heart, I don't know what the old man thinks. I can make a fortune tomorrow morning, but I have to wait until I am 25 years old? Huh. You? Chen Yang was about to go to the next rough stone, and a young man's hand was faster than him. After the young man got the rough stone, he also noticed Chen Yang's movements and looked at Chen Yang. You also like this rough stone? The young man took the rough stone and cushioned it in his hand, and then shook his head slightly. This stone is not very good, so I don't recommend you buy it. If you don't believe it, see for yourself. Speaking of this, the young man threw the rough stone directly to Chen Yang. The rough stone, which is larger than the mouth of the bowl, weighs more than 10 caddies. How can ordinary people catch it after such a throw? However, Chen Yang had eyesight and quick hands. After unloading his strength with one hand, he held him firmly in his arms. Seeing this scene, the young man raised his mouth and patted Chen Yang's shoulder approvingly. Brother, good skills. You deliberately? Chen Yang frowned. The young man didn't care. Don't be nervous. I just feel that when you look at the original stone, there are some infuriating fluctuations in your body, so I simply tried you. Really, really angry? Chen Yang's expression changed. Could it be that you too? The young man smiled without saying much, and turned around and walked in the other direction. But Chen Yang was dumbfounded at the young man's back. Sure enough, what Dad said is right. The world is not as simple as I thought. This young man looks younger than himself, but he didn't expect. There is no doubt that this young man just now is Lin Yi the rebirth. Lin Yi was not a rebirth from another world, but the local world, who was reborn after the death of a certain strong man from the hidden Sejong sect. After being besieged by various sects, he was reborn in Lin Yi, a college student. Because of the existence of the mysterious power of rebirth, his injury was automatically healed the moment he woke up. After healed, in order to restore his strength, he came to this gambling ground. As we all know, there are some spokespersons in the civil society in the Sejong family. These spokespersons were all supported by these sects and collected money for their sects. And Zhu Wanshi, the owner of this gambling field, is one of the spokespersons of their sect among the people. Uncle Qin, this stone looks good? After meeting with Chen Yang, a pleasant voice caught Lin Yi's attention. Lin Yi followed the prestige, his eyes suddenly drenched. I didn't expect to be. How can you encounter such a beautiful woman in this turbid city? No. This woman has such an extraordinary temperament, no less than Yun Ruoshang in Yunyan Pavilion. She must have used beauty pill, and it's the kind with good color. Is she also the proud girl of which mysterious sect? Lin Yi was very surprised. Some couldn't believe his own judgment. But at this moment he has no time to think about it, because his gaze has been attracted by the stone that Qin Tian held in his hand. Lingshi? There is still a spiritual stone here? If you can get this spiritual stone, then your own power? Thinking of this, Lin Yi walked over to Qin Tian without hesitation. Sir, I'm really sorry, we won't sell this rough stone, so please pick another one. Qin Tian. Lin Yi's life belongs to the very poor family. Both parents are just ordinary working-class employees. Earning money can only barely make a living, and Lin Yi wanted to regain his original strength. Even if he is a rebirth, he needs to consume a lot of money. As a master, it is naturally impossible for Lin Yi to go to work to earn money. It is only natural to come to Zhu Wanshi for money. Because it takes some time to prepare the money, he wandered into this VIP lobby when he had nothing to do. There are many ways to be born again. But Lin Yi's advantage of being a reborn person is that he remembers all the cultivation methods and all kinds of panacea. When he saw the rough stone in Qin Tian's hand, he immediately recognized that this was not an ordinary jade rough stone. It's a spiritual stone. Lingshi is something used by immortals to cultivate immortals in the legend. This thing is not only useful for cultivators, but also useful for ordinary people. Practitioners can be used to accelerate the speed of cultivation. And ordinary people, even if it is just placed in the bedroom, it can also have the effect of replenishing qi, activating blood, and prolonging life. In other words, for him now, Lingshi is equivalent to giving charcoal in the snow. Lin Yi knows that this is a spirit stone, and Qin Tian naturally knows too. His villain's eyes can not only see the real price, and you can see the essence of the object. For example, the previous pebbles with fish eyes mixed with beads. So after observing that Chen Yang needed to use his own hands to sense these rough stones one by one, Qin Tian didn't care about him anymore. Open the eyes of the villain directly and glance over. The essence and price of all rough stones are clear at a glance. The rough stone here is more expensive than the outside. The true value is also much higher than outside. This Qin Tian had already expected it. It's just that even he didn't expect that among the many rough stones, there is such a message. Lingshi, 6,352 grams, value? Lingshi is not particularly unfamiliar to him who is familiar with various routine novels. It's nothing more than the stuff that the Sejong hidden clan used for cultivation. This thing should be useless for myself, but when he saw the price was, he couldn't help but pick it up. Spirit stone? It sounds so awesome. Even if you were useless, you can buy it back for Zhou and the others. But, not for sale? Qin Tian raised his eyebrows, turned his head and looked at Lin Yi subconsciously. Before he could say something, Qin Shiji's surprised voice rang first. Huh? You are not the one, that Lin Yi? Why are you here? Yeah, why are you here? Seeing Lin Yi, Wei Qingbin was also curious. Yesterday, wasn't this kid still in the hospital with a bandage? How could it appear here intact? Hearing what the two said, Qin Tian couldn't help but wonder, Shiji, acknowledge, no. Facing Qin Tian, Qin Shiji was a little frightened, obviously not daring to tell the truth of the matter. But Linny didn't care about this. After hearing Qin Shiji call out his name, he first glanced at Qin Shiji, then he thought for a moment and suddenly said, "It turned out to be you? How could I be here? You don't need to worry about it. Anyway, you can't lose a cent of the medical expenses that should be paid. He needs to live as Lin A, so he needs an excuse to explain the source of his income to his parents. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The medical expenses compensated by these wealthy people can just be used as an excuse. Medicine?" Qin Tian frowned. Qin Shiji was embarrassed. Before explaining, Linny looked at Qin Tian and said, "Don't you know? Your brother drove me down and spent a lot of money in the hospital. If it weren't for my amazing resilience, I'm afraid I would be dead now." "My brother?" Qin Tian seemed to understand a little after hearing the words. "Lin E? What are you talking about? He is my dad." "My dad?" Qin Shiji was afraid that Qin Tian would punish him and immediately called out, "Moreover, the person who hit you is Cheng Bin, not me." "Not you?" Linny was a little surprised. Because before he lost consciousness, the only face I saw was Qin Shiji. So he mistakenly thought that the rich second generation who hit him was Qin Shiji. "Yes, I hit it." Wei Chengbin readily admitted. "It's dark and the road is slippery, and the road is complicated. It's just accidental. No matter who of you collided, the money must be compensated anyway, and we are not talking about this problem now." Linny looked at the spirit stone in Qin Tian's hand. "Okay, you just said that this stone is not for sale? I just want to know, what qualifications do you have to say?" Perceiving Lin Yi's gaze, Qin Tian held the spirit stone in his hand and patted. "Because I am the boss here," Linny said proudly. Although this is not his, but Zhu Wansher can be regarded as his subordinate, so there is nothing wrong with saying that he is the boss here. Just hearing this, Qin Shiji and Wei Qingbin couldn't help but despise them. "Are you the boss here? What are you bragging about? That is, your family can't even get 20,000 yuan for medical expenses. Return to the boss? Should this guy not be brain damaged, right?" The two of you began to mock Lin Yi with just one word. Even Su Guofu frowned. "I know the boss here. When did he become a young guy?" Hearing what the two sides said, Lin Yi looked calm and relaxed. Qin Tian frowned. The guy who couldn't get 20,000 yuan suddenly became the boss? Is it a routine again? System, check it out. After the silent thought in his heart was over, he quickly looked at Lin Yi with the eyes of the villain. Target person detection. Please wait. Testing completed. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 21 years old. Height, 178. Weight, 135. Occupation, student. Luck value, 6539. The son of luck confirms 0. More than 6,000 luck worth? Qin Tian's heart is slightly cold. Is this Linny such a dick? There are more than 6,000 chi luck value? No wonder I felt a bit wrong when I saw Qin Shiji here now. It turns out that this cheap son not only attracted a protagonist, but the second protagonist was so awesome. Am I the boss here? If you ask the boss to come out and confirm it, you won't know? Lin Yi simply ignored everyone's doubts. This rough stone has a special meaning to me. It's the staff who put it in the wrong position, so it appears here. You can buy other rough stones. We really don't sell this rough stone. Of course, as compensation, I can call the shots on other rough stones and give you a 10% discount. Lin Yi's expression was calm, as if he had a gangster demeanor. As soon as the voice fell, the manager of the VIP area came over and confirmed Lin Yi's identity in a few words. My God, isn't it? Is he really the boss here? So young? It's incredible. Everyone talked again. They all felt incredible about Lin Yi's youth and identity. Only Qin Tian frowned once again. In fact, Lin Yi has already said this, and the meaning is very clear. People are the boss here. Even if you don't sell this rough stone, you can't help it. What's more, this rough stone has a special meaning to others, because the staff has put it in the wrong position, so it will appear here. Plus I am willing to give everyone a discount. As long as it is a normal person, he will not catch this rough stone and let it go. But, is Qin Tian a normal person? Not. Not only is he not, but he is also not normal at all. He is a villain who has come to fight against the protagonist. And so, if I say, I must buy it? Qin Tian's expression returned to normal, and the corner of his mouth brought a trace of playfulness. At this time, he had already murdered Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the rebirth. The predecessor was the head of the Shadow League and the #1 master of the Shadow League. Because he acted too freely, he was surrounded and suppressed by the so-called decent sex. In the end, outnumbered and died of exhaustion. In Lin Yi's background story, he became his puppet, earning money from the world for him. All the wealth of the Qin family has also become his Lin Yi's pocket. He even became Lin Yi's puppet. Not to mention the women like Su Yanran, Mu Dai, and Gu Qingqing. So just by seeing these materials, Qin Tian knows. This Lin Yi must die. Why does Qin Tian know so much information about Lin Yi? Of course it was because he bought Lin Yi's background information. You know, this Lin Yi is the protagonist of more than 6,000 luck. How could such a powerful protagonist not attract Qin Tian's attention? So just took advantage of the time that the two sides discussed just now. He bought Lin Yi's background information for 500 villains and read it roughly. So there was this scene just now. If I say, I must buy it? As soon as Qin Tian said this, everyone felt a little unbelievable. Because in their minds, Qin Tian is not usually like this. Compete with the casino owner for a rough stone? This is unreasonable. As Qin Tian said this, the court fell into a brief silence. After Chen Yang heard the movement here, he also stopped choosing stones. He walked over with a piece of rough he had already selected, and said with a puzzled look, What's happening? Mr. Qin, what do you mean? Linny frowned, and there was no time to deal with Chen Yang, because now in his eyes, there is only that spiritual stone. Although Qin Tian is much more handsome than Qin Shiji, he also has a lot of masculinity. But the two are father and son after all, so there are still some similarities in appearance. This is also the reason why he thought the two were brothers at first. But now, Qin Shiji said that Qin Tian is his father. So he knew Qin Tian's last name. Qin Tian heard the words, the corner of his mouth raised and said directly, things are placed outside here, they were originally sold. Now that this rough stone is in my hand, even if it is your boss, I am afraid I am not qualified to say not to sell it. As for your staff's mistakes, the matter of your staff has nothing to do with me. Are you trying to buy and sell? Lin Yi frowned tighter. Qin Tian doesn't want him at all. Anyway, the thing is in my hands now. I like this stone very much. You can just make a price? Although the spirit stone is useless to me. But after knowing that Lin Yi is a rebirth, how could Qin Tian also give him the spirit stone? This is Lin Yi's chance. And he is the villain. Isn't the villain just trying to grab the protagonist's chance? So even if it was grabbed today, he would still drag the spirit stone into his own hands. Hearing what Qin Tian said, the others were even more puzzled. The first question was Chen Mingming, Qin Tian's little fan. Uncle Qin, can this be very valuable? Yeah, Dad. Is this thing valuable? Qin Shiji was also curious. It shouldn't be. Su Zhongyang doubted. In front of brother Qin, even if this piece of glass is the best glass, it won't be like this. That's what I said. That is how the matter? Su Yanran tentatively explained. I think Uncle Qin should have his own reasons, right? Following everyone's discussion, Chen Yang, who came over, also heard a general idea based on everyone's small talk. Lin Yi is the boss here? He doesn't want to sell the stone in Qin Tian's hand, but Qin Tian just wants to buy it. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Thinking of this, Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Subconsciously looked at the rough stone in Qin Tian's hands. Just seeing this rough stone. Even he couldn't help being stunned. Spirit stone? My god, how can there be a spirit stone here? Lingshur, under normal circumstances, has nothing special. Only when a cultivator puts his hand on it can he feel the particularity of this kind of stone. But also because of its particularity, its appearance is similar. The size and shape are similar to that of an ostrich egg. It is oval, with one big end and one small end, and the outside is as smooth as jade. But it is inferior quality jade, which on the surface looks lower than other top-grade rough stones. Don't talk about ordinary people, even ordinary cultivators. If you don't look carefully, you won't see anything special about this thing. Chen Yang is because there is a similar one in his home. That's why he can recognize the spirit stone at a glance, without touching it. Lin Yi is not willing to sell it this time, and Qin Tian wants to buy? In other words, Qin Tian also discovered that this is a spiritual stone? Could Qin Tian be a cultivator? After the contact just now, he knew that Lin Yi was a cultivator, so it was not surprising that Lin Yi didn't want to sell. But this Qin Tian, how can it be? Chen Yang couldn't believe his judgment. Do you dare to believe that such a wealthy man is a cultivator? Are cultivators so worthless? And Lin Yi, who heard the meaning of Qin Tian's words, seemed to be aware of this. It seems that Mr. Qin is in the channel? The fellow? Qin Tian raised his eyebrows, and then it became clear in his heart, heh, you can think so. In that case, this rough stone will be given to you. Know this. Lin Yi directly waved his hand and said very proudly, spirit stones are very rare even in the cultivation world. Normal cultivators will be chased and killed by others after they get it. This shows the rarity of this stuff. Now Qin Tian seems to be a cultivator too. When the other party recognizes that this is a spirit stone, let him hand it over again. Is this kind of thing possible? It's not possible at all. Therefore, Lin Yi, who has not recovered his skill, has nothing to do now. Can only temporarily place this spirit stone in Qin Tian first. Give away. No. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the others were stunned again. Originally, the conversation between the two people made them listen to it in the mist. The rough stone that I didn't want to sell is suddenly given away? What the hell is this? Qin Tian ignored everyone's surprise, just watched Lin Yi's playful smile. Boss Lin is so affectionate. Do I have to say thank you? Thank you, you don't have to. When I come to visit another day, it will be enough to buy me a cup of tea. Although Lin Yi has not recovered his strength, the aura he exudes is no worse than any boss present. Even if it is Qin Tian, there is nothing more than half a caddy with him. Come and visit another day? Qin Tian squinted his eyes. The subtext of this sentence is, do you want to trouble me again after regaining your strength another day? It's pretty beautiful. Haha, Boss Lin, I don't like routines very much. What a 3-year agreement, a 10-year agreement, is not meaningful at all. I think it is better to hit the sun than choosing a day. Boss Lin wants to drink tea? I can invite you today? Hearing Qin Tian's words, Lin Yi frowned suddenly. This Qin Tian really doesn't play cards according to the routine at all? Nowadays, Laozi's body has just recovered now, and there is only a trace of true energy in his body. The strength is at most in the early innate period. Fight against real masters. Did you win a hammer? Fortunately, Lin Yi was once a big man after all. After a brief thought, he returned to normal. Glancing around, Lin Yi said solemnly, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. I don't have much time today. I'd better take another day. Without waiting for Qin Tian to answer, he just turned around and left. It seems to be afraid that Qin Tian really invites him to drink tea. Yeah, good too. Taking a look at the surrounding crowd, Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully, then I will let you go today. Lin Yi almost staggered to the ground when he heard this. This surname Qin is really looking for death? Ding, grab the chance of the protagonist, Lin Yi. Get the villain value plus 800, and seize the luck value of 100 points. Ding, let the protagonist, Lin Yi retreat. Change the protagonist personality, get the villain value 500, and the protagonist, Lin Yi luck value minus 200. Ding, arouse the protagonist's, Lin Yi strong anger, slightly change the plot, and get the villain value plus 300. Ding, the protagonist, Lin Yi, is hostile to you and slightly changes the plot. Lin Yi wanted to kill Qin Tian immediately, but is it possible? It's not possible at all. He, whose skill has not recovered yet, dare not do anything with Qin Tian at all. And Qin Tian didn't care about him either. He still turned around and left. After looking at his series of system prompts, his mouth raised a smile. Originally, I spent 500 points to buy background information, and the villain value was left with 2,000 points. Now not only the villain has 3,900 points, but the luck value has also reached 4,400 points. It can be said to be quite fruitful. However, after reading Lin Yi's information, Qin Tian also knew that Lin Yi was a bit uncomfortable. Lin Yi's persona is of long out-yin type. Not only is a group with high luck value, but also doesn't have many concerns like other protagonists. Even his parents in this life are not important to him. Originally, according to the normal plot, he should rely on his own ability to quickly recover his skills. Then in this Jiangqing, establish a network of your own, accept a group of big brothers as younger brothers, and capture a group of girls with superb looks. People resist killing, Buddhas resist killing Buddhas. In the end, it was almost the same in the city, and then went to find the previous enemies to avenge. But he didn't expect that he was unfavorable when he went to school and met Qin Tian, the destiny villain. Not only intercepted what should belong to him, and even after he said harsh words, want to do something to him? This F***CK, if he changed from the previous one, he would have slapped him to death with a slap. In which round is the opponent showing off in front of him? Fortunately, his skill has not recovered now. Even if you have already had a murderous heart on Qin Tian, you won't be so stupid that you just go to Qin Tian to face it. In addition, it is impossible for a cultivator to kill casually in a large crowd. So with so many guests in this hall, Lin Yi will not be impulsive, and Qin Tian will not be able to shoot him. What happened? Seeing Lin Yi leaving behind, everyone was a little unsure. Because of the conversation between the two, they couldn't understand it at all. Lin Yi gave Qin Tian a piece of rough for free, but it seemed a little reluctant, and Qin Tian still sells well after getting cheaper, and still wants to bully Lin Yi. Lin Yi is just a college student, and Qin Tian is a rich man worth hundreds of billions. What the two of them did seemed to be a bit inconsistent with the personality, right? Let alone ordinary people like the Su family. Even Chen Yang, who was also a cultivator, was a little confused at this time. Among the cultivators, except for some Xiaobai who just started to cultivate and couldn't control his true qi, ordinary cultivators are almost the same as ordinary people in normal times. When not doing it, neither the enemy nor the enemy knows the strength of the other party. In other words, Chen Yang at this time couldn't see who Qin Tian and Lin Yi were strong and who was weak. But the momentum of Lin Yi doesn't look like a weak chicken. Why did you just confuse it? It looks like nephew Qin Xian got a great stone. Su Guofu seemed to be aware of something, and looked at Qin Tian's face with a smile. Uncle Qin, is there anything special about this stone? Can't see it at all? I feel that it is not as good looking as other stones. Su Yanran, Chen Mingming, Duan Xiaoyu, and the three of you have a glance at me. Seems very curious about this stone. Actually, I don't know what is special about this stone. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Qin Tian smiled and lied. It just feels that he cares about this thing very much, so I don't want to give it to him. Is that right? Isn't it? Uncle Qin, are you so bad? You girl, can you speak? It's all right, don't talk anymore. Is this stone still a bet? Bet? Why not bet? Wang Yi, give Laoli the glass seed in your hand. You can take this for me. Okay, boss. Wang Yi agreed and quickly took over the spirit stone in Qin Tian's hands. As soon as he took it over, he felt something was wrong. Although he has practiced for many years, he is the same as Qin Tian. I haven't been in contact with the cultivation world, and I don't know how valuable this spirit stone is. But he was just naive, not stupid. Just looking at Lin Yi's performance and the feeling of starting now, he also knows that this thing is extremely valuable. So he kept it very carefully. With the storm just now, and the next gambling game, everyone's interest was not as high as before. But overall, it was quite fun to play. Needless to say the ending naturally, because gambling has a set time. So in the case of rough stones there are so many. You can only rely on the method of elimination. How can Qin Yang, who went to see one by one, ever get past Qin Tian, who has super intelligent navigation? Of course, Qin Tian's acting skills are at full level. I wouldn't be so stupid to go straight to the most expensive one. He has all sorts of screening, all kinds of watching. I took one of the most expensive and chose two general ones. Finally, he narrowly defeated Qin Yang. Wow, Uncle Qin is too good. This jade is too correct in color, right? I want this, I want this. Uncle Qin, I want this too, I want this too. Looking at the top quality ice jade, Chen Mingming cheered for joy. Even Su Yanran couldn't help showing a happy expression. This piece of ice jade is so big, you can do a lot of things. Let them keep 2 bracelets, one for each of you, Qin Tian said very casually. Anyway, this thing is of no use to him, and keeping it is for sale. For the current Qin Tian, money is really just a bunch of numbers. Even if he can make money by betting on rocks, he has no idea of making money. You know, the Qin family of Qin Tian is already hundreds of billions. Now not only does Yejia have 30% more shares, but it also swallows a food delivery system. The skills evolved from this system cost 10 million a day. He can't spend just this tens of millions. So where's the mind to use gambling to make money? Thank you, Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin is so nice. Hearing that Qin Tian wanted to give them the best jade, Su Yanran and Chen Mingming thanked Qin Tian. Duan Xiaoyu was not ashamed to follow Qin Tian because he was not very familiar with Qin Tian. Ding, prevent the protagonists, Chen Yang, from acting successfully, get the villain value plus 500, and the protagonists, Chen Yang luck value minus 200. Ding, the heroine Su Yanran's favorability has risen, and the villain's value is plus 300. Ding, one of the heroines, Chen Mingming, has increased his favorability, and his villain value is plus 200. Ding, one of the heroines, Duan Xiaoyu, worships you. It is another 1200 villain value. Yes, it seems that President Qin is indeed an expert. I am willing to bet. Chen Yang said unwillingly. Although I know that Qin Tian may also be a cultivator, he may have unique opinions on betting on stones. But this time he didn't pretend to succeed, which made him very upset. Seeing Su Yanran and Chen Mingming surrounding Qin Tian again, the feeling of unhappiness became more obvious. Haha, Brother Chen has made the concession. Chen Yang said lightly, should the 10 million, good, be transferred directly to President Qin, or, forget it. Qin Tian waved his hand very proudly. It's just for fun. You don't have to take it seriously. Not to mention that you are a junior. If I really take you 10 million, old Su will find me desperately. Haha, what did nephew Qin Xian say? Brother Qin, it really is magnificent. Without losing the elder's tolerance, I admire him. Where? Uncle Qin, so handsome. Ding, you left a deep and good impression in the heart of the key character, Su Guofu. The villain value is plus 300. Ding, one of the heroines, Chen Mingming, worships you? A series of system prompts sounded again. It's 700 points again. Together with the previous ones, there are a total of 5,800 points. Seeing so many villains, Qin Tian nodded unsatisfactorily.
Ok.
With so many villains, they have all caught up with devouring a system. By the way, I took a look at the favorability of the two.
Su Yanran, 87%.
Chen Mengmeng, 89%.
Seeing this degree of favorability, Qin Tian was still a little surprised. After all, it can rise to 90% of the favorability degree, which represents absolute loyalty. Both of them have a good impression of over 85%. Want to rise to 90%? Obviously it's a miss. But even if he knew this, Qin Tian was not very anxious, because he really didn't catch a cold with Chen Mingming. Although Chen Mingming's appearance was 93 points without any problems, the little girl still did not have the taste of adult women. As for Su Yanran, according to Qin Tian's experience as a villain for so long, Su Yanran is a genuine heroine. She is a little different from other harem heroines. I always feel that the attributes of a genuine heroine to attract a male hero are stronger than other harem heroines. If you accept her, this characteristic of attracting male protagonists will definitely fall sharply. Qin Tian can be sure of this. So for his own villain cause, establish a good ambiguous relationship with her, but keep a certain distance. This is the correct way to open the real heroine. Because this time there are 2 protagonists and 3 heroines. So Qin Tian not only had fun this time, but also gained more than 5,000 villains and a spiritual stone. Overall, it is quite satisfactory. But Qin Tian is satisfied, but Chun Yang is depressed. Originally, he should be the protagonist of this stone gambling. But in the end, Qin Tian stole the limelight. This made him accustomed to the attention of the public, and his mood was very unbeautiful. So, after the gambling was over, he greeted everyone at random and parted ways with Su Guofu and his party. His figure looks a little lonely, but now no one cares about him anymore. You go first. I have something I want to talk to with nephew Qin Xian. Out of the gambling ground, Su Guofu suddenly spoke to his son and granddaughter. Obviously, he was also aware of some situations. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran and others were a little confused, but didn't think much. Groups of 3 and 5 walked towards the parking lot of the town. Qin Tian didn't care either, and waved his hands to Li Jun and let them go ahead. And he himself followed Su Guofu at the end. After everyone left, Qin Tian said, "What advice does Elder Su have?"
Su Guofu smiled helplessly. Advice?
"Where can I be qualified to teach you?" "Nephew Qin Xian, I didn't expect you to hide it quite deep." Qin Tian smiled slightly. "How do you say this? If I'm not wrong, you should be a cultivator like Brother Chen, right?" Hee. Old Su's eyes are like a torch. Qin Tian shrugged with a smile, non-committal. Chen Yang is a cultivator. Qin Tian guessed and saw it. So he was not particularly surprised to hear Su Guofu say this. Ha, okay, don't you come and slap my old man's ass. Su Guofu looked at Qin Tian with a smile. I don't know why, now he sees Qin Tian more and more satisfied. Read more at hotpulnovel.xyz. To be honest, I really didn't expect that your old Qin family would still have a character like you. He knows the energy of a cultivator better than anyone else. So after getting Qin Tian's affirmative reply, his eyes looked at Qin Tian obviously different. You know, as the old lady behind the Su family, he still won't be short of money. Betting on rocks is nothing more than entertainment. So rich, why would he become a year-long friend with a young man like Chen Yang? It's not because I guessed that Chen Yang might be a cultivator, so I deliberately approached him. It's just that he didn't even imagine that the cultivator he had always wanted to approach was far away in front of him. It's just a cultivator. It's no big deal. You, haha, nephew Qin Xian, humility is a good thing, but too much humility is proud. Is it? Haha. Knowing that Qin Tian is a cultivator, Su Guofu seems very happy. The two talked happily behind. When they returned to the parking lot, everyone parted ways again. Qin Shiji left with Wei Qingbin, who was unhappy. Chen Mingming rode a motorcycle and left with the Su family. Duan Xiaoyu sat on Qin Tian's Rolls Royce. Elder Su took Su Yanran to his car in a rare way. Grandpa, what are you talking about with Uncle Qin later? So happy? Su Yanran didn't care either. After getting in the car, seeing old man Su smile, he couldn't help but ask. It has been a long time since she saw her grandpa smile from the heart. Nothing to talk about, Xiao Zhou, you can drive first. Okay, sir. Su Guofu directed the driver to drive, smiled and looked at his granddaughter after speaking. Yanran, what do you think of your Uncle Qin? Very good. Su Yanran didn't pay attention to Su Guofu's trap and said bluntly, not only does she look good, but she is also very capable. Then do you like him? What? Su Yanran's face was reddened, and she was obviously caught off guard. Grandpa, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Uncle Qin and I just... Okay, don't think that Grandpa is old. You don't understand anything. Su Guofu interrupted her words earnestly. Your grandfather is just old and not blind. You and that little girl from the Chen family, oh? Grandpa, I'm sorry, Hearing Su Guofu sigh, Su Yanran lowered her head in shame. For her highly educated, she knows that she likes Qin Tian, and most people can't accept it. Especially the more traditional old people like my grandfather, it is even more unacceptable. Therefore, it is normal for Su Guofu to be disappointed with himself at this time. After hearing Su Yanran's words, Su Guofu became curious. I'm sorry? Why do you want to say sorry? I mean, if you really like it, you should hurry up and take the initiative. Look at that little girl from the Chen family. She also likes your Uncle Qin. Can you see how others do it? Huh? Not. Grandpa. Su Yanran couldn't believe her ears. I like Uncle Qin. Shouldn't you try to stop it? Why now? Do you think Grandpa is really old-fashioned? Su Guofu said in a huff. Grandpa, I have been in business for so long anyway, It's not that I don't know how to work around. Your Uncle Chin's qualifications are much better than those of some wealthy second generations, and after he was widowed, he did not marry again. It's normal for a good-looking, rich, and capable man like him to attract your attention. Grandpa can understand this. So, Grandpa, do you support me? Su Yanran was a little surprised, and also a little weird. She likes Qin Tian. The main reason why I can't let go is that my family members will oppose it. Now that she hears her grandfather openly supporting her, why is she not excited? You can say so, Su Guofu said indifferently. I think it's not just me, but your father and your mother should have no other opinions. Really? Grandpa? When did Grandpa fool you? Su Guofu said lightly. But although your Uncle Qin is very good, I am your grandfather after all. I still have to remind you of some things. For a good-looking and golden man like your Uncle Qin, there will definitely be many women who like him. If you want to cultivate with him, the difficulty will increase exponentially. So this time Grandpa won't interfere with your marriage anymore. As for whether or not to go this way, it's up to you to make the decision. Grandpa, I see. Su Yanran nodded, and then gratefully said, Thank you, Grandpa. Hearing Su Yanran's thank you, Su Guofu immediately knew Su Yanran's choice. Knowing this, he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Oh, I hope my decision this time is correct. Because Qin Tian has been very eye-catching in these few contacts with the Su family. As the head of the family, Su Guofu had chosen not to bother Su Yanran at all. On the other side, Qin Tian is studying Lin Yi's information. Lin Yi's luck value is against the sky, needless to say. But does Lin Yi have any weaknesses? Of course there is. As long as it is human, there will be weaknesses. However, the most important data recorded by the Qin Tian villain's eyes are only a few words. It's too arrogant and arrogant. As for other weaknesses, except that the current strength is somewhat low, other weaknesses are almost negligible. He has his own woman, but this woman is not bad, and even Lin Yi himself doesn't know her whereabouts. He also has his own parents, but he was an orphan in the previous life, and his parents after rebirth are not that important to him. In other words, Qin Tian wants to deal with him, basically can only start from him. It is difficult to use their women, wives, and parents as breakthrough points like Fu Yichan and Xiao Chen did. But how easy is it to deal with Lin Yi himself? The value of luck against the sky allows him to get his own chance wherever he goes. A rebirth like him can upgrade a few times faster. As a villain, not only does his luck value is lower than that of the opponent, but he is also unable to kill him in the public. Call the police directly? Report him as a rebirth? The police pay attention to evidence when arresting people. There is no evidence. There is a silly use for reporting. Godfather. Duan Xiaoyu's voice interrupted Qin Tian's contemplation. Qin Tian came back to his senses. What's the matter? I call you Godfather, are you used to it? What's not used to it? I take too many goddesses? Qin Tian opened his mouth and came. Is it? Duan Xiaoyu didn't care, and continued to ask. Then, can I ask you a few questions? You ask. I think you seem to be very rich. If you say you don't want to do it, don't let it go. How much money do you have? A lot, too much to use up. Then I heard that you rich people are a guise to accept your daughters, mainly doing that kind of thing at the moment. Is this true? Not before, but now, mostly. Qin Tian said here and took a look at this little sister. Why? Don't you have this idea too? No one. Duan Xiaoyu blushed unexpectedly. After all, she is an unmanned little girl. Even if she usually reopens after playing, facing such direct greetings from Qin Tian, she is somewhat at a loss. Then what are you trying to say? I just want to say, when I am with you, although I don't have to worry about money, I don't seem to be able to join your circle? This feeling makes me very uncomfortable. Godfather, do I really have to go with you? Duan Xiaoyu looked at Qin Tian pitifully, as if begging for something. When I think of the gambling on the rock yard just now, these rich people are smashing millions of people at every turn. Su Yanran sent out a watch casually, which was more than 1 million. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This is two extremes that are completely different from her previous life. She was also very uncomfortable when she grew up in an ordinary family. Qin Tian also understood what Duan Xiaoyu said. In today's society, some women who think they have a dichotomy dare to hope to marry a wealthy family. Everyone knows that the rich and the young masters generally only take the rich wives and daughters, because their cognition, knowledge, and circle of friends with ordinary women are not at the same level. Even if it is Cinderella in a fairy tale, isn't it still because she is the daughter of the earl? So Duan Xiaoyu shouldn't feel this way too normal. Well, it's not necessary. After thinking about it, Qin Tian said lightly, but you definitely can't go back to that place before. Well, I'll give you another cell phone. You can live with Chen Mingming. You can do whatever you want, even if you ask your friends out to play. But don't disturb other people's normal lives, and you can't contact your adoptive parents and Yixian. What do you think? That's it? It's okay. Then you call Miss Ming? Can. Qin Tian nodded, and took out the phone directly. Not only did he call, he also called Chen Mingming with the locomotive money he had promised Duan Xiaoyu. At the same time, when Qin Tian arranged Duan Xiaoyu's residence, it was in the living room of a villa on the edge of Jiangqing City. The old and the young sit opposite each other. What is the origin of this surname Qin? Lin Yi frowned and asked Zhu Wanshi in front of him. It's not only arrogant, but also very irritating, because he doesn't ask about worldly things. So even if Qin Tian is a top rich man, he has never heard of it. At this time, Qin Tian snatched a spirit stone in front of him, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhu Wanshi handed over the materials he had already prepared. Lin Xiao, this is his information. Lin Yi didn't say a word, and looked at it after receiving the information. Qin Tian's information is not difficult to find. Even if you use a website search, you can find a general idea. Qin Tian, the president of the Qin Group, one of the richest people in Tumen. The business is very big, and there is no small industry in Jiangqing. Rich man? Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but squint at his eyes. A rich man who has just come into contact with cultivation, dare to snatch things from my master? Boom! Lin Yi slapped the table fiercely. It's a jerk. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhu Wanshi dared not speak, for fear of offending the young master in front of him. Although he is now, he doesn't know that Lin Yi is a rebirth. But in his mind, the Shadow League is a very mysterious and terrifying existence. The temper and style of the young master in front of him are very similar to those of the Shadow League. So Zhu Wanshi didn't doubt Lin Yi's identity, let alone offend Lin Yi. Who is with him? Do you have any information about them? Lin Yi said solemnly. He suddenly thought of Su Yanran, and felt that the identity of this woman might be a bit uncomfortable. Have. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanshi also handed a copy of Su's information. After reading the information of Su family, Lin Yi nodded slightly, and then took a closer look at the information behind Qin Tian. Su family? And Yi family. When he saw that the Yi family and the Qin family were on the hot search for a while because of conflicts, soon there was a plan in mind. Okay, you go out first. Yes, Master Lin. Wish Wanshi leave respectfully. Lin Yi thought for a while, then picked up the phone in his hand and dialed a number. Hey! There was a clear voice from a woman on the other end of the phone. Heaven is not old. Lin Yi's voice was calm. The woman on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and then she still said, I can't help but feel love. Heart is like a double wire mesh. There are thousands of knots in it. The woman endured her inner excitement and quickly found a safe place. Brother Yi, is that you? You are all ready. This is a long story. Lin Yi quickly interrupted the woman. Ling Shuang, is it convenient for you to speak now? The woman named Ling Shuang looked at the surrounding situation and seemed to feel a little wrong. Brother Yi, wait for me. Speaking of this, the woman hurried to an absolutely safe place and picked up the phone again, but her voice was already crying. Brother Yi, I thought you were all ready. Okay, don't cry first, listen to me first. You say. Lin Yi said solemnly. Now the only thing I can believe in the entire Shadow League is you. I am in some trouble now and need your help. Bring some things and come to Jiangcheng. As a rebirth of the Sejong Gate, Lin Yi's network is naturally not worse than Yixian's. It's just that the Sejong Gate has its drawbacks. Zhongmani's deceit and intrigue can be said to be more cruel than the outside world. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Every day, for a little resource, he beats his head. And according to normal novel routines, when a reborn person dies in a previous life, he will die vigorously. But after he was reborn, he would suddenly suspect that there was an inner ghost in his sect. So there are not many people who Lin Yi can believe now. This Ling Shuang is one of them. Ling Shuang, full name Qiu Ling Shuang, is the first female assassin of the Shadow League. When I was young, I was very cute, but when I grew up, I was cold and ruthless. But from the day she started, she liked this handsome, but evil-looking senior brother Lin Yi. Of course, Lin Yi is the name of Lin Yi in his previous life. In this life, his name is Lin Yi. There is no doubt that Qiu Ling Shuang likes Lin Yi. It's just because Lin Yi, who was in the previous life, was bohemian. On weekdays, even if there is no task time, he rarely stays in the sect. So no matter how much she likes Lin Yi, she can only bury this love in her heart. And the most important thing is that although Lin Yi's strength is tyrannical, he still can't get rid of the dogblood setting of the novel. He has always regarded Qiu Ling Shuang as his sister. Only when the city mix is about to end, he only turned this sister into his own woman. A top female killer with a world-famous appearance is infatuated with you. You just treat her as a younger sister? I have to say that the dog's face was sprayed with blood. On the other side, Qin Tian didn't know Lin Yi's actions at all. Because now he is Lingshi? President Qin, do you really have a Lingshi? Hear Qin Tian's voice on the phone. Dan Shenzi, who was far away in Tumin City, looked excited. Spirit stone? It's actually a spirit stone? Do you dare to believe it? Isn't it just a spiritual stone? As for the excitement? In a 5-star hotel, looking at the stone the size of an ostrich egg in front of him, Qin Tian looked confused. This thing doesn't seem to be anything special except that you can feel a hint of energy fluctuations in it. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Dan Shenzi said in a huff, President Qin, you have never been in contact with the cultivation world, so you don't know the function of this thing. The function of the spirit stone, in addition to being used for cultivation, can also be used to depict formations in it and use it for formation. Arrangement? Qin Tian's eyebrows twitched. What is the cloth tin array? The gossip array? Or is it the spirit gathering array for cultivating immortals?
Xian?
Dan Shenzi was taken aback, and then couldn't help but smile. Haha, Xiuxian is a legendary thing. I don't know if there is any. But the old man can be sure that some powerful sects must have formations made of spirit stones. That is to say, as long as the use of spirit stones is reasonable, the powerful is not a person, but a sect. Oh, listening to what you said, is this tricky still useful? A powerful sect? Seems to be right for you? More than a bit? Dan Shenzi was full of black lines. Read more at Hopful Novel, XYZ. My own suzerain is lucky, but it seems a bit ignorant. Lingshi, such a rare thing, is actually just a little useful in his mouth. Qin Tian also doesn't care. Well, since it is so useful, I will send someone to send it back for you. Don't, Mr. Qin. I'd better let Xiao Zhou come over and take it. Don't worry if he is with me. That's it. Also okay. Qin Tian nodded. He knew that Xiao Zhou in Dan Shenzi's mouth was Zhou Wan. With Zhou Wan, the spirit stone is indeed safer. The protagonist and the villain have always vowed to be incompatible. Even if Lin Yi and Qin Tian have only met once, now they have become the enemy of life and death because of a piece of spiritual stone. So the current situation is, Lin Yi is thinking of a way to deal with Qin Tian, wanting to take back that piece of spiritual stone. And Qin Tian is not idle naturally. While taking Lao Li and Wang Yi to inspect the industry of the Qin family, while mobilizing personnel from Tumin City, they investigated the information of the two protagonists. Although there are many properties of the Qin family in Jiangcheng, Qin Tian's security company is only one in Tumin. Plus there is no intelligence network here. Therefore, Qin Tian's actions are much slower than in Tumin. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In these 5 days, Su Jingyang and Su Yanran's father and daughter returned to Tumin. Zhou Wen also brought Lingshi to the Tumin secret training base. And Qin Tian, in addition to the necessary entertainment, is studying how to deal with the protagonist these days. There are still 2.5 left of the protagonist of 2 men.
Yevuan, Hang Hao, Shao-chan.
Because of the 3, Yi Xian was the most dangerous. So Qin Tian came to Jiangxing this time to prepare to deal with him. It's just that no one thought that after coming to Jiangxing, Qin Tian met 2 protagonists again. These 2 protagonists are no weaker than Yi Xian's existence. Especially this Lin Yi was even more dangerous than Yi Xian. You know, no matter how awesome Yi Xian is, his personal combat effectiveness is no more than the peak level of the day after tomorrow. Although the others in the team also have their own strengths, their combat effectiveness is not as strong as Yi Xian. So when facing a Yi Xian, Qin Tian was not particularly panicked. But now, this Lin Yi peak period was in the Grandmaster realm, and it was the kind of Grandmaster realm that was about to reach the Great Grandmaster. Not only that, behind him, there is a sect. If he was allowed to develop, the consequences would be unimaginable. So this Lin Yi must be solved first. But how to solve Lin Yi? Qin Tian fell into contemplation again. During this time, he has thought about many ways, but none of the methods seemed to work. Go to him directly? The Ting Guangzhong himself could not kill him. It won't help to find him at all. To assassinate him? The opponent's luck is so high, and the strong are reborn. Even if he took the shot himself, even if the assassin's skills were at full level, it would not be so easy to kill him. You know Lin Yi is alone. There is nothing to worry about. The super high luck value at that time will definitely create many favorable conditions for him. Under this circumstance, can people fail to fight but still run? Maybe you will get a bite from the other side if you start to frighten the snake in the end. As for threatening him with his family, it makes no sense at all. Let alone whether Lin Yi has feelings for his family. Even if you have feelings, the other party's luck is so much higher than his own. If you catch his family by yourself, you will definitely get yourself into the game. So, what should I do? Wait, what seems to be wrong? Qin Tian frowned. Although Yi Chen and Yi Xian appeared together at a wedding, the time when they first met them was one after another. And the 2 protagonists Lin Yi and Qin Yang met at the same time. So, is there any connection between the 2? Thinking of this, the more Qin Tian thought about it, the more wrong it became. After thinking for a while, he quickly found Chen Yang's information column. Although Qin Yang is just a dick, his luck value is more than 4,000. So my 500 villain value shouldn't be ridiculous, right? Qin Tian muttered to himself. Although Qi luck cannot directly represent combat effectiveness, it can show that this person has many opportunities. It is possible to grow into a dangerous person. So Qin Tian decided to purchase Chen Yang's background information. With Qin Tian's click, the 500 villain value consumption is completed. Soon, information about Chen Yang appeared in front of him. This is. Qin Tian couldn't help but stunned. This Chen Yang's mother? Is it the daughter of the former sect master of the Qingyang sect? And it's the current sect master of Qingyang sect?
Qingyang sect.
This Qingyang sect, isn't it just? What kind of divine development is this special? After seeing Chen Yang's background information, Qin Tian couldn't help but began to complain. Because Lin Yi is a strong person in the cultivation world, he is reborn. So in his background story, he probably introduced the Sejong Gate in Xia Kingdom. Generally speaking, this world is still the world of ordinary people. Because in a large piece of land like Xia Kingdom, there are only 5 truly powerful hidden Sejong Gates. Tianlei Valley, Cold Iceland, Burning Fire Gate, Kueishui Peak, Qingfeng House. There are 5 hidden Sejong sects, and each sect has a maximum of 3 to 500 inner disciples. 3 to 500 people are not worth mentioning for a country with more than 1 billion people. In addition, the people in the sect are very low-key. Therefore, most people simply cannot discover their existence. As for other small and medium sects, there may be about 20 large or small, but the population of these sects is relatively small. The largest of them does not exceed 200 people, and the smallest is only a few people. Except for those in charge of the sect, most of the others live the lives of ordinary people. Some of them live in rural areas and live by opening restaurants. Some people live in small towns and make a living by opening small shops. Some people move bricks at the construction site just to exercise their will. Of course, there are also people who normally live in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests. Anyway, these people are not short of money. Their purpose of doing this is just to hide their names and become a hidden boss self-cultivation. Both the Qingyang Gate of Chen Yang's mother and Lin Yi's Shadow League belong to small and medium sects. A sect of more than 100 people. Of course, this is not the most important. The most important thing is that the Qingyang sect where Chen Yang's mother is located is one of the sects that besieged Lin Yi. In other words, should Qingyang and Lin Yi be enemies? After drawing this conclusion, Qin Tian didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. But now he is very clear about it. Leaving aside Chen Yang's information for the time being, the information about his mother alone was enough to make Qin Tian worth the fare. With this 500 villain value, blood is earned. Early the next morning, the weather was clear and sunny. The weather in summer is a bit hot. Qin Tian woke up from his sleep. After moving his muscles and bones, he put on short sleeves, shorts and sandals casually.
Oldly, Ranky.
President Qin. Go, follow me to the west of the city. Qin Tian made a decisive decision. Obviously, he decided to meet Chen Yang's father. Although Qin Tian's villain's eyes still can't see other people's home addresses, Su Guofu knows where Chen Yang lives. So Qin Tian wants to find Chen Yang. It is not particularly difficult. Chen Yang's home lives in the west of the city, not far from Baoping town. This is a very old community. There is no guard and no property. The neighbors around are all grandpas and aunts. Chen Yang's house is just 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The corroded walls inside and the ash falling from the ground show how old this house is. After getting up, washing his face and brushing his teeth, Chen Yang carried out his daily operations. After the stone gambling storm that day, Chen Yang was very depressed during this period. Because I always feel like I have lost something. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Fortunately, his ability is still there. If you want to make a fortune with this, there is still no problem. But, looking at the dilapidated house in front of him, and then looking at the old daddy who was still in the kennel and was full of alcohol, Chen Yang's anger stopped. Hey, I said Dad. Can you stop drinking every day? Do you want to be so decadent for the rest of your life? Chun Yang's father, Qin Shaotian, chirped and said insincerely. Chun Yang seemed accustomed to his father's attitude and didn't care. Continue to speak for himself. Also, Dad, Chun Yang said lightly, since you have allowed me to go out and make money, why don't you allow me to change a house? Okay. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaotian returned to his senses and muttered in a daze, have I ever said such a thing? Chun Yang was dumbfounded when he heard this. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to beat up his father. This F***ck, is there such a bad boy? Forget it, you should continue to sleep. But well, Chun Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Since you don't remember that you said this, then I'm going to buy a luxury house. After speaking, before his father could answer, he got dressed and walked out of the room. Chun Yang stopped just after he went downstairs and didn't take a few steps, because downstairs, there is a Rolls-Royce that has just stopped. He is no stranger to this car. Qin, President Qin, why are you here? Looking at the three people who got off the bus, Chun Yang was still polite. But don't know why, a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Haha, Brother Qin, we meet again. Chun Yang frowned and said coldly, you haven't answered my question yet. You kid, how did you talk to us, Mr. Qin? Hearing Chun Yang's tone, Lao Li was a little upset. If the other party doesn't know Qin Tian, just use this tone. But this Chen Yang clearly knew the identity of Qin Tian. And on the day of betting on the stone, Qin Tian also spared the opponent 10 million. In this case, it is obviously inappropriate to use this attitude. It's okay, Lao Li. Qin Tian didn't care, and raised his hand to signal Lao Li Jinsheng to look at Qin Yang. This time I am not looking for you, but for your father Chen Shaotian. My dad? Chun Yang was stunned. What are you looking for my dad for? Are you going to stand down here and chat all morning? Qin Tian didn't answer the question. Well, you guys come with me. After Qin Tian's reminder, Chun Yang also noticed that it was not very suitable. Although very reluctant, he had no choice but to invite Qin Tian upstairs. Looking at the messy and dilapidated room in front of him, Lao Li couldn't help frowning. But Qin Tian didn't say anything. He naturally wouldn't talk nonsense. Dad, a guest is here. After closing the door, Chun Yang yelled inside.
Ugh.
Chen Shaotian rubbed his eyes sleepily and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Qin Tian, Chun Shaotian's decadent eyes flashed a little doubt. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chun. My name is Qin Tian. As for my identity, this is not important. I'm here just to learn about one thing from you. What's the matter? Chun Shaotian yawned and did not take Qin Tian's arrival at heart. It's just that Qin Tian's next words made him froze in place. Do you know where Qingyang sect is? What did you say? Chen Shaotian stopped, turned his head, and looked at Qin Tian with an incredible expression. Green Sun Sect. Qin Tian repeated these three words faintly. I want to find Qingyang sect to do something, but I don't know where they are. I don't know what you were talking about. Chen Shaotian woke up most of the time, and a trace of irritation appeared on his decadent face. You do not know? Do not know? You really don't know? I do not know. Facing Qin Tian's questioning, Chen Shaotian suddenly yelled, how many times do you want me to say it? I don't know. I don't know why you are here, let alone the shit Qingyang sect. But now I don't welcome you here, so please get out of here and Qingyang will see you off. Qingyang was dumbfounded to see his father so gaff, but at this time he didn't have time to think about it. President Qin, I'm really sorry, my father is today. Qingyang, do you want to know news about your mother? Qin Tian interrupted Qingyang directly, and looked at Qingyang with a playful look. What? Qingyang was shocked when he heard this. Before he could react, Chen Shaotian suddenly violent, and the whole person rushed towards Qin Tian directly like a cheetah. The fist hits the lower abdomen of Qin Tian. Why do you shut up for me?
Bang bang.
Wang Yi's figure stopped in front of Qin Tian in time, and his hands firmly pressed Chen Shaotian's wrist. This brother, I just asked for an address, so I don't want to use my hands. What happened suddenly in a small two-bedroom room made Qin Yang's heart twist and turns. First, Qin Tian knew the news of his mother. Then his father suddenly violent, wanted to attack Qin Tian. This move made Qin Yang, who was immersed in his mother's news, completely unresponsive. Fortunately, Wang Yi has the ability to perceive danger. This ability combined with great strength steadily stopped Chen Shaotian. You, hear Wang Yi's words, and then see the wrist grabbed by the opponent. Chen Shaotian clenched his teeth. Although he had guessed it a long time ago, Qin Tian came here to ask King Yangzong. He would not be an ordinary person. But seeing that he was easily stopped by the other party, he couldn't help but look at Wang Yi more. Dad, what's the matter with you? Chun Yang couldn't help but speak up when seeing the two men at war. Although he has an inexplicable hostility towards Qin Tian, the news of his mother is crucial to him at this moment. At this time, Chun Yang was very shocked. Sure enough, his father is hiding the news of his mother, and Qin Tian actually also knows the news of his mother? Hearing what his son said, Chen Shaotian took a deep breath, and then slowly retracted his fist. Wang Yi also let go of his hand, but did not relax his vigilance. Qin Yang drive them out. Chen Shaotian calmed down a bit, but still didn't want to tell Qin Tian. But Chun Yang was unwilling at this moment, but he didn't wait for him to speak. Qin Tian's wind and light voice rang again. Mr. Chun, your son is 25 years old. Are you not going to tell him? This is our family affair. It's none of your business. Chen Shaotian roared. I didn't say to take care of your housework. I just wanted to ask King Yangzong's address. Qin Tian didn't care at all, and asked in an orderly manner. At this moment, he looked at the Qin father and son in front of him, and he was also a little weird in his heart, because Chen Yang's background and life experience are very bloody, very bloody. Chen Yang's father, Chen Shaotian, was just an ordinary person. During a trip, I met his mother Imo Lanqin. It is also the daughter of Qingyang sect master Imo Hai. The two met by accident. Anyway, it's a fairy with a rogue. No, it's Chen Lang. Similar to the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl and the fairy Dong Yongqi. The two fell in love at first sight. Because in that era, love was still pure. So I didn't know how to open a room in a hotel for a day. So the love between the two is unforgettable. It's just that the good times didn't last long. One day after the two had known each other for 3 months, Imo Lanxin suddenly disappeared, but left a letter to Chen Xiaotian. The letter said that she was actually the heir of a mysterious power. The sect will not allow them to be together. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Now the people of the sect have found her and want to take her back. Although she was very unwilling to give up, she was afraid that the people of the sect would hurt Chen Xiaotian, so she could only leave with the people of the sect. Chen Xiaotian felt like a knife cut when he saw this letter, because on the first night, Imo Lanxin took the initiative to give him his body. He also said something about each other to Imo Lanxin at the time. Now think about it. It turns out that Imo Lanxin's performance was so abnormal yesterday. Did he get the news long ago? Originally, after this night, Chen Xiaotian's pain in his heart was not so strong. But after another 3 months, Imo Lanxin ran out of the sect again. This time she came out, her belly was slightly bulging. In other words, after that night, Imo Lanxin was pregnant with Chen Xiaotian's child. After learning that Imo Lanxin was pregnant with her child, Chen Xiaotian was surprised and delighted. But the sect will not allow this child to be born. So Chen Xiaotian did it for his children. Imo Lanxin wanted to prevent the people of the sect from discovering that he was pregnant with a child. The two began their escape. After 7 months of tossing and turning, Chen Yang was finally born in a small mountain village. Imo Lanxin, who had given birth to a child, wanted Chen Yang to grow up healthily and Chen Xiaotian to have a stable life. Actively returned to the sect to attract hatred for Chen Xiaotian. Under Imo Lanxin's dealings, Chen Xiaotian and Chen Yang were able to survive. The matter had come to an end here, but Chen Xiaotian was a man. How can a man endure his wife and beg for everything for himself? So after Chen Yang became sensible, Chen Xiaotian began to use alcohol to relieve his sorrow. Day after day, year after year. Because he knew that even if he had learned to practice during this period of time with Imo Lanxin, it is also impossible to be the opponent of so many masters in King Yangzong. I really don't have any hope in my life. Dad, what is Qingyang sect? It has something to do with Mom? Chun Yang's curiosity also came up. Who is his mother is his heart disease since childhood. At this time, Qin Tian led this heart disease out. The feeling is like volcanic magma held for a long time. As long as there is a trace of guidance, it will keep flowing out. And when Qin Xiaotian heard his son's words, he immediately hated Qin Tian from the inside out. Because Qin Tian's arrival not only caused him painful memories, but also put his son into a dangerous situation. But, not to mention it. Now, I won't hide from you anymore. Find a place to sit down, I will tell you everything I know. The matter was brought to this point by Qin Tian, and Qin Xiaotian couldn't say it. So after half an hour, Chun Yang knew the truth. That's it. At this time, Chun Yang's forehead was exposed, and his fists were also tugged. It turns out that his mother is not dead. It turns out that my parents were forced to separate. It turns out that my life has been so tight because of a Qingyang sect. Qingyang sect, I swear not to be at odds with you. Chun Yang gritted his teeth. See this scene. Qin Tian looked calmly and said, now, can you tell me the address of Qingyang sect? I said. Facing Qin Tian's question, Qin Xiaotian said discouragedly, but I am not afraid to tell you the truth. In fact, I don't know the address of Qingyang sect. All these years, Qingyang sect has been looking for me. How can I be qualified to look for them? Could it be that for so many years, Zhao, you haven't done anything at all? Chen Xiaotian said painfully. I only know that there is a person in Jiangxing who belongs to the Qingyang sect. Oh, who is it? The chairman of Jiangxing Times Real Estate, Jiang Shihong. Jiang Shihong? Mr. Chun, thank you for your information. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth raised and stood up directly, turned around and opened the door to leave the spoon. Lao Li and Wang Yi followed closely. Ding, the protagonist, Chun Yang, knows his life in advance, changes the plot, and gets the villain value plus 500. Seeing this news, Qin Tian grinned. Will the 500 villain value be earned back? And after leaving Chun Yang's home, Qin Tian didn't say anything, and immediately began to kill with a knife. So in the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Shihong, chairman of Times Real Estate, received an anonymous call. After the phone confirmed his identity, an anonymous text message was sent. The content of the text message was only a few words. Tell him oh hi, Ing Sha is not dead. Qin Tian has background information about the protagonist. Although there is no King Yangzong address on it, it does have the name and name of Lin Yi's previous life. Therefore, the title of Shadow Shame is naturally to be used by Qin Tian. Come to Qin Xiaotian to ask about King Yangzong's situation, and then tell King Yangzong about Lin Yi's situation. Let Qin Yang deal with King Yangzong. Let King Yangzong deal with Lin Yi. Solve the two protagonists together. It is simply not too perfect. Of course, this is the ideal situation for Qin Tian. How the specific situation develops depends on the Qingyang sect's reaction. The chairman of Times Real Estate, Jiang Shihong, was originally just an old man over half 100 years old. Because I was busy with the affairs of the sect, I didn't have much time to take care of the business. Therefore, his worth is not high, only $1 billion in total. Over the years, he has been using the identity of the chairman of Times Real Estate as a cover. Secretly investigate the whereabouts of Qin Xiaotian and his son. This is why Qin Xiaotian knows his true identity. What? Why do these disciples of the hidden Sejong sect want to practice if they have money? In fact, the answer to the question is very simple. One is because they have dedicated spokespersons to make money for them. No need for their disciples to work hard to manage wealth. Another reason is that people are afraid of death. No matter how much money a person has, his life will not bring death. In the end, the people are gone and the money is not spent. Isn't that tragic? So for these cultivating sects, as long as the money is enough, grabbing cultivation resources and living longer is their main goal. As long as the true energy is cultivated and there are no accidents, there is no problem in living well and healthy to 100 years old. An innate pinnacle master can easily live to 120 years old. Grandmaster realm can even reach the age of 150 years old. It can be said that the higher the level, the longer the life. Just like Jiang Shihong now, he is more than half 100 years old, and he is still full of energy. In his current state, one pick 3 for 2 consecutive nights is not a problem. Is such a powerful body comparable to an average old man? It's simply not comparable. But now, Shadow Shah is not dead? Jiang Shihong, who was in the office, blowing on the air conditioner and enjoying his secretary squeezing his shoulders, after seeing this news. First he was taken aback, then he raised his mouth in disdain. Pushing his secretary out of the office casually, Jiang Shihong replied, "No matter who you are, please don't make this kind of joke with me." Although he didn't know how the other party knew about Shadow Shah did not die. How can that be? He also participated in the encirclement and suppression of Ing Shah, and he saw the head of Shadow being cut off by those sect bosses. Lost your head? Can people not die? He didn't believe it at all. It's just that the other party seemed to know that Jiang Shihong would say the same, and immediately returned a message. Believe it or not, Ing Shah really isn't dead. If you do this, I will block you. Jiang Shihong frowned. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Qin Tian didn't care at all. Chairman Jiang, why don't you believe it? Don't you know that this world has many magical powers? Magic power? Huh. Jiang Shihong sneered and replied, then tell me, after a person's head is cut off, what kind of magical power can save him? Is it to transfer flowers and trees? Or borrow a corpse to bring back the soul? Qin Tian directly replied, neither. The two abilities you mentioned are indeed amazing, but neither can save a dead person whose head has been cut off. But there is a way. Which method? Rebirth. You can't rebirth by seizing the house. What? Rebirth by seizing the house? After Jiang Shihong reacted, his face was dumbfounded. Do you mean that Shadow Fiend was reborn? Not bad. How do you know that he was born again? What evidence do you have? You need to send someone to investigate the evidence yourself. Anyway, I'll give it all here. Believe it or not, feel free to do so. Speaking, Qin Tian directly sent Lin Yi's information to Jiang Shihong and attached a sentence to the back of the information. This is the information after the Shadow Shaft seized the house. You don't need to thank you for taking it. After sending this message, Qin Tian deleted Jiang Shihong directly and erased all traces of contact between the two parties. On the other side, after reading Lin Yi's information, Jiang Shihong saw the two people with similar names and faces. He was really dumbfounded. Before he could think about it too much, Jiang Shihong quickly sent Lin Yi's information to Mo Hai, the former sect master of Qingyang sect, with his mobile phone. The current Ajaj sect is also advancing with the times, so it is normal to use mobile phones to communicate. Although the Qingyang sect's current lord is Mo Lanxin, when Lin Yi was besieged, Mo Hai led the team. So there is no problem sending the information to Ma Hai. Mo Hai is an old man in his 70s. For ordinary people, more than 70s are considered advanced age, and by this age, they are generally almost dead. But according to the age of the cultivator, Mo Hai has only gone half of his life now. Seeing Jiang Shihong's message to himself, Mo Hai didn't believe it at first. But after seeing the words Duoshi Rebirth and Lin Yi's information, he made a decisive decision. I'd rather trust it to have it, but if you don't trust it, I will deal with this matter. After Mo Hai sent this message, he sent another message for Jiang Shihong to keep secret. Then he quickly contacted the leaders of the major sects who had dealt with the shadows. As a result, several major sects were shocked. What? Shadow Shah's not dead? Resurrected by borrowing the corpse? Is it rebirth? It's all the same, grass. No wonder Laozi's eyelids have been plopping these days, so that's what happened? Rebirth? How can this kind of thing be possible? Yes, you don't really believe it, do you? Why don't you believe it? Be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. Yes, what if it's true? Then what do you think should be done? Send 2 intelligence experts to check it out. If the information is correct, kill him again if it's a big deal. Well, I think so too. What do you think? I think it works. I also think it's feasible. Then it's so decided. Ding. Succeed in murdering with a knife, and get the villain value plus 2,000. Dois mil walk lucky? It's okay. Looking at this system prompt, Qin Tian muttered to himself. Although it did not capture a system to earn much, but in this case it is equivalent to sleeping with a heroine. And with the help of these sects, Linny and Chen Yang don't need Qin Tian to worry about them for the time being. Linny has to deal with King Yangzong. Chen Yang wanted to learn how to save his mother by cutting agarwood from the mountain. They are so hard to protect themselves now. Where can I deal with myself? So now you can concentrate on solving Yixin? Thinking of this, Qin Tian nodded slightly. Jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly, interrupting Qin Tian's thoughts. Qin Tian came back to his senses, picked up the mobile phone and took a look. Mu Dai, Xiao Dai, is there anything you want to do with me? President Qin. There is a soldier named Lu Sudong on my side who wants to see you. Lu Sudong? Soldier? Qin Tian frowned. I found out the materials of several protagonists and flipped through them at random, and finally focused on Yixin's materials. Do you really mean Cao Cao? Cao Cao will be there? Does he have an appointment? No. Mu Dai said, but he had already been here once yesterday. I told him that you were not here, and he left without the intention of making an appointment. I didn't expect that he would come again today. I told him, if there is something urgent, let him come to Jiangqing to find you, but he doesn't seem to be willing, so I have to call you. That's it. Qin Tian looked at Lu Sudong's information and nodded thoughtfully. I understand. You can let him come back tomorrow morning? Okay, President Qin. Qin Tian also has many industries in Jiangqing, and of course he will also have his own house. However, since he doesn't come to Jiangqing often, these houses have been left unoccupied for a long time. So he threw these houses to the bodyguards who had been transferred, and he himself lives in a 5-star hotel. Knowing that Lu Sudong wants to see himself, Qin Tian is not particularly surprised, because he has the background relationship of these protagonists. So I remember Lu Sudong is the #1 person. This person's identity is a bit unusual, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he must go back to Tumen to see him. Early the next morning, Qin Tian temporarily left Jiangqing's affairs to Xiao Lu, who was transferred from Tumen City. Let Lao Li drive Wang Yi back to Tumen together. I'm in the Qin's headquarters building. Good. That's it. 11 o'clock in the morning. The lounge area in the lobby downstairs of Qin's headquarters. A burly man in a military uniform was drinking tea made by his little sister and talking on his own phone. The man is about 27 or 18 years old and 183 in height. The face is fortitude, and the look is serious. A green military uniform is awe-inspiring. Before Qin Tian's car arrived at the head office, Mu Dai was already waiting on the side of the road. After Qin Tian got off the car, Mu Dai hurriedly greeted him, and then led the way. After eating Guban Peiyuan pill and beauty pill, Moody's spirit and complexion look much better than before. But Qin Tian has no time to care about this now. Following Mu Dai to the living room, he noticed the existence of the man in military uniform a long distance away. I heard you were looking for me? Qin Tian directly sat opposite him and asked with a calm expression. Lu Sudong just finished the call, and after hearing the sound, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced at Qin Tian. Suddenly he frowned. I am looking for Qin Tian, not you. His voice is deep and powerful, which at first glance is the result of rigorous training. I am Qin Tian. Qin Tian replied indifferently. Are you Qin Tian? Lu Sudong was obviously taken aback, and then he looked surprised. President of the Qin group? Not bad. Are you 40 years old? What? Before you came to see me, didn't you find out what I looked like? How can I have time to investigate in such detail? Lu Sudong put away his surprise and said calmly, since you are Qin Tian, then I'll just say it. My name is Lu Sudong. I told your assistant before, I won't introduce more here. I have nothing else to come here today, just for one person. Oh.
Yevuan.
Lu Sudong directly explained his intention. This person, shouldn't you be unfamiliar with President Qin if you want to come here? Are you here for Yixian? Qin Tian looked calmly. Although he had known Yixian's luck for a long time, he couldn't squat for a few days. But after knowing that this person came this time, he was still a little surprised. Lu Sudong wanted to save Yixian, which was also the reason why he was reluctant to go to Jiangqing. Not bad. Lu Sudong took a sip of tea. I don't want to go into the grievances between you, but I know that Yixian's imprisonment was completely completed under your careful planning. Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. Of course, I didn't come here to ask you any crimes. I just hope you will put him in my favor. Your face? Qin Tian squinted his eyes. Let's not say whether Yixian's imprisonment was carefully planned by me. Even if it is, then why should I look at your face? Hearing Qin Tian's words, Lu Sudong paused. Mr. Qin, please forgive others and forgive others. Looking at your appearance, should it be a famous major? Qin Tian didn't answer the question. Not bad. Qin Tian didn't panic. The official rank is not low. I don't know if you were here this time. Is it representative of the country, or yourself? Lu Sudong said solemnly. Of course it is myself. I'm sorry, I don't know you, so I don't want to give you face. Lu Sudong is a soldier at the rank of king in the army, because in the process of a mission, he was rescued by a blood wolf mercenary group once. So he owed Yixian a favor. However, when someone else was in the military camp, he came out to see Qin Tian this time, and he obviously asked for leave. And this is regarded as his personal affair, and naturally has nothing to do with the country. So when Qin Tian asked, he didn't hesitate to say that he only represents himself and has nothing to do with the country. It's just that he didn't even think that Qin Tian is so awesome. He doesn't even give him face. Didn't he know that although he only represented himself, but offending yourself is equivalent to offending a military region? President Qin, I think you should think about it carefully. After a brief silence, Lu Sudong said in a low voice, don't want to give yourself face? It had been a long time since he had seen a businessman who was so ignorant of admiration. This Qin Tian obviously made him a little unhappy. What is there to consider? Qin Tian said lightly, Yixian attacked my Qin system for no reason, and also wanted to kill me? Let me just let him go? How can it be so easy? Even if you represent the country today, you can't help but make sense, isn't it? Lu Sudong frowned. President Qin, are you sure you want to do this? I am sure. You. Lu Sudong already showed signs of wanting to get angry, but when he thinks of his identity, he can only swallow his breath. Okay, then, what do you want to let Yixian go? I just want a fair. I can't discuss it? There seems to be nothing to discuss, right? This okay. Lu Sudong let out a long sigh. Since President Qin is unwilling to let go, then I have to leave first. Don't sit down anymore?
No.
Then how about I let someone send you off? No, President Qin, stay here. Seeing Qin Tian said to give people away, but he didn't mean to move at all. Lu Sudong couldn't help but want to hit someone. But anyway, he is also professionally trained, so he can only think about it in his heart. Looking at the back of Lu Sudong leaving, Qin Tian smiled playfully. This Lu Sudong is not so easy to give up. Now that he is walking so freely, he obviously has a backup. But Qin Tian doesn't want to bother now. Anyway, the reason this time is on his side. What is he afraid of? After Lu Sudong left the Qin clan, he was very depressed, because he hasn't eaten in front of others for a long time. But now, driving his military jeep, Lu Sudong came to the detention center where Yixian was detained. After getting off the car, he did not rush in, but made a call. Hey boss, don't this Qin Tian buy it? What, don't even give us face? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised. Who said no? Lu Sudong was a little aggrieved. I didn't say a few words when I went, so he sent it off. And I feel that he seems to have deliberately targeted Yixian. Have there been any holidays between them? This shouldn't it? I haven't heard Yixian say. That's it. The other end of the phone was lost in thought. Forget it. You go and bring Yixian out first. I'll say hello to Zhangzhen first. As for Qin Tian, I'll go and talk to him first. If it doesn't work, let your dad try. That's fine too. Lu Sudong nodded. Not too much nonsense. After hanging up the phone, he walked directly into the detention center. The detention center is not in the police station, so it will take some time for the process to come down. However, Yixian's release from prison has become a foregone conclusion with the help of the military leaders. After dozens of minutes, Yixian swaggered out of the detention center. When he saw Lu Sudong standing in front of him, he couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha 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 brother, thanks. You are welcome. Lu Sudong also smiled. It's just a matter of effort. Although Lu Sudong and Yixian did not have much contact, but at this moment, they are like old friends who have not seen each other for many years. After a little chat, Lu Sudong spoke slowly. By the way, I heard that your brothers are also in Tumen? Yixian nodded. Not bad. Call them. How about we go for a drink together? Of course can. Faced with Lu Sudong's invitation, Yixian had no reason to refuse. Lu Sudong smiled and said, you let them choose a restaurant, and you and I will go to my sister's unit first. Speaking, Lu Sudong opened the car door. Your sister's unit? Yixian asked curiously, do you still have a sister? Su Qingyu continued, of course, I finally came back. I haven't visited her for your business in the past 2 days. That's all right. Let's go. Yixian said readily. For his own sake, the other party never went home to see it. Can he still say no to Lu Sudong with such kindness?
Obviously impossible.
Sitting in the co-pilot of the military jeep and looking at the interior, Yixian couldn't help but patted the windows of the jeep. It's been a long time since I took this kind of car. I miss it very much. Haha, yes. I am used to being a soldier, but after coming out, I am not used to it. Right. Yixian stretched out. You said your sister works in a unit? Which unit does it work in? Police. What? The police station? Yixian was stunned. Lu Sudong ignored him either and drove his car intently. Soon the two went all the way. The car stopped outside the Chengdong police station. Yes, the plot of dog blood happened again. The younger sister Lu Sudong said was Lu Ruoshi who had arrested Yixian. Although Qin Tian has Yixian's background information. But in this background information, those people who are connected to Yixian only show some basic personal information, such as name, height, weight, occupation, etc. There is no kinship between them. So Qin Tian knows that Lu Sudong is a soldier, and also knows that he will play a certain role in Yixian. But he didn't know that Lu Sudong and Lu Ruoshi were siblings. And what if you know it? He now has no time to ask about this. Time went back to 20 minutes ago. Military area boss? Qin's president's office. Thinking of the phone call just now, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a stomachache. Although it has long been known that Lu Sudong will have a follow-up, the boss of the military region personally called to intercede for Yixian. He really didn't expect it. This Yixian's relationship is really not so hard. Even the boss of the military district has invited it. Qin Tian doesn't know that the other party has cut first and then played. But even if he knew it, there was no way. Because facing the request of the military district boss, he now has to agree. The other party has a special identity and is very persuasive. If you don't agree, you don't know what is good or bad. Qin Tian knows that he is very strong now, but no matter how strong it is, that is not to the point where it can compete with the country. Moreover, it is not a wise choice to challenge the country for Yixian. Boom boom boom. Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. The knock on the door interrupted Qin Tian's thoughts.
Come in.
Mu Dai walked into his office holding a stack of papers. President Qin. What's up? It's the acquisition of novel websites. Buy a novel website? Listening to these words, Qin Tian couldn't help but froze. I have been busy dealing with Linny and Qinyang all this time, and almost forgot about this matter. Report it. The contract has been drawn up according to your requirements, but there were some surprises in the acquisition process. What's the accident? Mr. Liu has no plans to sell the company, and the asking price of the website called Blackstone is a bit too high. There is no plan to sell the company? The price is not enough. Qin Tian said lightly. They are all old foxes who doesn't know who. How much does the Blackstone cost? All of their equipment, labor, and customers add up to a valuation of more than 50 million. Excluding all expenses, the website earns 7 or 8 million yuan a year, but their asking price is 100 million yuan. What about Lu? Qi Lu is much bigger, with a valuation of nearly 300 million yuan, and their profits are also considerable, exceeding 30 million yuan each year. Blackstone, only 100 million? Give it to him. Qin Tian said very boldly. I lack everything now, but I don't lack money. 100 million? Scum. What about Lu then? Qin Tian heard the words and thought about it. Do you have a call from Boss Lu? Some. Call me. I'll talk to him. Mu Dai nodded, took out her cell phone and dialed Mr. Lu's number. The call is connected soon. Mr. Lu's surname is Zhu. Hello, Mr. Zhu, hello? Hello, you are? I am the Qin Group, Qin Tian. Oh, I remember, hello. President Zhu suddenly said, Mr. Qin, your former assistant also contacted me, but I have no plans to sell the company now. So, I'm really embarrassed. Billions. What? President Zhu was stunned. Qin Tian said lightly, your website is currently valued at 300 million yuan, and the annual profit is only 30 to 40 million yuan. According to the market, it can sell up to 500 million, plus industry rules. After you sell the website, you can't do this business for 3 years. It should be enough to give you 500 million in the past 3 years?
Ah, 10.
Mr. Zhu was obviously stunned. It has been 5 or 6 years since Luwang was founded, but in the first 2 years, it was hard to get back to it, and the website has only improved a bit from the 3rd year. In other words, in the 5 or 6 years since he was founded, he has earned 70 to 80 million in total. Excluding shareholder dividends, he still has 40 to 50 million. Now Qin Tian gives him 1 billion suddenly. Can he get 6 or 7 billion in an instant? What is the concept of 6 or 7 billion? Even if he doesn't build a website, he can still use the 5 or 6 billion to make other investments. But after thinking about it, the website has improved now. As long as it goes public, the future may. 1.5 billion. Without waiting for him to think about it, Qin Tian added another 500 million. This F***CK is simply a sky-high price? 1.5 billion? Mr. Zhu's voice trembled a little. Qin Tian's voice is calm. Sell? Deal. Mr. Zhu made a decisive decision. What is he hesitating at this moment? Before everyone became rich, they never thought that they would become rich. This is the situation with Boss Lu now. Facing the future, everyone is at a loss. When he was confused, he could not refuse to buy him out. Hearing the words from the other side, Qin Tian's mouth raised. Then you prepare the contract. I will have someone come over and sign with you tomorrow. All right, President Qin. One word is for sure. President Zhu is also refreshing. After Qin Tian hung up the phone, Mu Dai was already dumbfounded. 1.5 billion to buy a broken novel website? Own boss, is he crazy? Mr. Chin, we will lose money like this, right? It's okay, your husband and I don't lack money right now, Chin Tian said very casually. His money can't be used up in the first place. If it is not used for investment, what shall it be used for? What's more, a certain cultural group in the previous life has a market value of hundreds of billions. Now it is possible to monopolize this industry with only 1.6 billion, which is not a loss in any way. But you are too prodigal to be like this? I haven't cleared the door yet. Are you complaining about my prodigal? President Chin, we are talking about business now. Can't you be more serious? I'm not serious enough now. Chin Tian said here. There was a sudden pause. By the way, it seems to be lunch now, right? Yes, President Chin, you were thinking? Mu Dai realized that it was not right, and seemed to have guessed Chin Tian's intentions. Chin Tian smiled evilly. You locked the door. I haven't tried it in the office yet. Faced with Chin Tian's unreasonable request, can Mu Dai refuse? Obviously not. In this world, there is a behavior called harmony, teaching. Even if Mu Dai is not this kind of person, Chin Tian can also turn her into this kind of person. So the two began a long-distance office run for more than half an hour. Chin, President Chin, are you a god? God? Why do you ask? Otherwise, why are the 2 pills you gave me the same as the elixir? You will know this later. Well, then hurry up, wait until someone else finds out. Okay, I will try my best. Chin Tian and Mu Dai are in the office. At the Chengdong police station, Lu Ruoxi, dressed in a police uniform, was thinking hard with his hands on his chin. During this time, she has been busy with Xiao Qin's case. Although Xiao Qin's confession was very outrageous, but using these confessions to compare the facts of the case is surprisingly reasonable, this made her a little confused. There is an app in the mobile phone, which can make 1 billion. That's why Xiao Qin has so much money. So those kidnappers would steal his phone? It seems very reasonable, but if the lie is right, it can be right. Xiao Qin was lying, kidnapping and grabbing mobile phones. It might just be a farce he directed and acted, trying to use such a lie to cover up the origin of his funds. Why conceal the origin of funds? Because his money is likely to be unprofitable. And so, Ruoxi. A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. Then another surprised voice rang. My God, she is your sister? As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures stood in front of her. Originally, Lu Ruoxi was still a little curious about who was calling her name. But after seeing the 2 people who appeared in front of her clearly, she looked surprised. Brother? Yixian? Why are you guys walking together? As a girl, usually only when colleagues are on vacation, or when they are really too busy, Lu Ruoxi will be on the night shift. This comes from the understanding of superiors, and it also comes from gender advantages. In other words, when Lu Sudong and Yixian came here. Unfortunately, Lu Ruoxi was on the day shift again. What? Is it weird? Lu Sudong raised the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen you for so long. You seem to have become haggard a lot. Don't come to this set with me. Tell me what's going on first. Lu Ruoxi looked at Yixian next to Lu Sudong, and said with an unhappy expression. Yixian caught it by himself. Are you here now with a high-sounding appearance? This is obviously inappropriate. Read more at Hotful Novel XYZ. Moreover, his elder brother is a soldier, and Yixian is a prisoner. 2 people who can't hit by 8 poles actually appear at the police station at the same time? Officer Lu, misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. Didn't you expect you to be Sudong's younger sister? Yixian jokingly said, I'm telling you, I was framed in this matter. Framed? Lu Ruoxi frowned. Then you mean I caught the wrong one? I never said that. Then what evidence do you have to prove that you were framed? Lu Ruoxi continued to question. Yixian also opened his mouth and said, there are too many coincidences in what happened this time. Didn't you find out? The right camera, the wiretap prepared in advance, and the people lying in the hotel? It's not because people like you are too dangerous, just in case. Yixian heard the words and smiled playfully. Who do you think is more dangerous for Chin Tian and I? Chin Tian's combat effectiveness can be even higher than his Yixian. Lu Ruoxi was also taken aback when he heard this, and then he hurriedly said that he just left a piece of evidence. What's wrong? Do you think everyone is like you and likes to use violence to solve problems? Ha ha ha. Yixian laughed loudly. Inspector Lu, I think you have a prejudice against me? Do you think Chin Tian is a good person? Maybe you still don't know. Right now the biggest underground organization in Tumen is his Chin Tian people, and when I was arrested, did you hear what he threatened me? Threat you? Lu Ruoxi obviously didn't believe it. The president of the Qin group is dignified. He not only framed you, but also threatened you? Are you kidding me? You? Forget it if you don't believe it. Anyway, what I said is the truth. Yixian also had a temper. What's the use of just talking? I believe in Brother Ye's character. Lu Sudong, who had not spoken all the time, suddenly spoke. Ruoxi, I think you should investigate this Chin Tian well. I have to say that the protagonist's halo is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. As a supporting role, but also the protagonist's help. Lu Sudong chose to trust Yixian unconditionally. Investigate Chin Tian? Hearing what his brother said, Lu Ruoxi was not angry. Brother, can you stop making trouble? Don't you know that we pay attention to evidence in handling cases? Of course I know, but... No, but don't tell me these are useless. Lu Ruoxi yelled at Lu Sudong uncomfortably, and then looked at Yixian again. Unless you can show your innocence, otherwise I will never end with you. Lu Ruoxi should have had a bond with Yixian. Although she was fettered, she still had this attitude towards Yixian. However, due to Chin Tian's swift and early access, the 2 people produced different results with the same attitude. Especially when I thought that many of my colleagues were seriously injured by mercenaries like Yixian. She felt even more upset. Don't worry, I will find evidence. Yixian said indifferently. As long as it comes out, the sky will be high and the birds will fly. Isn't it easy to find evidence, or something? Just as soon as the voice fell, Yixian's whole body suddenly stopped moving. It's like being punctuated by someone, motionless. Not only him, but the entire police station became motionless. Lu Ruoxi, with exquisite features, was looking at Yixian with an unhappy expression. She looked very good-looking when she was still. Lu Sudong was yelled at by his sister. The expression at this time was still a bit awkward. Yixian's expression was indifferent, and his hand was still raised in the air, as if he was about to say something. The police officers around, and the flat-headed people who came to call the police, also maintained a walking or sitting posture at this time. Ding detects that the host is being constrained by time, and the villain system defense function is automatically turned on. Ding, because this power is a range-type imprisonment, the imprisoned individual has insufficient power. This time lifting the imprisonment will consume 100 chi luck points. Ding, 100 points of air luck are automatically deducted successfully, and the host's air luck is left, 4,300 points. How is this going? Seeing Moody, who was keeping her OL professional outfit on the sofa, she saw a series of prompts from her own system. Qin Tian's whole person is dumbfounded. He only remembered that his battle with Mu Dai had just ended. As Mu Dai sorted her clothes, she complained that she shouldn't have dealt with her in the office, then suddenly stopped moving, being imprisoned by time? Qin Tian is a little unbelievable. He quickly dressed up and opened the office door. Suddenly, a scene that surprised him appeared. All the employees who came back from the office after lunch, they all kept walking or talking motionless. Clocks on the wall, wind-blown materials, employee hair, clothing corners. All of them were frozen in place, as if they had been subjected to a fixation technique. Is this time standing still? Qin Tian was dumbfounded. I bought a watch last year. Have the protagonist awakened the ability to stand still? Time stand still? That's right. Time stand still. This ability is particularly shameless. Once activated, even the entire solar system has to fall into a static state of time. In other words, at this moment, even the sun in the sky does not move. All creatures are wrapped in this mysterious power. The whole world has become extremely quiet. Earth, Xiaogua. In addition to Qin Tian, who has the big villain system, there is another person who can move freely. This person is the initiator of Yinjing, Suchan. Suchan is a hardworking office worker who has been oppressed. At this time, he was also dumbfounded, because he was only scolded by his fat manager just now. Then he returned to his seat and made a wish to his family heirloom. Said that if he had time to stand still, it would be nice, so that he could beat the fat manager back. Then Baoyu was really broken. Time really stood still. Seeing everything in the office stood still, he was ecstatic after a brief consternation. The whole world can't move. Only oneself can move? Doesn't that mean you can do whatever you want? Thinking of this, Su Chan suppressed the excitement in his heart and waited quietly in his seat. He is not stupid. Because he doesn't know how long time can stand still, he naturally won't do something illegal immediately. What if the time recovers on the way to work? So he still needs to wait. A person who is really capable of doing great things must not only be patient, but also know how to forbear. He understands this very well. On the other side, President Qin's office. Seeing everyone staying motionless, looking at the dust and birds in the sky outside the window, he was motionless. Qin Tian really wants to curse. How many protagonists are there in this world? One is not solved, the other one comes again? Now not only have several people come here, but there are people who have awakened this incredible ability. Can you please point your face? Thanks to the awesome system of his own, he can be immune to the static power of this time. Otherwise, don't you want to be like them, staying still and not moving? After an adaptation period of about 10 minutes, Qin Tian took a deep breath while sitting on the sofa. The whole person also calmed down. Things have already happened, and complaining or grumbling will not solve any problems at all. The most important thing now is to figure out what exactly is this time static. Qin Tian has also seen many such novels about time being still in his previous life. There are many types of novels of this kind. Some of the protagonists can use this ability. He can control how long it is used and when it is used. Some are directly stopped for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. If the protagonist actively uses this ability, generally this time will not be long. But if time stands still for 10,000 years, this F***ck hurts to think about it. System, do you know how long this time still lasts? Qin Tian asked quickly. Now the whole world is still. The only one who can give him an idea is his own system. Hearing Qin Tian's words, the cold voice of the system faintly sounded. Judging based on the detected power covering the host, the duration of this time static will not exceed 2 hours. Will it be more than 2 hours? Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay. At this point he can still bear it. If it lasts 10,000 years? Think about the industry you have worked so hard to manage, and think about the strength you have worked so hard to improve. It all disappeared in an instant, so I'm still playing with it. People are all social animals. If the world really becomes like this, then I might as well just find a place to die. At the very least, there is the opportunity to travel back to the construction site to move bricks. By the way, the system, does it take 100 points of luck to release time quiescence? Yes, host, 100 points at a time. Can that make me immune forever? Qin Tian asked tentatively. Since this time is static for no more than 2 hours, it must be artificially controlled. And looking at this trend, the whole world is still. The world is so big, it is not so difficult to find someone who can use time to stand still. In other words, there will be many times in the future. Rather than subtracting 100 points of luck for one occurrence, it is better to be straightforward. Although it feels a bit pitted to consume luck value, but if it can be done once and for all, Qin Tian is definitely not stingy. He didn't want to be like everyone else, being frozen in place without any warning. The regular version has 1,000 luck points, and the enhanced version has 2,000 luck points. The system opens directly. Hearing this answer, Qin Tian wanted to curse again. Did you learn this broken wall system from Xiaoma? Also sell regular version and enhanced version? Why don't you get a VIP 1-16? But after hesitating for a while, Qin Tian still bought an enhanced version, because the normal version can only be immune to this kind of coverage time static. The enhanced version can be immune to imprisonment power that is 5 times stronger than the normal version. Qin Tian might have to face this protagonist in the future, so it's better to choose an enhanced version directly. As for the value of luck consumed, Qin Tian also has no choice. The luck value can be regained again, but being manipulated by the protagonist with this ability is completely unbearable for him. Moreover, in addition to being able to directly kill the protagonist, the luck value does not seem to be of any other use. How many protagonists has Qin Tian killed now? There was no one, and the only time he was confrontational with the protagonist was to grab Xiao Qin's mobile phone. And this means that you can't buy things in the system, and it doesn't bring you too many substantial benefits. Remember that after my luck is worth over 1,000, there will be a lot of opportunities. What's more, even if you consume 2,000 luck points, don't you still have 2,300 points? So, decisively enhanced version, do not explain. Over time, probably more than 40 minutes. Watching Qin Tian sitting on his office chair, Moody, who had arranged her black stockings and hip skirt, was puzzled. President Qin, I remember that you were not behind me just now. Why did you get into the office chair? You have a wrong memory. You were just tidying up your stockings. How could you notice me? Qin Tian sprinkled a panic at will. 1 hour. If I didn't estimate it, time, for money, just stood still for an hour. For Qin Tian, this hour is 1 hour. But for Mu Dai, it was a matter of blinking an eye. That's why Mu Dai was puzzled about Qin Tian's location. Really? It seems right. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Mu Dai was a little confused, but she didn't think too much, because her attention just now was indeed on her stockings. Come on, don't think about it. Let's go to lunch. Qin Tian interrupted her thoughts. Well, good. Mu Dai nodded quickly. One after another, the two opened the office door again. After just an hour of thinking time, Qin Tian suddenly felt that if he was able to move, this time still doesn't seem to be so terrible. After all, this ability can't affect yourself, but this ability is so shameless. Maybe you can do something at this time? For example, directly kill those protagonists who are threatening to you? Well, it seems you can give it a try. The system is the backing of Qin Tian. So, Qin Tian, who should have been confined by time with other people, became a beneficiary of this ability at this time. Time stood still for an hour. The whole world returned to normal, except for Qin Tian and Su Chun, who was far away in Yinjing. No one knew what had happened. Because at this time, whether you are a soldier, a rich star, a beauty, or a cultivator, memories stay before time stands still. In other words, this hour of static time does not exist for them. Nothing unusual happened in the world because of this hour. Of course, in this world, is there any other system owner who can resist this force? Qin Tian doesn't know either. He only knows that this world is so weird. Now that even time is still, it is so special. What else is impossible? The world is back to normal. Changdong Police Station is no exception. Their words are still those words, and their movements are perfectly connected to the previous ones, without any pause. I didn't feel anything wrong. Yi Xian was released from prison. This is an unchangeable fact. But in this matter, even the military can't violate the rules too much. So Yi Xian's criminal law can only be changed to probation. Let Yi Xian find evidence to remove the suspicion during the probation period. For this result, Yi Xian is certainly acceptable. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lishan Villa. Living room. Because time still couldn't affect him, Qin Tian also temporarily put this matter behind his head. When I went to Jiangqing this time, Qin Tian stayed for 9 days in total. During this period, Qin Tian exchanged a new Zhenqi pill midway because the power of the last Zhenqi pill ended. In other words, his current villain value is still 5,800 points. President Qin, in refining Guban Peiyuan Dan, it is still more than 100 years away from the last two medicines of red ginseng and lingji. Refining Zhenqi pills is still short of the most important, heavenly spirit fruit. Looking at the message Dan Chunzi sent to himself, Qin Tian nodded slightly. Okay, I get it. The pill that Dan Chinzi refines basically has his own system, but also because of the existence of Dan Chinzi, Qin Tian knew how precious these pills in his system were. Take this solid pill for strengthening the foundation. The system price is 1,000 villains. That is 100 million. The pill that Dan Chunzi refined, although the cost of each one was only 30 million. But not only does it take time to find all kinds of genius treasures, but there is also a chance of failure. More importantly, Chung Dan's quality is not as good as his own system. According to Dan Chinzi, the pill is the same as the level of cultivation, and it is divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. As long as Chung Dan, even the low-grade Beif Bin Pei Yuan Dan can sell for 50 million. The medium grade is 100 million, the top grade is 200 million, and the top grade can even reach the price of 500 million. After all, this thing can eliminate body impurities. Theoretically, increasing the lifespan of 10 years is not a problem. For the top rich, 500 million will increase their lifespan by 10 years. Is that much? Not much at all. Therefore, the best of breed Pei Yuan Dan sold for 500 million, without any problems. As for the pill grade in the Qin Tian system, Dan Chinzi has seen that real chi pill of Qin Tian, and it is said that the finest is the perfect level above the top grade. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The perfect level of Guban Pei Yuan pill can be sold for nearly 1 billion yuan in the cultivation world. As for the perfect Shenqi pill, that's even more a good thing that you can't even buy with money. Therefore, Qin Tian decided to train his subordinates to use the pill made by Dan Chinzi. The system pill that needs to be purchased by the villain is reserved for use by yourself or the people closest to you. After all, in theory, villain value is much more valuable than money. The most valuable things, of course, should be used sparingly. Jingle bell. The telephone rang suddenly, interrupting Qin Tian's thoughts. Hey, husband. As soon as the call was connected, Gu Qingqing's charming voice came. Qin Tian heard the words and smiled playfully. What? Is calcium oxide deficient again? You hate. Gu Qingqing groaned. I just heard that you were back. I just called to greet you. Really? I said I would come to you later. It seems unnecessary. You, okay. I was wrong, okay? You know my physique. You have been in Jiangqing for almost 10 days. Gu Qingqing's tone was full of complaints. Born to be charming, and it needs men more than ordinary women. At first, Qin Tian didn't believe that there would be such a physique either. But Gu Qingqing really is. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, an hour later, a 5-star hotel? By the way, you really don't remember who gave you the unfeeling Gu? Qin Tian hugged the lazy Gu Qingqing and asked with a pleasant expression. Obviously this kind of physique, but it happened to be in this kind of goo that needs to be forbidden from bathing. There is no deep hatred. It must be impossible to do such a thing. Hearing Qin Tian's questioning, Gu Qingqing shook his head slightly. I don't remember. I only know that this is already the case when I remember. Really? That's a bit troublesome. What's happening? I also said that I will avenge you. It seems that there is no hope now. Vengeance? What revenge? I am already very happy if you have this heart. Gu Qingqing happily drilled into Qin Tian's arms. Qin Tian also tightened his arms with great enjoyment. This woman is really, very good. By the way, how do I feel that when you came back from Jiangqing this time? You have become even more powerful. Gu Qingqing spoke suddenly. Dragon Tiger Pill was eaten the day before Qin Tian went to Jiangqing. As far as the current situation is concerned, only Mu Dai felt it at noon. So Gu Qingqing, this is the first time. Don't worry about it anyway, just enjoy it. Qin Tian smiled evilly, then suddenly turned around. He stayed in Jiangqing for nearly 10 days, during which time he was also panicked. So we must have a good fight tonight. It's just that even Qin Tian didn't expect that at 12 o'clock in the morning, that time stopped and came again. This time Qin Tian deliberately calculated the time, and the duration was exactly 1 hour. Fortunately, at this point in time, he and Gu Qingqing were just chatting, and there was no other special behavior. Otherwise do it halfway and stop suddenly? It's so embarrassing to think about it. This time because the stop time is night. So Qin Tian did nothing. Just lay quietly and rested for an hour. No words for a night. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Qin Tian was awakened by a ring of telephone. He answered the phone in a daze. Hey, Uncle Qin. Su Yanran's happy voice passed into Qin Tian's ears. Because 5-star hotels are relatively soundproof, the hotel rooms are relatively quiet. So Gu Qingqing, who woke up, also heard the sound from the earpiece. That girl from the Su family? Okay. Qin Tian nodded slightly. Su Yatu, are you looking for something to do with me? Hearing this, Su Yanran, who was originally cheerful, was stunned. Qin, Uncle Qin, is there someone next to you? Well, it's the one you saw last time. Aunt Gu. Auntie, am I so old? Gu Qingqing said in an angry voice. Women, especially beautiful women, don't like others calling themselves aunts. Gu Qingqing is certainly no exception. Qin Tian couldn't help laughing and comforting. Ha ha ha, seniority, it's almost the same. Listening to a man and a woman flirting on the phone. Even though Su Yanran had already made preparations, her mood had fallen to the bottom at this time. Uncle Qin, I wanted to invite you to watch a movie tonight, but I think you should be out of time tonight. Watching a movie? How many people? Just the two of us? Just the two of us? Qin Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled. Are you a date? If it's a date, I will be free. After Su Guofu's reminder last time, Su Yanran also had no psychological burden, but she had never tried this kind of initiative. So after returning, she made many days of preparation. Yesterday I heard that Qin Tian had returned to Tumin, and she had insomnia for another night. Only then gathered the courage to take the initiative to make an appointment with Qin Tian. Only when I made this call and heard Gu Qingqing's voice, she was struck by lightning. She is a highly educated person, and there is no shortage of money at home. So she is not the kind of woman who can sell herself for the sake of men's looks and money. But when she thought of what Su Guofu said to herself, she forcibly suppressed this uncomfortable feeling. She had no hope anymore. But when Qin Tian asked her a few people to go to the movie, her face turned red. Now Qin Tian still directly says whether it counts as a date? How can she stand it? Me. Su Yanran faltered and couldn't speak. She at this moment. The face is like a ripe apple, and anyone who sees it has the urge to take a bite. Haha, kidding you. Qin Tian smiled and eased Su Yanran's embarrassment. You can send me the time and place where the movie started, and I will come to you at night. Huh? Well, okay. See you tonight? See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Su Yanran still didn't respond. Is this a successful appointment? No way. Didn't you say anything? But when he was so obvious just now, Uncle Qin should already know that he likes him, right? In this case, what should I talk to him at night? Su Yanran was in a state of confusion for a while. She had prepared a speech before, but now she can't remember it at all? But Qin Tian on the other end of the phone raised the corner of his mouth. The 87% favorability rating is really no joke. Has an iceberg president like Su Yanran started to take the initiative to make appointments? Hey, aren't you? Don't even let your niece go? Gu Qingqing, lying in his arms, pretended to be surprised. When she first saw Su Yanran, she had already noticed something. I just haven't said it. Now they are calling in front of her. If she doesn't say anything, it doesn't seem to be too appropriate. Qin Tian didn't reply when he heard the words. What niece? I have no relations with her. Yes, all you have to say is reasonable anyway. It was originally. Qin Tian curled his mouth while putting on clothes, while throwing Gu Qingqing's Chong Sam to her. Just when the two got dressed and ready to leave the hotel, Qin Shiji called again. Hey Dad. Talk about it. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Aren't you in the villa? I told you about borrowing a car last time. Qin Shiji, who came from Mr. Qin's side, asked tentatively while holding Bugatti's car key. He originally wanted to stay in Jiangqing to solve Lin Yi's affairs. As a result, after seeing Lin Yi intact that day, he also returned to Tumin early. However, if Qin Tian is not there, he can only follow Qin Tian's instructions to live with Mr. Qin. Oh, that's it? You can drive away? Qin Tian said casually. Remember, just don't cause trouble for me. Well, I know, thank you Dad. Qin Shiji thanked excitedly. Qin Shiji was actually a little confused about his father's recent abnormal behavior. Playing sports cars, playing piano, betting on rocks. I even heard that Su Jingyang, Su Yanran's father, was saved. These special skills, his father used to be, but he can still understand all of these. After all, the old man of the Qin family had told him that his father was guided by an expert. It's normal to look young now and learn things fast. But after returning, Qin Tian didn't scold him unexpectedly. This made him somewhat incomprehensible. Why doesn't my father scold myself? Qin Shiji couldn't help but mutter. It was Wei Qingbin who hit someone that day, but the cause was not caused by the racing with Wei Qingbin. But after learning the truth of the matter, Qin Tian did not scold him, and did not say a word after returning. This makes him feel a little unreasonable. Forget it. Anyway, if dad doesn't scold himself, it's a good thing for him. Why do you think so much? Qin Shiji couldn't help muttering in his heart, and hurriedly took the car key to the villa's underground garage. After opening the car door, Bugatti's cockpit, like a future battleship, quickly put all doubts behind him. Only care about things that have a greater impact on you. Other issues are not important? In this way, in addition to Qin Shiji, there are also Qin Yang and his son who are far away in Jiangqing.
Especially Chen Yang.
Although he doesn't know why Qin Tian knows King Yangzong. I don't know why Qin Tian knew about his parents back then, but to him, the news of his mother is more important than anything else. That's why he will not ask why Qin Tian knows this. Therefore, Chen Yang, who should have been messing around in the city, turned into a master inexplicably due to bad weather. Embarked on the road of revenge ahead of time. Son, with your current strength, you can't find someone from the Qingyang sect. Seeing his son become reticent, Chen Xiaotian was very dead in his heart. Qin Tian, but only in the late congenital period, he is helpless now. Even Qin Tian's men can't beat. What can he stop? Hearing what Chen Xiaotian said, Chen Yang took a deep breath. Don't worry, Dad. I know what to do. Ugh. Chen Xiaotian sighed helplessly. Chen Yang is not stupid. Of course he would not go head-to-head with Qingyang sect. But even so, Chen Xiaotian is still very worried. Because he knows how terrible these hidden Sejong gates are. With Chen Yang now wanting to fight against King Yangzong, it's a dead end at all. However, things have developed to the point where he can only do anything in the late congenital period. You can only take one step at a time. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had just been released from prison in Tumen, was driving to Qin Tian's Lishan villa. Getting into the game by Qin Tian, he was very puzzled. You know, he attacked Qin's system at the time, one of which was because he believed in his instincts. Another is because I believe in Su Bin's ability. But later, his instinct was right. But Su Bin kneeled? Can you kneel even with Su Bin's ability? This is simply unreasonable. Then one step was wrong. All actions were led by Qin Tian. Therefore, in order to clarify the truth of the matter, he must go to see Qin Tian. While thinking, Yi Xian's Audi had stopped at the door of Lishan villa. He put his head out of the car window and looked at the security guard at the door of the villa. Hello, my name is Yi Xian. Please inform your boss and say I want to see him. Because the security had already given Qin Tian's warning, there was no dog's eyes to look down on people. Pressed the intercom directly and reported the situation at the door. Soon Yi Xian came to Lishan villa. After the car stopped steadily, under the leadership of Steward Feng, I saw Qin Tian who was in the staff restaurant of the villa and accompanied Qingqing for lunch. The restaurant is a staff restaurant, but the ingredients on the table are carefully selected steaks and tens of thousands of bottles of red wine. Food, beauty, wine. The daily life of a top rich man. Even Yi Xian looked envious when he saw this scene. But at this time, he didn't even have the mind to think about other issues. Yi Xian? Hee, it's really surprising. Would you like to sit down and eat together? Qin Tian gently turned the red wine glass in his hand, and said with a playful expression on his face. No need. Yi Xian resolutely refused. I have no other meaning when I came here. I just want to ask President Qin 2 questions. What is the problem? Did Xiaoyu be taken away by you? And why did you count me? Did Xiaoyu be taken away by you? And why did you count me? Yi Xian bluntly raised these two questions to Qin Tian. After drinking with Lu Sudong at noon yesterday, Lu Sudong asked him to drive him back to the barracks in the evening. So last night, the mercenaries of them exchanged information together. During the time Yi Xian entered the detention center, Su Bin also visited him. But because in the detention center, many things are inconvenient to talk about. So Yi Xian didn't know many things. It was also last night when Su Bin told him that in order to save him, he had gone to the Yi family for help. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Because Su Bin also told him that the Yi family's financial resources are stronger than that of the Qin family, and there are 4 masters like Qin Tian. Strong financial resources, plus 4 masters. With such a lineup, it is impossible to lose. But the result was still lost? And it was a terrible loss? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. But the facts are here. So he thought of Duan Xiaoyu, and immediately called Duan Xiaoyu. The phone is off. He contacted Zhang Lian again. Zhang Lian's phone number is also empty. Yi Xian was panicked, but his years of mercenary career still made him calm down quickly. Several people took this opportunity to conduct various analyses. I studied the details of Yi Xian's previous entry into prison. Then they determined that it was Qin Tian who was calculating Yi Xian. And the time Qin Tian calculated Yi Xian was earlier than the time they calculated Qin Tian. Yi Xian didn't understand. I don't understand why Qin Tian would start calculating him before Su Bin attacked Qin. So in order to avoid detours, he decided to ask Qin Tian in front of him. Hearing what Yi Xian said, the corner of Qin Tian's mouth raised. Brother Yi, things can be eaten, but you can't talk nonsense. Did Xiaoyu take me away for the time being? You ask me why I calculated you? I'm more curious about this. Isn't it because you calculated my Qin clan first? Mr. Qin, I don't have a bug on my body. If you don't believe me, you can let your people search me. Yi Xian answered the question, and said with an unusually calm expression. The meaning of his sentence is obvious. That is, everyone is sensible. We know that people don't talk secretly, so might we be more honest? Qin Tian didn't have too many surprises when he heard this. Because the current Yi Xian, even if his luck is higher than his own, is no longer his opponent. You know, what is the most powerful ability of the protagonist of the King of Soldiers? It is nothing more than a strong combat power in a complex network of relationships. The relationship network is for him to use force, and the strong combat power is his bargaining chip to face the villain. The combat power he is proud of now doesn't work in front of him. If you want a normal life, you can only negotiate with yourself? Thinking of this, Qin Tian hesitated for a while, and then gave a look at the Steward Feng next to him. Steward Feng knew, and called 2 bodyguards to come and search Yi Xian. Although these bodyguards are not as powerful as Yi Xian, you can recognize various types of bugs just by looking at it. Read more at hotpilnovel.xyz. However, it is not difficult to find a bug with such a body search. Soon, the body search was over. Yi Xian really didn't bring anything this time? Well, Since you were so honest, then I'll just say it straight. Qin Tian said lightly. Actually, when I first saw you, I felt that you were not easy. So I decided to let someone investigate you. I didn't expect you to let your men attack my Qin's network at this time. Hee hee. And then I can only fight against the general. What happened later is almost what you know. Qin Tian did not conceal either. What he said is half-truth. Because it was indeed the first time he met, he was hostile to him. It's just that the reason for this hostility is because of the system. Intuition? Yixian was stunned. Never expected Qin Tian would answer this way. But did he believe this answer? Because the real master does have the legendary sixth sense, just like himself. Okay. Thinking of this, Yixian took a deep breath. I understand. What else do you want to ask? Qin Tian kept a playful smile. Is it because I leave two men, the grievances between us can be wiped out?
Ugh.
Qin Tian raised his eyebrows and looked carefully at Yixian, who was wearing sportswear in front of him. Are you trying to make peace with me? Yixian's chi luck value is still 2,900, which is higher than that of himself, who has consumed his chi luck value. Such him, come to negotiate with himself? It's normal. But come to make peace with yourself? Unusual. You can think so. Yixian said calmly. Although very unwilling, he is helpless now. Because of Qin Tian's combat effectiveness, he realized a new class. Strong combat power, coupled with good scheming and terrible forces. Even he didn't know how to face such an enemy. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the dignified Wolf King would actually admit to the enemy. Qin Tian couldn't help laughing. Is that the reason why you didn't find Duan Xiaoyu in the first time? Cut. Yixian gritted his teeth. Although he was reluctant to admit it, what Qin Tian said was the truth. He didn't find Duan Xiaoyu the first time, but he felt that this might be a trap. No matter if it is to report to the police or go down to search in private, it is possible to be calculated by Qin Tian. So after several people discussed it, they decided to let him come and find Qin Tian first. Yixian, you are really smart. Qin Tian looked at the protagonist in front of him and couldn't help but admire. If I didn't know that people like you were unwilling to subdue to others, I would all want to take you as a subordinate. Yixian did not answer, because he knew that Qin Tian still had something to follow. Sure enough, it seemed to be to verify Yixian's conjecture. Qin Tian spoke slowly after pondering for a while. Okay, since I've said that for the sake of this, I will show you a clear way. Take your brother and disappear in front of me, where my Qin family property is located. I don't want to see the shadow of your blood wolf mercenary group. As for Duan Xiaoyu, in order to prevent you from making small moves behind your back, I will take care of you instead. I'm on these two conditions. If you agree, then before tonight, the person who brought you will disappear. If you don't agree, please come back. We can continue the previous performance. Yixian's thoughts flew, and after a moment, I want to see Duan Xiaoyu first before making a decision. See? Impossible. I can at most let you talk to her on the phone. Make a phone call? Yixian frowned, then gritted his teeth unwillingly. All right, then make a phone call. Qin Tian raised the corner of his mouth, took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, then asked the bodyguard to pass it to Yixian's hand. Hey, Godfather, is something wrong? F***K, thousand fathers? Hearing this call, Yixian twitched the corner of his mouth. Little fish, it's me, Yixian. Oh, Yixian, are you with your godfather now? From the Qin Tian mobile phone, hearing Yixian's voice, Duan Xiaoyu was ecstatic. Ugh. Yixian's expression was a little unnatural. I want to ask, how are you doing now? Very good. Duan Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to say, Godfather is kind to me. Not only can I live in a villa, but I can also have money to spend. Is that so? But why do you call him Godfather? Because I think it's so fun. He didn't force you? Of course not. Do you think my Duan Xiaoyu is so easy to bully? The two kept chatting about family life. 5 minutes later, Yixian hung up the phone and looked at Qin Tian. Okay, President Qin, I promise your terms. From now on, I, Yixian, promise that I won't appear in front of you again. Ding. The protagonist, Yixian, compromised with the villain. His luck value collapsed. He lost his qualifications as a child of luck. The host gained the villain's value plus 2,000 and grabbed his luck value of 600. Ding. It is detected that the protagonist, Yixian, compromises with the host, and the main story of Yixian is about to collapse. Yixian is very smart. Know what to say and what not to say in this situation. So what he talked about with Duan Xiaoyu was simple homework. During the chat, Yixian learned that Duan Xiaoyu was safe now. She was called Qin Tian Godfather, and Duan Xiaoyu took the initiative to propose it, not Qin Tian forced it. Knowing these 2 points, Yixian was relieved a lot. And Duan Xiaoyu really thought that Yixian and Qin Tian are good friends? The conversation between the two ended happily. Yixian also compromised with Qin Tian, although he was very unwilling to do so, but the Yi family, where 4 masters existed, was defeated. What could he do? You know, Yixian's character is the king of soldiers. What the Bingwang wants is invincible crushing. Although encountering a strong enemy is also inevitable, at the moment he compromised to Qin Tian, his personal design collapsed. Qin Tian is the villain, and the protagonist of the king of soldiers has compromised with the villain. Can people not collapse? If that's the case, then you go. After looking at the system prompt, Qin Tian waved his hand at will. Don't appear in front of me from now on. If you don't walk thoroughly enough, you should know my ability. I understand, but I hope Xiaoyu can grow up healthily. Although Yixian was cynical, he was also considered a person with more empathy in his heart. Before his comrades in arms dying, he not only failed to fulfill his promise. Now Duan Xiaoyu has become a bargaining chip between him and Qin Tian. This made him feel very guilty. So for him now, beauty? He can go to other cities without Qin Tian to find again. But Duan Xiaoyu, he was really worried. This is why he wanted to talk to Duan Xiaoyu just now. Don't worry, with my financial resources, I must take care of it better than you. Qin Tian said lightly. If you still don't worry, I can arrange for you to talk once a month. In that case, Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. Then, President Qin, we will be indefinitely in the future. After saying this, without waiting for Qin Tian's answer, Yi Xian left Qin Tian's villa directly. Walk slowly, don't give it away. Qin Tian also ignored him and quickly took a look at his system. The system only had a hint that Yi Xian's chi luck value had collapsed, but there was no hint that Yi Xian could solve it. Qin Tian didn't know if it was a solution to Yi Xian, but think about it, should it be solved? Because Yi Xian's data column hasn't disappeared yet, but the entire data panel has turned gray, with a big red cross hanging in the middle. The direction of the background story and the relationship diagram have all disappeared. This situation is even more serious than Xiao Chun, who also lost his protagonist qualifications. So Qin Tian felt that Yi Xian shouldn't need to worry about it by himself. Looked at his villain with a value of 7,800. The luck value is 2,900 again. Very good data. The protagonist has villain value. This Qin Tian has known for a long time. However, Qin Tian also paid attention to this thing of seizing luck. In addition to grabbing the protagonist's chance to get luck value. Every time these protagonists' luck value collapses, they can also seize a certain amount of luck. Lin Feng, Xiao Chun, and Yi Xian are all like this. However, the value of this seizure is still somewhat different. When the protagonist's luck value collapses, the more the remaining luck value, the more he can capture. Just like when Xiao Qin's chi luck collapsed, with 1,000 points remaining, he took 200 points by himself. And this Yi Xian, with 2,900 remaining, won 600 points by himself. Read more at hotplenovel.xyz. Looking at this capture ratio, it's about 1/5. Do you have any other arrangements besides going to the movies tonight? Gu Qingqing's soul-winning voice pulled Qin Tian back to reality. Regarding what Qin Tian did just now, she was not surprised. So from beginning to end, she didn't say a word. Qin Tian recovered and shook his head, not for the time being. The company is looked after by Mu Dai, and she has 2 assistants and a female bodyguard. I don't need to meet any big people recently. Therefore, I am very free today. Then go shopping with me? What? Seeing Qin Tian look embarrassed, Gu Qingqing smiled charmingly. Don't worry, I will let you go before you go to the appointment. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. I just like your sensible look. The protagonist has to deal with it, and life has to be enjoyed. Qin Tian always thinks so. Because Yi Xian was in prison some time ago, he has not found any physical problems. But it doesn't matter, he is no longer the protagonist anyway. Even if you find it, it's no big deal. At most, just begging like Yi Chan. Is he still daring to ask him if he can't be blamed? So in the afternoon, Qin Tian didn't think about anything. Basically, I was shopping with Gu Qingqing. Qin Tian is not a Jiaoxi, and there is no bloody incident that pretends to be slapped in the face. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Qingqing, who had been shopping for an afternoon, was very happy. But because Su Yanran's appointment starts at 8 o'clock, the two met to have dinner together at 6 o'clock, so even if she didn't give up, she could only say goodbye to Qin Tian at this time. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. At the entrance of Zuanyue Hotel, people come and go, and cars are constantly flowing. Su Yanran was stopped by a young man in the lounge area of the hotel lobby. She deliberately put on a light makeup today. Her black and bright curly hair was scattered casually, and her white short-sleeved tulle dress was just at the knee. It is neither too long nor too short. Coupled with her high cold and peerless face, the rate of turning back is as high as 100%. Originally, her dress was specially prepared for Qin Tian. It's just that the young man in front of her makes her feel very unbeautiful. Wei Qingbin, are you following me? Looking at Wei Qingbin, Su Yanran glanced at her eyebrows. Tracking? Don't be so ugly. Wei Qingbin looked proudly. I just want to see who you have dated. Who do I have an appointment with has anything to do with you? Su Yanran's voice was cold, and she didn't show any face to the man opposite. Of course it matters. Wei Qingbin took it for granted. I have liked you for so long, but now you have an appointment with another man? Have you considered how I feel? I'm no one of you. Why should you consider your feelings? You let me go. I won't let. Step aside. I won't let it. Wei Qingbin was a little annoyed. Yanran, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend, your Su family's last billions of gaps, I can go and ask my dad for help. Are you threatening me? Su Yanran glanced at her eyebrows slightly. I didn't. I just... Billions of gaps? What gaps need billions? Changbin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a puzzled voice. As soon as this voice came out, the two looked back at the same time. However, Qin Tian, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue slacks, appeared in the sight of the two. Now that the weather is hot, Qin Tian's dress is also very young and cool. Coupled with the face after the transformation, people can't tell that this is a 40-year-old uncle. Uncle Qin? Wei Qingbin was dumbfounded, and then quickly reacted. Looking at Su Yanran, Yanran, the person you are dating is not Uncle Qin, right? So what? Su Yanran gave Wei Qingbin a white look, and quickly stepped forward and took Qin Tian's arm. Uncle Qin, the dining location has already been determined. Qin Tian nodded slightly, and then looked at Wei Qingbin. Changbin is here too? Do you want to be together? Okay. Hearing this answer, Qin Tian suddenly wanted to kick this guy out. Lousy is just a casual polite. I didn't expect you to dare to agree. Oh, Changbin, I suddenly remembered that there are only 2 of us today, Yanran and I am afraid it is a bit inappropriate for you to go. How about next time? Wei Qingbin wanted to hit someone, but he thought of Qin Tian's seniority. He really didn't dare to make any excessive moves. Well, Uncle Qin, then I won't bother. Qin Tian nodded slightly, and walked towards the upstairs restaurant under the leadership of Su Yanran. Seeing the two leaving behind, Wei Changbin clenched his fists. Qin Tian. After seeing the two of them walking away, how could he still not understand what was going on? I didn't expect you to choose Qin Tian, but you didn't choose me. I quickly went to a secluded room and took out my mobile phone, quickly selected a number, and edited a text message. Okay, I promise you, but you also have to promise me that Su Yanran will belong to me after it's done. The other party returned in seconds. No problem. Upon seeing this message, Wei Changbin took a deep breath. Yanran, don't blame me. Who told you to choose Uncle Qin rather than me? The rich second generation hates the protagonist because of love. In the end, the protagonist's family broke down and died. Will the rich second generation make such an unreasonable behavior for a woman? This kind of bloody plot is also a routine used in many novels. But even Qin Tian didn't expect that this kind of bloody plot would happen to his villain. Is he a villain? The villain against the protagonist? How could it be targeted by Wei Qingbin, who is also the second generation of the rich villain? But Qin Tian doesn't care anymore now. Anyway, relying on their own strength, soldiers will come to cover the water and earth. It is completely worthwhile. Follow Su Yanran to the couple's private room of Zuanyue Hotel. There are already beautiful waiters waiting here. Su Yanran was a little embarrassed when the two dated alone for the first time, but Qin Tian, an old driver, didn't care. I directly asked the previous doubts. Billions? What did you just say cost billions? Nothing. Su Yanran's expression was a little unnatural. He is talking nonsense, waiter. Let's serve. Okay, Miss Su. The waiter turned and left, and Qin Tian, who saw the expression of Su Yanran, was a little unhappy. Su girl, do you treat me as an outsider? If you don't tell me, then I won't eat this meal. Hey, don't, Uncle Qin, I said it's not all right? Su Yanran wanted to cry without tears, and when Qin Tian got up to leave, she raised her hand and surrendered. Naturally, Qin Tian didn't really want to leave. Hearing that Su Yanran said so, he turned around and sat down. Then tell me. Actually, it's like this. Su Yanran told the story of the matter 5 to 10. 5 minutes later, Qin Tian frowned. Several processing plants have had fires one after another. Many people have died. Someone took the opportunity to speculate and took the opportunity to suppress your stocks? Yeah. Su Yanran nodded slightly. Originally, my father and grandpa didn't let me tell you about this matter. But who knows you, Uncle Qin? Why don't you tell me about such a big thing? Qin Tian directly interrupted Su Yanran's words. He has been busy dealing with the protagonist during this time, and has not paid attention to this aspect at all. Grandpa said that he didn't want to ruin the relationship between our two families. Su Yanran lowered her head when she said this. Borrowing money is indeed one of the easiest ways to destroy relationships, and there are two reasons she didn't say. One is that they think they can handle it. Another is that she thought Qin Tian knew about this. After all, this matter was on a hot search some time ago. But now, Qin Tian doesn't seem to know it all. Your grandpa? Hearing this, Qin Tian said in a huff, I think your old man named Su is getting more confused as he gets older. You are not allowed to say that to my grandpa. Su Yanran mustered up the courage. Qin Tian gave her a white look. I'll just say it. You? What are you? He is always confused. So are you and your dad confused with you? Uncle Qin, what do you mean? How much money do you still have? Qin Tian answered unreasonably. In this period of time, investors are very panicked. Su Yanran said honestly, we have already filled in a lot of money, but I think there are 5 billion more. It should be enough. Is that so? Read more at hopfulnovel.xyz. Qin Tian nodded slightly, then took out his cell phone and dialed Moody's phone. Xiao Dai, what are you doing? I'm in Magic City. I just bought Qilu, and I'm going to take a rest tomorrow to buy black stone. Well, there is one more thing I need to do on my side. President Qin, you say? You can contact Su Jingyang of the Su Group and try to transfer all available funds in the company's account to him in the shortest possible time. All? So much money, President Qin. Just in case something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, I am responsible. Qin Tian said calmly. Although the money belongs to the company, private use is a misappropriation of public funds. But as long as it is made up within a certain period of time, there is no problem. What's more, now Qin Tian, together with a few brothers and sisters, owns about 78% of the entire Qin family shares, more than the original Yi family shares. With this absolute controlling right, Qin Tian also has the confidence to move the money. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Mu Dai nodded. Okay, President Qin, I understand. Ding, the heroine Su Yanran has increased her favorability, and the villain value is plus 500. Favorability, 91%. Qin Tian hung up the phone, took a look at the favorability, and then said to Su Yanran, I recently acquired 2 companies and used some money. But the company account should still have 5 billion. Even if it doesn't, it's almost less. If it's not enough, tell me again, and I'll adjust from elsewhere. Qin Tian has 300 million private accounts. Although I spent a lot of money to buy a villa by myself and the raw materials of the pill, the system has also paid a lot of 10 million a day during this period. So Qin Tian is not short of money for the time being. And even if you are really short of money, you can easily get some cash back by simply selling the shares of the Yi family. You know, those shares of Yi family are under the personal name of Qin Tian. That's all real money, and there is no need to distribute money to other shareholders and shareholders. Uncle Qin. Su Yanran looked at Qin Tian affectionately. The emotion in my heart can no longer be described in words. During this time, she clearly noticed that someone was engaging in the Su family. So borrowing money is not easy at all. What's more, how much cash can ordinary rich people have to lend them to make up for the leakage? There can be 300 million and 200 million. That's the kind that has a very good relationship. But now, I just said a few words. Qin Tian gave 5 billion directly? He too believes in himself? Seeing Su Yanran's expression, Qin Tian smiled playfully. Is it very touched? Su Yanran responded softly. Qin Tian picked up the chopsticks on the table at will. Eat first. Yi Xian was sent to prison once because of Qin Tian, and also experienced Qin Tian's combat effectiveness. So he voluntarily gave up his protagonist status and left Human. Why does he know Jiang Lian's address and dare not go back to find Duan Xiaoyu? Because he was afraid that Jiang Lian would be bought by Qin Tian and betray him at that time. Once he goes back, it is equivalent to throwing himself into the net. Besides, Jiang Lian only knew that Duan Xiaoyu had been taken away by Qin Tian. Even if he went back, it would be of no avail. As for the police, let's not talk about whether there are other traps in Qin Tian. The fact that Duan Xiaoyu voluntarily left with him was enough to discourage Yi Xian. You report to the police, and then Qin Tian will bite back, saying that you have falsely accused others and damaged his Qin Tian's reputation. Yi Xian had to go to jail again. Don't think this is alarmist. You know, damage to the reputation of an ordinary person and damage to the reputation of the chairman of a 100 billion group are two completely different results. Qin Tian has a professional team of lawyers, and it is really easy to sue him to jail. If he goes in again this time, the military district will not be able to keep him. So Yixin didn't dare to gamble at all. The topic was a little far away, and the camera returned to Qin Tian. With the passage of time, the sky gradually darkened. At 7:40 in the evening, Qin Tian and Su Yanran had dinner and appeared at the entrance of the cinema. Because the two were dating, they did not bring anyone other than the driver. Originally, Qin Tian felt that the two people were already very familiar with each other. Going to the movies is nothing more than to increase your feelings. It doesn't matter what the movie is. Didn't expect that Su Yanran was actually a science fiction film? What is called Future Arc? There is an endless stream of people coming to the cinema. Soon the cinema was full. Is this movie so beautiful? Seeing this scene, Qin Tian couldn't help muttering. Because in his impression, unless it is a certain fire movie. Otherwise, it would be pretty good if the movie theater can sit half of the time. Su Yanran smiled. I don't know if it looks good, but I heard that it was a big production by a certain famous director. The girl Chun Mingming, okay, strongly recommended me to watch it. I finally got 2 tickets. Really? In other words, you started preparing a long time ago? West. Ha ha ha, Su girl. Actually, I know what you were thinking, but... Ding, congratulations to the host for solving the original protagonist, Yixin, for obtaining the system skill, Chi Luck Tracking. The villain value plus 1000. Before Qin Tian finished speaking, a system prompt popped up. Chi Yun Tracking. The host can lock a child of Chi Yun that has been associated with the host, and the lock child will expose his specific location in your line of sight, and the location system will be updated in real time. Note. Already solved Sons of Luck, not counting. Change lock target interval, 72 hours. Chi Luck Tracking? Can lock the protagonist's location? Isn't this a radar to detect the protagonist? Or, the protagonist tracker? Looking at the system prompts and new system skills that popped up suddenly, Qin Tian was extremely surprised. What do you really want? Just come. I quickly studied the usage of this system skill. Click on this skill panel, and a few people's avatars popped up immediately. Currently lockable protagonists. Wang Hao, Xiao Chun, Chen Yang, Lin Yi, Su Chun. Every time you solve a protagonist, in addition to getting 1000 villains, Qin Tian can also get some special abilities that cannot be drawn in the lottery. The first 2 times are the eyes of the villain of evolution. And this time, he got a special system skill? Qin Tian had been thinking before, if only he could get a skill to lock the protagonist. In this way, you can know the protagonist's movements anytime and anywhere, and make the correct response in time. Unexpectedly, the system prompt to solve Yixin popped up before the movie started. Then the system rewards also popped out. This system is really awesome. He glanced at Yixin's information in the system. The previously gray information has now completely disappeared. In other words, the state that was gray before is the state to be resolved. No need to do anything by yourself, just wait for time. Just like this time period when Li Jun took Lin Feng away from Tumin. It has been resolved, but the final result has not been implemented yet, so his information will turn gray. And now, Yixin should have kept his promise and left Tumin completely, so his information will disappear? Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. After confirming his idea, Qin Tian began to study the system skills he had just acquired. This Chi Luck Tracking skill seems to be very useful. Just click on this skill in the System Properties panel, and a row of avatars will appear on the right. And there are names below. Easy and fast to use. Now that Yixin is resolved, Yixin will not be counted. So now there are only 5 protagonist avatars in the system. Qin Tian has seen the first 4. Only this Su Chun. Qin Tian has never heard of it. Su Chun. Qin Tian muttered to himself. Could it be that kid? He is not a fool. Although he hadn't seen this person, he could guess him according to the system's prompts. The protagonist who has been related to yourself? Relation does not necessarily have to be to meet. So this person is probably the one who uses time to stand still. The other party used time to stand still and almost stopped himself. Isn't this a connection? Uncle Qin, you just said, but what? Su Yanran was a little curious, and some shy voices passed into Qin Tian's ears. She was still thinking about it just now. Sure enough, Uncle Qin had already guessed what he thought. So how will the other party reply to himself? Thinking of this, her heart was like a small deer bumping into each other, and she kept beating faster. Who knows? Qin Tian stopped talking suddenly. This made Su Yanran, who was already nervous, suddenly became curious again. Hearing Su Yanran's words, Qin Tian recovered. Oh, nothing. I just want to say, I know you are interesting to me, but you should also know my situation. There are a lot of girls around me, and I have no plans to remarry for the time being, plus I am so much older than you. You will suffer a lot when you stay with me. Qin Tian's words come from the heart and soul. He is not a gentleman, but he wants to increase Su Yanran's favorability. Read more at hotbullnovel.xyz. He must use the deeds of a gentleman to have a chance. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Tian's words, Su Yanran not only didn't shrink back, but also revealed her heart to Qin Tian. I know what you said, but I still want to try. Oh. Qin Tian gave Su Yanran a surprised look. Although he knew that Su Yanran's affection for herself had risen to 91%, but it is still very rare to be able to say this kind of words from her mouth. Hee, can you tell me what do you like me? This? Su Yanran was speechless, and then shook her head quickly. I don't know. I just like it anyway. What do you like, Qin Tian? She really didn't think about this issue. Qin Tian's money and looks? Surely not. Because there is no shortage of rich and handsome rich second generations around her. Character and ability? It seems a bit. Because she was tempted by Qin Tian for the first time. When Qin Tian hugged her back, not only did not act on her, but also took care of her tenderly and considerately. This made her deeply impressed by Qin Tian. In addition, Qin Tian rescued her father before, and gave her a beautiful pill at the birthday party, which is a wonderful piano skill. Comfort and protect her at Qin Wu's wedding. All the details have become the reason why she likes him. But can you elaborate on this kind of thing? Obviously not. In that case, BBCF, then let's try. Huh? Uncle Qin, are you agreeing? Nonsense, you are such a beautiful girl chasing me. If I don't agree, wouldn't it be incomprehensible? I knew, Uncle Qin. You were the best. Su Yinran happily grabbed Qin Tian's arm. Qin Tian smiled faintly, also called uncle. Hearing this, Su Yinran was taken aback for a moment, then her pretty face blushed. Old husband. Ding, the female protagonist Su Yinran has increased her favorability, and the villain value is plus 500. Favorability, 93%. Qin Tian. Okay, this chick has no emotional experience, so this kind of thing is normal. The president of Iceberg, Su Yinran, is chasing after the big villain Qin Tian? It sounds unbelievable, but Qin Tian's charm value is now 1,500 points. This level of charm value, as long as there is no influence of the protagonist's halo, no woman can resist the charm of Qin Tian. In addition, he used so much favorability in front of Su Yinran. In front of Su Guofu and Su Jingyang, he brushed so many favorability points. So it makes sense for this to happen now. After confirming the relationship, the topics between the two became more frequent. As the two chatted for a while, the movie began. Su Yinran obviously doesn't like science fiction films very much. The reason why I came to see this one was recommended by Chen Mingming. Another is that she thinks Qin Tian can like it. The result was as she expected. Qin Tian did think it was pretty good. Although the plot is relatively cliched, it tells a series of stories happening in the future world. But the special effects inside are so cool. All kinds of explosions, all kinds of high, just the same as real. It can be said that it is more realistic than the reunion and Transformers that Qin Tian has seen. Tisk, it's a big production. It looks really enjoyable. Yes, it's director Lin's film after all. So handsome, this picture. It's so cool that it explodes. Director Lin's film is so awesome. At the end of the movie, everyone was talking about it. They are all admiring the awesomeness of this movie. Only Qin Tian was stunned again. Because the protagonist he can lock onto, there is another person named Lin Mu. Su Yinran told him just now that Lin Mu is the director of this film. Could it be that the director of this film is also the protagonist? I just watched a movie of him, so I have a connection with him? Qin Tian was a little speechless. But now he doesn't bother to complain about the number of protagonists. Anyway, it's right to solve them one by one. Forget it, let's fix this Su Chen first. Su Chen's abilities are very exaggerated and belong to supernatural powers, so there is no problem solving him first. I didn't know the location of Su Chen before, and now there is a protagonist tracker. Qin Tian has to look at this kid's situation first. Ding, the son of Qiyun succeeded in tracking. Target lock this time, Su Chen. Remaining time to change lock target, 71 hours and 59 minutes. Coordinates of Su Chen, son of Qiyun, Xiagua, Yinjing, XX Street, XX Building, Dawang Road, Chaoyang District. The skill of Qi luck tracking is like a protagonist detection radar. It is also like a protagonist tracker. Although the other information of the protagonist will not be displayed above, there is only a name and an avatar. But the specific location of the protagonist is all marked out. There is also an electronic map that includes both himself and the protagonist. There are two huge flashing points of red and green on the map. The green one represents himself, and the red one represents the protagonist. With this, Qin Tian wanted to find the protagonist. It was really too easy. This Su Chen, in Yinjing? Qin Tian raised the corner of his mouth. Uncle Qin, I am very happy today. Out of the cinema, Su Yinran smiled again. No doubt. In order to avoid trouble, Qin Tian corrected her name. And the reason why she showed a smile was not because Qin Tian borrowed her 5 billion, but because she has confirmed the relationship with Qin Tian. No matter how strong Su Yinran is, she is only 24 years old after all. At this age, who is not a young and beautiful girl. So when in front of others, she is an iceberg female president. In front of Qin Tian, she is just a naive little girl. Qin Tian recovered, seeing Su Yinran smile, couldn't help but laugh. Me too. Then we will meet again another day? Can. Uncle Qin will go to the charity auction held in Yinjing in half a month, right? Charity auction? This is not clear. If there is no other itinerary then, I should go. Really? That's great. You remind me when the time comes? Good. The two looked at each other and smiled, and then they got into their own bodyguard's car. It may be the case when the presidents fall in love. They have a lot of things to do on their own, and it is impossible for them to get together every day like ordinary young couples. But on the way home, Su Yinran kept chatting with Qin Tian on WeChat. Qin Tian did not tire of responding. Just when Qin Tian and Su Yinran went back to their villas, bar that never sleeps. After leaving Qin Tian, Gu Qingsheng returned to his own territory. Although she is the boss, she doesn't need to stay up late with other employees. But it is impossible for Qin Tian to accompany her all day. So wandering around in her own place became her only pleasure. More than 10 o'clock in the evening, a woman with a ponytail, white short-sleeved t-shirt, and tight jeans found her in the office. The woman has exquisite features, fair skin, and a heroic air between her eyebrows. Especially this size, the curve drawn by a tight white t-shirt. Oh my god, isn't this an exaggeration? More than my own. I seem to have seen you, that policewoman? Office that never sleeps. Read more at Hotballnovel, XYZ. After making a comparison, Gu Qingxing said playfully, this woman doesn't wear police uniforms then wears police uniforms. There is more smell. Yes. My name is Lu Ruashi. President Gu, can I use my personal capacity to talk to you? After Lu Ruashi came in, he also carefully looked at the woman in front of him. At this time, Gu Qingsheng was sitting in her office chair, with her legs upright like a queen, holding a red wine glass in his hand, shaking it gently. Gu Qingsheng, because of his age and personal hobbies, dressing is biased towards mature and feminine. This evening is no exception. Tight-fitting green dress with hips, high heels, and long legs. Plus this sitting position, even Lu Ruashi, who had seen many beautiful women before, couldn't help but mutter. This leg is so white and long. Yes, please sit down. Gu Qingsheng pointed to the sofa next to her gracefully. Thank you. Lu Ruashi nodded, walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. Gu Qingsheng looked at Lu Ruashi carefully and said with a playful look, what do you want to talk about? Speaking, she took a sip of red wine. then put the wine glass on the desk. I heard that the underground forces in Tumen are now under your control. Is it true? It's true, but it's just that everyone gives face. How did you do it as a woman? Of course it depends on men. Isn't it normal for women to rely on men in this world? Of course. Gu Qingqing took out an empty red wine glass from the drawer and put it on the table. Are you going to have a glass? Lu Ruoxi declined. No, I will drive later. Driving? Forget it. Gu Qingqing gracefully put the wine glass back in place. That is the man in your mouth, Qin Tian? Lu Ruoxi continued to ask questions. Of course, except for him. Gu Qingqing smiled charmingly, her voice full of temptation. Is there any other man who can have this kind of ability, right? Officer Lu. You. Lu Ruoxi's face flushed. Could you not talk to me in this tone? I am a woman? Gu Qingqing originally had a charm attribute all over his body, but after taking the beauty pill, this attribute was greatly increased. If Gu Qingqing did it deliberately, let alone a man, even a woman would not be able to hold it. Ah, hee hee hee. Gu Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Silver bells of laughter echoed throughout the office. I didn't expect Officer Lu to be shy when facing a woman like me. But, has anyone ever said that your shy look actually beautiful? Mr. Gu, don't be like this. Lu Ruoxi's face turned redder. Seeing Lu Ruoxi's appearance, the corner of Gu Qingqing's mouth became more playful. After all, Lu Ruoxi believed Yi Xian's words. Although Yi Xian had disappeared in Tumen City, Qin Tian also said that Yi Xian would not be held accountable. But she is a policeman after all. How could she not be curious about such a big thing? That's why she came here to investigate Gu Qingqing and understand Qin Tian's situation. And don't know why, after Yi Xian said so, she wanted to know more about Qin Tian. It's just a pity that Gu Qingqing's loyalty to Qin Tian has 91%. Therefore, it is impossible for her to know too much from Gu Qingqing's old fritters. An hour later, Lu Ruoxi walked out of Evernight City blushing. At times, her heartbeat was faster than usual. Her thoughts are also very messy, because she didn't understand it all. Why is there no problem with my own orientation, but I can't resist the temptation of this woman Gu Qingqing? Or do you have a problem with your orientation? Lu Ruoxi shuddered, and shook his head quickly. Drive home, take a bath and sleep without explanation. With Lu Ruoxi's departure, at 12 o'clock in the morning, time was still as expected. The whole world fell into silence again. Qin Tian saw that on the electronic map of the system, the red dot appeared outside a nightclub bar in Yanjing. And Su Chun and Yinjing did walk into a bar in front of him. The bartender's cocktail bottle stopped in midair. A good-looking woman is splashing a glass of water on the man's face. The water splashed by the water in the glass floated around, frozen in the air and motionless. Looking at these still people, a wicked smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, time is still coming again. I'm going to make a fortune now. This woman is good, Tut. It's a pity that if there is money, there are women. I am only interested in money now. Su Chin lifted a woman's chin and said with some regret. He has just started now, not so stupid as to spend this precious hour playing with women. Is this man just a little bit of money? Damn, I'm a poor one. Your necklace, mine. This watch is not bad, Tut. Rolex? Oh, if it weren't for this time, the bank and the jewelry store were closed, I wouldn't have come to patronize you. I'm so sorry, madam. I like your diamond ring. Time stands still. Except for the rest of the first day, it was at noon when Su Chun was awakened. For the next 2 days, it was exactly 12 o'clock in the morning. In other words, Su Chun still has no way to control this power. He can only use this as a passive skill at present. And just in case, he didn't smash the doors of jewelry stores and banks. He just came to Yinjing's bar and attacked these high-level people in society. Since it was the first time to do this kind of thing, he didn't dare to be careless. Even if he knew that the period of static in the previous few times was an hour, he was just searching for more than 30 minutes and left in a hurry. And also for prevention, he didn't leave either. Instead, I stayed where I was, wanting to see the results after time was restored. An hour soon ends. At first, everyone did not notice any abnormalities. Until... Hey, my dear, my necklace is missing, have you seen it? Inside the bar, a woman in an evening dress with heavy makeup, holding a fat man's hand, he said with a puzzled look. She remembered that she was wearing a necklace on her neck just now. Did not see it. The fat man shook his head casually, and then said lightly, it's just a necklace, just buy it again. No, this necklace is the one you gave me, tens of thousands. Huh? Then hurry up and look for it. Looking for it. Look to see if it has fallen into the cracks of the chair. Both of them were a little confused, and looked around. It's just that the necklace has been taken by Su Chun. How did they find it? Huh, my watch is gone? Ring, where's my ring? Immediately afterwards, 2 people also discovered this situation. With the exclamation of these 2 people, the rest of the bar also became alert. Soon the bar fell into chaos. The music was forced to stop, and everyone checked their valuables. The boss sadly urged out to mediate the conflict. Boss, I didn't see my things in your bar. You have to take full responsibility. Yes, tell me what to do. If you don't give us an explanation, we will call the police. There are different opinions about things being stolen. Don't call the police. The boss hurriedly said, the alarm will affect the bar business. Since everyone has disappeared so many things, let me call you up for monitoring first. Yes, adjust the monitoring. Yes, yeah, adjust the monitoring. Damn, I didn't expect it. Hurry up, what are you doing in a daze? Security, bet the door. No one is allowed to leave if nothing is found. Everyone talked again. It was not one person who was stolen this time, but several people. These few people are regular visitors to the bar. There is also a big figure with a good status. So in the face of this sudden situation, everyone can only cooperate. Therefore, to maintain order, call to monitor. What can the supervisor see? Read more at hotballnovel.xyz. See nothing. Su Chun is not stupid. After discovering this ability, he went to buy a pinhole camera and tried it once. The camera simply cannot capture anything during this time period. And the location he was looking for was either a blind spot in the surveillance, or a location far away from the surveillance, coupled with the ability to pause in time. No one can discover his existence at all. The monitor couldn't see it, and everyone had to call the police in the end. The police arrived soon. It's just that Su Chen's ability is really buggy. Even the detective can't find out why, let alone ordinary police officers. So a special case ended just like that. Su Chen was in the blind spot on the street outside, holding his breath and witnessing the whole process of the incident with his own eyes. In this process, he was very nervous. Because before that, he was just a small employee of a company, a law-abiding citizen. Even if he is bullied by his boss, he dare not complain. So for the first time to do this kind of thing, even if he was fully prepared, he couldn't help being nervous when he saw the police car coming. Fortunately, in the end, it was a surprise. The police car left soon. Take away the bar owner and the customers who want to report the crime. Seeing the police car leaving, Su Chen also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I can't be in this place next time. There are too many people stolen, and it's easy to find flaws. Su Chen thoughtfully, after saying this sentence, quickly disappeared into the night. Su Chen is using his own ability to make money, while on the other side, Magic City, Yi family. Because Linny now doesn't know that his identity has been exposed. Therefore, his actions against Qin Tian still did not stop. Looking at the woman wearing a golden yuksha mask in front of him, Yi Wuya was very helpless. Woman wrapped in black Hungarian, short-sleeved leather jacket, ultra-short leather pants and short boots, dressed as a sexy wildcat. But Yi Wuya now didn't dare to have the slightest contempt for this hot-dressed woman. Because the villa is heavily guarded, people who can enter their villa. He must be a very powerful cultivator. Such a person can't afford to provoke him at all. Perhaps this is how ordinary rich people look in front of cultivators. There is no strength to fight back at all. If the other party wants to kill himself now, he can really do it in minutes. Your Excellency rushed to my Ye's house at night. What advice do you have? Yi Wuya is a big man after all, and he can barely maintain his composure in the face of this woman who rushed to the house at night. Mr. Yi, don't be nervous. I just came to understand a little bit of the situation. After I understand the situation, I will naturally leave. The woman's voice is pleasant to the ear, but it is extremely cold. What do you want to know? Yi Wuya had no time to appreciate the voice of the woman in front of him. I just want to know, when Mr. Yi had a conflict with the Qin group of Tumin City, why did Mr. Yi, who was stronger in the end, raise the white flag? Does this still need to be asked? Your Excellency can come to me. I must have already answered. I want more detailed information about the Qin family. There is no doubt that this woman is Lin Yi's Jr., the first female assassin of the Shadow League Qiulingxuang. The Shadow League is a killer organization in the practice world. Can Qiulingxuang's strength be weak if she can become the first female assassin of the assassin organization in the cultivation world? Naturally not. Just look at Lin Yi. Several sects were besieged by one person. Even if Qiulingxuang was worse than Lin Yi, he was not much worse. With her skill, it is really easy to sneak into Yi Wuya's villa. But Yi Wuya contributed 30% of Qin Tian's shares for no reason, and he was not very happy with Qin Tian in his heart. Surrendering to Qin Tian is also compelling. Facing the threat of Qiulingxuang at this time, he naturally told Qiulingxuang the information of Qin Tian. This is not a great secret anyway, and it was given when his life was threatened. So even if Qin Tian knew it, he would definitely not say anything. The fact is indeed the case. Because Qin Tian has offended too many protagonists, there are several protagonists he wants to solve. And it is only natural that these protagonists want to solve him. And so, for a family who chose to surrender and lost the protagonist's halo, he didn't have time to bother at all. 10 minutes later, Qiulingxuang left the Yi family villa and at the same time took off her golden yuksha mask. Behind the mask is a very delicate face. Her face is unusually clean, and her skin is fair, shengxue. But because of her expressionless face, people can see a hint of coldness no matter what angle she looks at. She was agile and quickly disappeared into the night. I don't know how long it took. A black off-road vehicle appeared on the streets of Magic City at night. Jingle bell. The phone rang. Qiulingxuang hung the Bluetooth headset on her ear and then pressed the answer button. Lin Yi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Lingxuang, what's the result of the investigation? Qin Tian is the Grandmaster.
What?
Lin Yi was stunned. Grandmaster? He originally thought that Qin Tian was just an ordinary cultivator. How could it be a master? You know, in a sect like theirs, among the 10 disciples of the sect, at most only one can become a master. The disciple of the sect is even so. Why can Qin Tian become a master? Which sects? It's not clear yet, but it's just a master. Just leave it to me.